What's up? No, let me change this camera. Oh Lord, wait a minute. I'm in the wrong camera angle here. Yeah, let me change that up. Get it back where it was. There we go. There we go. There we go. So what's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is Black Men Unfiltered. Hey, it's good to see y'all in the building tonight. Hey, we got a conversation that we're gonna have that ain't nobody else gonna have in the building tonight. And I got some people here that's gonna share this conversation with me, and I got some people that's gonna come up and share their views and viewpoints on it as well. So tonight I'm gonna introduce each one of these people, lovely people, one at a time here. So when Brian comes up, I'm gonna get him in. But here we go. The first one, Emmanuel. Yeah, you know he got to be in the building. You know I got to drop it because Emmanuel. Guess what? Two of my panelists right now, they in Belize right now. So hey, it's your night, E-Man. It's your night, E-Man. Let me go ahead and drop this this link for you, Doc. There it is right there. You should see it. Sir Hale should be in the building in a minute too. So listen, we want to talk about tonight before I bring everybody in, man. I just wanted to talk about conformity, how we conform to things just because other people are uncomfortable or just because other people are lazy. We have to conform to them because they don't want to make the necessary changes to be in the lane that they want to be in. We're going to talk about conformity tonight because there's a lot of that going on in our community where people are conforming to just whatever. Oh, you don't want to make the changes? Oh, no. Y'all need to come on our level. Y'all need to come down to us. And that's not how that works. So I'm going to bring everybody in individually. I'm going to go ahead and start with the first young lady here. We're going to start with Sierra in the building. Sierra, go ahead and say hey to the people.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, then I got I got L Boogie in the house. Come on, everybody, give it up for Lance in the building. Lance,
what's up, everybody? What's up? So happy to be here again. They kicked me out yet.
Yeah. Now we're gonna go ahead and bring in Brian in the building. He got there. He go. Hey, listen, y'all. Before I bring Brian up, I'm gonna go ahead and give him an intro because Brian got his 50 Cent tank top on, wife beater on tonight. So we want him to he came for the ladies. See them ladies for the last 2 weeks. I'm gonna go ahead and put some in y'all ear. For the last 2 weeks, those ladies have been really coming on here saying how fine. Oh, now see, he jumped off. How fine he is. Oh, I want to see Jehovah. Where's Brian? And so tonight he came with a tank top on. Then as soon as I want to bring him up, he clicks off the link. Come on. But anyway, I got a superstar that's going to be a superstar that has his own show right now, his own platform. And I'm gonna bring him in as well. Whoa! I'm gonna bring him in last. He go to tank. See, he took the tank top off. Boy, this bastard. All right, here we go. We got Brian over in the building. Brian, why you take your tank top off, man? The ladies trying to see them guns, boy.
Who?
The ladies trying to see the tank top, man. You had a tank top on. What happened? You took it off. They trying to see something. Shit.
No, man, no.
Hey, but look, since you didn't do it, Jedi Mike in the building, he about to do it. Jedi Mike, come on, say hey to the people, Jedi Mike. Oh, you muted, Doc.
How you doing? Mike Lowry in the building.
Mike Lowry. Give me some fruit bubblicious and some Skittles. All right, man. It's good to see everybody in the building tonight, man. Good to see. Hey, man, safe travels to Mother and Tony B. They went and had Christmas in Belize, and so safe travels to them as they come back. And bringing E-Man in here. E-Man is in the building tonight as well. E-Man, what's going on, my brother?
How y'all guys doing?
All right, so safe travels to them, and blessings to everybody else that's on the panel tonight. I appreciate you guys, and we look forward to having more people come in. But I will say this to start off, man. I don't know if you heard me, man. We're talking about conformity tonight, man. People that that are strong-minded, men that are leaders, women that have positive mindsets. We are having to start to bow down. K-Soul, come on in here. We having to start to bow down to people that don't want to make the necessary changes. Strong women have to bow down to women that don't want to make the changes. Strong men are starting to bow down to men that don't want to make the changes. And so there's conformity going on here. And I don't understand what that looks like. So we're going to start the conversation because I know this conversation is going to fly off. So we'll start with Lance, man. Lance, how do you feel about conformity? And later on in the show, I'll give you guys some examples of what I'm talking about.
Conformity is I don't know, it could be evil. It can be evil sometimes. I mean, I don't believe in conformity unless it's for a mode of survival. I believe in people being their individual selves unless it harms you. So I feel like conformity is a necessity, but I do feel like, yes, a lot of people, especially with our culture and mentality, that tend to kind of like grab along to, certain ideas and certain types and certain depictions we got out there. But I don't know, yeah, conformity can be good, if you're just trying to get some shit in order. But I mean, for the most part, nah, it's not for me.
Yeah, so Sierra, we'll hop over to you. What does that conformity look like to you?
Well, I mean, like Lance said, it can be good, it can be bad. But like before we even got on here, I think we conform every day. Because before I got on here, what did I do? I knocked on wood. That was conformity, right? And that was something for good or meant for good, but that was something from back in the day where we got from our grandparents or whatever. Um, so I mean, hey, it depends on what you're conforming to. So I mean, that's about all I have to say on that.
So Brian, conformity, bro. I mean, just to give you a little tidbit of, because I want to plant a seed in you real quick. So conformity, when it comes to people saying, like, Brian, you got your head on straight, man, you believe what you believe, and then somebody else that has a mindset lower than yours, or people, because there's a lot of people out here that deals with negative conformity as well as some positive. We'll get into that in a minute. But how do you feel about you being a strong-headed guy, but then somebody else come along and say, you know what, Brian, you doing it that way, but man, it's a lower way to do it, bro. I don't feel like I got to come up to your level. I want to take shortcuts. I'm gonna cheat the system a little bit. I mean, how do you feel about conformity in that way?
That's a good one, man. That's one of the best questions you asked since we've been on this show. It's two ways I look at it. I do have people that conform to me. They do. But at the same time, for me, man, I have to conform sometimes too to people also. In life, in business, in certain situations, man, sometimes I gotta be a different person. Sometimes, I gotta be a different character. But then there's certain things I will never conform to. I won't conform to religion. I won't conform to white supremacy. I won't conform to. I just won't conform to a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? But there is, just like Lance and Sierra said, man, there are good and bad to it. That's a good question, though, brother. I wish you would have got me last, and I could have thought about a better answer and listened to everyone else's answer.
Right.
But yeah, I want to hear everybody else. That's a good question, man. That's a good question.
So Emmanuel, how you looking at it, Emmanuel?
For us C students, can we get a definition from the Webster of what you mean by
Conformity. I'll give you Webster. Hold on just a second, because I want to make sure I get you right, Doc. Hold on a minute.
I just want to make sure I answer that question correctly.
Yeah, it's kind of a loaded
Webster and
question.
Miriam.
So it says compliance with standards, rules, or laws. Behavior in accordance with socially accepted conventions or standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's exactly what it meant. So I'm gonna say exactly what I'm about to say. Okay.
Oh, yes.
So first of all, that is a way of life. Like we all need to conform to something. We conform to we ain't gonna break the law. Y'all ain't out here doing 85 and a 45 because you don't conform to the law of the land. Well, I believe everybody's doing it, man. It's part of life. It is unhealthy conformity, out there. But for the majority, when you put it from a relationship point of view, I believe that it should go one way. I think women are supposed to conform to a man. Men ain't supposed to be out here conforming to no woman. You need to get on my page. But I ain't gonna dive just yet. But you know where I stand on that.
Jedi Mike, come on through.
Now, I think I understand you gave the definition of what conformity is.
You want me to say it again?
I think I know that you gave the definition of what like conformity is, right?
Yeah.
But my question is like, I understand we have a particular topic of what conformity applies to what we're going to be talking about tonight.
Right.
Not really in terms of actually laws, but more about social acceptance.
Right.
Exactly. So I think you want to kind of identify that distinction there, because obviously we all can conform into situations in life. Obviously, in the place of establishment, there's a certain type of decorum or the attire you most were supposed to assert yourself in a way of so way you can move in this establishment, whether that can be in a church or in a business, whatever it might be. But in terms about conforming in the sense of people's feelings or social acceptance, and that can be kind of subjective, and a lot of gray area can happen between there. So yeah, I think on that note, you've got to be very careful in terms of what the line we consider to be in terms of what is law and what is actually just social acceptance, because with social acceptance, it could be subjective, while as law, it's objective.
Right. And you know what? That I think that we should focus on that. That's a good way to segue into what I'm about to say, Jedi Mike. So we don't want to focus on that other conformity, because like Eman said, and Brian said, and Lance and Sierra, everybody conforms to something. Let's talk about the conformity that's in our community when it comes to that second one I gave you. The behavior in accordance with socially accepted conventions or standards. Let me give you an example. Let's talk about conformity to men being able to identify themselves as female, and they go out and say I conform, I want to be, and people's choices are their choices. I'm not here to bash anybody and their sexuality, but we're talking about the facts of it. I want to make sure I put that out there first. But if a man says I identify as a female and I want to play sports against females, I want to run track against females, and I need you guys to conform to what I'm doing. And I know a lot of strong-minded men are saying, no, we're not doing that. But when you don't conform, then they try to cancel you. Then they say you're homophobic, right? Or you're transphobic. So the conformity, when it comes to that, particularly that right there, why do we have to conform? And if we don't conform, are we prepared for the consequences of when we don't conform to it? So we'll start with you, Jedi, and we'll move.
Well, with that notion, you have to understand, when you're kind of conditioning someone to say, hey, you must accept me for who I am, for whatever, when you kind of go into sports, that's a really interesting discussion, because then it's like, so who are you conforming to? Like, and then you saying to the dynamic of who, like you saying is you saying that are women are telling themselves, hey, I'm a man, so you must accept me as a man. That's what you're saying, and let me go out for sports.
Right.
Well, with that, I say that, with any choice that you have to reap the benefits and the consequences of that decision, regardless of whether that can be for your favor. You're going to learn real quick. But with sports, no, especially this thing, especially I was a former track player, that there's been many discussions about how women had issues with trans women going into sports and like winning, track races and stuff like that. I think that's not fair. And it's been a whole thing with, parents getting involved and stuff. But my thing is, this is what you fought for. So I'm perfectly fine if you want to fight for this equal playing field. I'm saying you're gonna reap the benefits and consequences of it, whether I agree or disagree with it or not. I'm saying that if you want to get into this arena, then okay, then we're just gonna, treat you accordingly. That's what. It's plain and
But
simple.
so many people that used to be so big headed about it, oh, that's never going to happen. We're not going to accept that. Now that they understand that they can lose their careers, their way of living, their lifestyles, right? And people right now are feeling like you can say something about that and lose your job. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
You can
Right.
be fired for saying that you're against it. That's how much power the community has. And so E-Man, he's shaking his head, and I know he's gonna come with some fire right now. But E-Man, go ahead.
Well, the first thing I'm gonna say is this right here. Most things that become law, we have to accept it socially first. So it happens from a social point of view that as people we accept it, then it goes for law. I say like this, I ain't worried about losing no job, I ain't worried about losing no friends. I'm gonna stand on what I stand on. And it's difference between if you say respect me for how you want to live your life, I'm gonna respect that. But you're not gonna force me to change who I am to conform to you. And the biggest problem with the biggest problem with this new world modern generation is this is the first time that we ever seen in history that you say, hey, you're gonna be forced to change how you view. We want to change what you see. If I see a man and he's a man, you want to change my eyesight and what I see, and I refuse to do that. Now I'm not gonna be disrespectful to you. If you ask me to I'm saying, hey, I'm not gonna refer to you as a woman, but I'll refer to you by your name. I'm still gonna give them respect, but just no way you about to make me say something that I don't want to say. That's outrageous in my opinion.
Yeah,
So I think we shouldn't conform in that way.
And so, Lance, how do you feel about that particular part of it?
I don't know. I really don't. I'm a very, as emotional as I can be, I'm a very logical person. When it comes down to it, a man and woman is not the same thing. They're just built differently. When it comes to sports, I mean, like, there's evidence. And it's kind of crazy because I kind of did some research after talking with Ruby. I believe that was her name, right?
Yeah.
And she was right. Like a lot of the complaints that come with transgender people in athletics usually come after, like, to the people that win, but not all of them that are in it or competing together are like that. There's certain divisions that don't care about trans people playing, with the assigned team that they identify with. But when it comes to gender identity and gender assignment, like, those are two different things. You've done gender assignment, you've done the physical, like, strides to turn yourself to another gender. And then after that, you actually have to give a physical makeup of your body to see where your muscle mass is and where your chemistry levels are. Like, there's a science behind athletics, like, gender identity is a spiritual, self-effacing thing. Like, and I would never communicate with somebody through their sexual identity. Like, I'm going to get to know you. It's like if somebody's going to ask me to say something by a pronoun, I'm going to ask them to excuse me if I get it wrong. And then I'm going to ask them their name. And then I'm going to contact you by your name. I don't think it should ever get serious as to affect stuff that obviously physical stuff has to do with. Like, that's obvious. Like, it's on paperwork. That's like this man woman over here is dominating in this stuff. Like, obviously she's got some leftover muscles.
Yes.
I mean, she's got some extra stuff going on. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I kind of fall towards it needs to be straight off the books.
Right. And so, Sierra, so I want to get your thoughts on it. when it comes to conformity, because with everybody on the panel, some of us having children, this conformity could affect them as well in these areas. Seeing your daughter in a wrestling match with a guy that says he's a girl. So what is your thoughts?
Whew, that's hard. um, would I want to see my daughter in a wrestling match with a male? No. I'm just gonna be honest. Hope I don't get canceled, but I'm kind of totally against transgender. Was it transgender men? I
Mm-hmm.
think that's how you say it. I don't know. I'm not even up to date on it. Sorry. It's transgender men, right? Men want to be women, right?
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Transgendered men in women's sports. I mean, I'm just totally against it. I mean, you want me to call I'm not even up to date on calling he or she and she or he. I mean, like, especially with people that I have grown up with, I'm still calling them boy, I mean, man, boy, he, she, they have to correct me. So it's just, I don't know. I'm trying, I guess I'm trying to conform to that, but I mean, it's kind of difficult for me to, with the he, she type thing, the they. Heck, I'm still saying they is more than one person, but if you don't identify as a male or a female, I can't say he or she, I have to say they. That's just so crazy to me. So I really have no opinion on that because I'm still trying to get that out together in my head myself. I mean, if
I
you
think this is
want me
the
to
first
call
time
you a,
black
go
people felt
ahead.
black, felt white people black. Like, how do I, how do I
Well,
address you? Are you African American? Are you
well, that's
Detroit?
true.
Like, what do I?
And see, and my thing is this. So, because E-Man, I mean, this is a strong brother. Tommy B, what's up, man? Welcome to the platform, baby. So, E-Man, I'm gonna ask you this. So, you go to your job. They have an HR meeting. You sit down at your job, and they tell you, "Hey, we're having a meeting today. In this meeting, we're going to discuss sexuality. We're going to discuss. We have a few people that have just been hired. One is a young lady. She is no longer a young lady. She does not want to be referred to as a young lady. She wants to be referred to as not Diana but Daryl. And guys, we want you to know that there's a new policy here at this company that if you do not call them by what they ask you to call them, and then we're going to have to reprimand you, as well as we have already given them permission to use your bathrooms, and so on and so forth. And this is a reality. I'm not making this up. This is what companies are doing. Like City Financial, the company that I work for, they say that this is what they're saying. The women, if they define themselves as a man, they can use the men's bathroom. If the women, and vice versa. And so, E-Man, how do you feel about companies conforming to the culture and doing what they're doing?
Well, I think if you don't own the company, you can't tell them how to run it, first of all.
Right.
So if it's their company, you got to do that. Me personally, in those situations, if we're being transparent, I just avoid that person altogether because I'm not trying. I think it's wisdom not to cause, like, I know that I'm not going to step out of what I believe. And I also want to be able to create a safer environment for them. So we just going to avoid each other altogether. I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to interact unless I have to with that person because that's really way that I'm respecting their boundaries, but because I know I'm not going to call you something that I don't believe that you is. So I just avoid you altogether. And then my biggest goal that I do is I hope that you respect that. That's just where I'm at.
Right. And so let's go ahead and get Tommy B in on this conversation. So Tommy B, talk to me, man. I mean, we talking about conformity tonight, man. Everybody conforming to all this weird stuff, all this stuff that's happening, or conforming to things that just because people don't want to make the necessary changes, we have to conform to them. So what is your thought? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't understand why people give a fuck so much, bro. I don't have an opinion on it. It don't affect my life. If you want to be called that, cool. I'll call you that and I'll keep it moving. It don't affect my money. It don't affect my way of life. It don't affect nothing. Okay, you want to be called that? Cool. I'll call you that. And I'll keep it moving. Like, that has literally changed my life. None at all.
Right.
Where I kind of get mixed up at is when people want to cheer on girls to play men's sports and then get mad when a transgender comes in their sports. That's where I get weirded out. Like the
Right.
girl kicker. Oh, she made the boys football team. It's like, okay, so we're gonna cheer that on. But then when a dude come on their side, it's a problem. And I get why it's a problem, but I don't understand why we're cheering for a girl to go compete with men in football. It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I kind of get a little bit. I just say everybody should stay on their side, and we wouldn't even have this problem. But when you literally have, I mean, you can pull up the post. You know, I think one girl even made it as a linebacker to like a D3 school, and it's like,
Damn.
like
Yeah,
what
you're
are
right.
we?
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
And they gave her a Nike
Can I,
commercial and a
yeah.
Lincoln commercial.
And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
you're
I
right.
don't get that. You know, even with the basketball, you know, they're trying to inch their way into getting women into the NBA, and I'm like, so you're literally saying that your league isn't good enough, essentially what you're saying. But then if I say that, then I can get canceled because I'm saying that the girls aren't good enough. Well, that's essentially what you're saying because you're aiming to essentially make it to the NBA one day.
can
Which
I
Right.
can I respond to that?
go ahead, Eman.
So Tommy B, it have nothing to do with them. I think as I believe that my words have a lot of power. And if I'm saying something untruthful, then I try to step out in faith and say something in faith. I gotta just watch the words that's coming out of my mouth. So it's not that I have a problem with them, but if I'm saying something that I do not believe, it actually put unbelief in how I believe. So I hope that makes sense. So it's not that I'm saying that I have a problem with them. I'm just not going to lie to myself.
I get that, but at the end of the day, that's your belief. That's not the world's belief, and the world don't have to believe what you believe. So again, like I said, if you aren't harming anybody by simply saying "sir" when it's a chick, it like I don't understand how that even chips away at your belief. In the back of your head, you'll be, you know, bro. I mean, I'm in California. We dealing with this shit, you know, like crazy.
Right.
But yeah, so like I said, like it doesn't move me either way. Like I even like you know some of my friends with the gay thing, and they just and I'm like, bro, why does that move you so much? I ain't too much ever had a gay dude try to hit on me. Like, why does this like trigger people so much? I don't get. And I'm not saying you're triggered, man, but I'm just
Mhm.
saying, just even with the belief thing, it's like I get that that's your belief, but then at the same time, this is this person's belief, and if it's not going to inconvenience you any, then I don't get the problem with just going sir or ma'am or whatever and keeping it moving.
But
And honestly, I'm with you. Kind of, it's weird to me as well. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that's how that person thinks. So
it does hinder me. It does hinder me. And what I'm saying about when I say it does hinder me, it hinders me. It's a problem for me to say something out of my mouth that I don't believe. And I know, like, I'm not trying to go down from a spiritual point of view, but we're taught in my belief not to say things that we don't believe because you can't speak out both sides of your mouth. So that's kind of what I mean by that. And I know some people might not like that, but when it's crazy, everybody else can stand on what they believe, but when people of my belief stand on what we believe, that's when people feel that we supposed to be able to put what we believe down and to be able to raise what they believe up. And that's just personally something I'm not
but
going to
see, this is where I get a problem with that because people like to lean on that, right? But then on Thanksgiving, you got 7 plates, and that's gluttony. Last time I checked, is it not?
do. Yeah, I get what
Okay, so
I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying that we are none of us are perfect and we're not sinners. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that something I strongly hold is that everything that comes out of my mouth, I have to believe in it. So
I
if I'm
get
out here
that,
calling
but
somebody a man that's not a woman or vice versa, I just say, hey, check this out. And I think they should respect me. If I say, hey, I'm just not comfortable with doing that, I say, this is no offense to you, but it's something that I'm still working on. So I'm gonna come off kind of respectful, and I hope
yeah,
they respect that. But that's just how I feel
no,
that I should play.
I get that. My only problem comes in is, and this is with anybody, I say, stand on what you stand on. So if you believe in that Bible and stuff, then you shouldn't be having 4 or 5 plates, and because that's exactly what it tells you not to. And you don't have to be a non-sinner not to do like and like and we had this discussion last year about Christian, but this is one of my biggest things with Christians is gluttony is one of the easiest fucking things not to do. Yet motherfuckers do it all the time with no repast with no conscience. So you can't stand on something so hard on here, and then I sit here and watch you go knock down 3 plates, and I'm like, well, I thought you were so deep in your beliefs. You can't be deep in your beliefs here, and then when it comes here, okay, I'll loosen it up a little bit. This isn't as important as that.
But we all working on something. I mean, we can't be perfect. Everybody's struggling with something. I don't care if you're a believer or you're not a believer. And the biggest point that I tell people is people say, well, let me point out his faults or the things that he's doing incorrect. And we can do that with every person. The only difference is one is a Christian and one is not. So we know that everybody's working on something, but we should not criticize what they believe just because they're working on something different. And that's just how
I don't think it's criticizing what you believe. It's criticizing the inconsistencies. And the reason why I always bring gluttony out to my Christian friends is because in my head alone, that's one of the easiest things not to do. It's literally one of the easiest things not to do. And yet people do it. Why? Because in their brain, it ain't that important. And that's literally what it is. It's just not that important to them. And for me, it's like, if you're going to stand on something, stand on it. I have no problem with nobody believes. Just stand on what you believe. Don't push this belief to me, and then I can poke holes in your belief. That's where I kind of get weary with people like.
Tell me, B, what I'm saying is you can poke holes in every single thing. Like I said, is none of us are perfect, so everything have holes. It's just people just used to try to put the Christianity in a higher light. That's all I'm saying. I get it. I agree with you. I agree that you shouldn't be eating 7 plates. I know people who throwing up after they eat. Like I get those things, and I truly believe that, and that's not something I'm struggling with. But I do realize the fact that everybody's struggling with something, and it's something's going to get you. They say that the enemy, he draws you out by your own devices. So if it's sex, if it's gluttony, it's something that you desire. And the biggest thing I could tell those people is just work on it and try to become a better you, in my opinion. And that's kind of
I agree with that.
I can say something. I'm not a religious person at all, and I stand on what Emmanuel believes in. Emmanuel, you from the South?
Yes, sir.
I'm from the South too. For me, man, it's just something in my mind. If I see that's a man, take religion or whatever it is out of it, I gotta call you a man. I'm not finna trick myself into calling you what you want me to call you. And I'm like E-Man also. I kind of avoid situations so I don't blurt nothing out. Like E-Man probably speak professional. I don't. And I might say something out my mouth that's gonna come off offensive to a gay person. So for me, I'm like, E-Man, what's your name? If your name is such and such, I'll call you that. Because I do have gay friends, but they not like the LGBT. You know what I'm saying? Like the LGBT Pacific is just weird. Like the gays I know, they don't rock like that. They don't look at it like that. If they dress like a woman, they a man. They're gonna say, hey, I'm still a man. Gay men, they don't do the he, she, they gay. You know what I'm saying? They just gay. Women, they just gay women. You know what I'm saying? But now we got this he, she, they, these pronouns and all these other things. But I don't feel comfortable if a man dressed up like a woman, I see that's a man. I just can't do the she thing because it's gonna confuse me when I get in the car. I'll be like, God damn, what the fuck I just saw? What the fuck I just said?
I just want to say, Brian, I want to be clear. I don't have a problem with them dressing up as a woman. That is their place.
Yeah, that's their place.
The problem I have is when you tell me, hey, now you gonna say this or you gonna do this. Now you trying to kind of influence how I interact.
Trying to pimp on me. Yeah, you pimping me, man. You trying to pimp me on the corner, man. Give you some money.
But you from the South, and there's certain people in the South that didn't feel comfortable calling you nothing but boy. They had to adjust.
Well, not in the South.
I mean, you have the option. You have the option to let somebody project how they.
Boy,
and that's the thing. Like don't project your identity onto me. Like first of all, I don't even know you. Like first of all, I don't even care about you enough to even worry about your identity or your preference. I don't care who you are. So like, so it's like why?
Well,
Why are you fixated on that? Then that's the kind of thing that makes me not want to really like mess with you like that, because it's like
they ain't comfortable who they
that's
are.
a list of things in my head that I wouldn't even like introduce or even be a part of you getting to know me kind of thing. Yeah. That's on some other type of shit.
I think it's of course it's always their approach, but I think if somebody respectfully was like, you know, hey, I identify as this, then that's what I'm saying. Now, if you come off snappy, that's any conversation you have in life. It's always their approach. If you come off snappy, it's probably going to be reciprocated. But if you come off with respect, then, you know, somebody probably going to be more respectful. It's just, and like I said, I don't even necessarily disagree with what you guys are saying. It's just like I said, when you use morals or you use beliefs to stand on it, then, and this is with anything, it isn't even just this. When I can poke holes, and the only reason why I use the gluttony thing is because, like I said, in my brain, that's the easiest fucking thing not to do. And when I can poke holes in something that easy, then it makes me go, okay, well, how much I've even told people, okay, if you really believed in hell, it'll be a hell of a lot easier for you not to sin. If you really, really believed in it. If I put a gun to your head and I'm going to shoot you, and you better not do this to shoot you, guess what you're not going to do? Whatever the hell I told you not to do. Because that's real to you. So people are telling me they believe in hell, but it's so hard not to do this, this, and this. I'm like, if you really, really, really believe that, I don't know if it'll be that hard. But that's going somewhere else.
And so let me say this real quick, because we're looking at it from accepting people or not accepting people for what they want. So let's look at it from the point of view of things changing, right? And before I get into that, everybody go ahead and welcome Sir Hell to Sir Hell Speaks in the building tonight. What's going on?
What's up, big bro?
What's going
on, man? Guys? What's up, lady?
So it goes to a point of things changing. So let me give you an example. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, you didn't hear men talk about this whole situation about conforming, right? But now you got people like Malik Yoba and singers like Tank and all these different people coming out saying, oh, Malik Yoba said, oh, I don't mind. Oh, the guy from Family Matters, right? So they're saying that when a woman goes through a transition, we need to accept them for who they are, and men need to be more open-minded. This is what they're saying. Men need to be more open-minded and start dating these women and stop letting these women be single. He said they are women. When they transition, they are women. Stop being afraid of loving them and wanting to marry them and be with them. So what do you say about men that are conforming to it, and then also trying to talk other men into dating and marrying these women these men that that transition to women?
Them men want to mess with boys, man. And you got to think that's Hollywood, man. A lot of them dudes out there in California and New York, man, they be into that freaky shit, man. So they'll say anything, man. Yeah, so a lot like what's the Malik Yoba guy? That's in him. The guy from Family Matters, that's just in him, man. A lot of hell men ain't rocking like that.
Yeah, and so, Sir Hill, since you're here, we're talking about conformity. People conforming to different things and conforming to if you people saying I want to be called this, I see myself as this. You need to respect me and you need to conform to what it is that I'm bringing to the table. I mean, what are your thoughts on conformity, sir?
So there's the extreme and then there's just the regular. I think most people do not fall on the extreme where they're trying to control how you see life. I think most people just want to be respected and they want to know that they fit in, that they are accepted at work or, in their families and so on and so forth. And so for that reason, I think we have to accept people for who they are, because what else are we going to do? Try to change them or manipulate them to feel like they are something that they're not? We've got to accept people for who they are. As long as their rights don't infringe upon ours, I don't think that we really have an issue.
That's a good perspective, bro. And let me bring up one, because I know you guys seen the thumbnail. All right, I was gonna do it later. I'm gonna do it now. The Hooters has been around for a long time. Everybody know what's in Hooters, right? The girl with the little shorts, the big old boobs.
No, sir. I'm a devout Christian. I don't know what that is.
Is that the bird watching place?
So now
y'all know my wife Talk Hell is in the chat. Do not get me in trouble here.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna pull back. But the big girl coalition said, listen, we're not gonna have these little girls in here flashing their beauty, and we can't come in here and show our big booties. And
Wait a
so
second.
now,
Repeat that again.
So what happened now? What's wrong with big girls, man?
no. I didn't say nothing was wrong. I said that the Big Girl Coalition said that we're not going to have these girls in here. I can't even repeat it because I'm gonna bust out laughing. But what I'm trying to say is this: that they went and they changed the law. I mean, not laws, but policies of the company, and said we're going to change the face of the company. There's not going to be any little small girls anymore. We're going to get us some 250-pound, 300 women up in here with some shorts on, and some nice little bras, and we're going to walk around just like the skinny girls. And
so they ain't gonna be owls no more. They gonna be turkeys.
Yeah. I didn't say it. I didn't
gobble,
say it.
Gobble, baby.
I didn't say that. Lance said that. But how do you feel? How do you guys feel about that, man? How do you feel about Hooters? Sir Hill, are you okay? I got you back, Donna. Okay, good. So that's an inside joke. He did a video of me, clips of me the other day that we was talking on the show the other night, and we pulled up a picture, and man, I laughed for 30 minutes straight. But anyway, so how do you feel about that? How do you feel about a company saying, you know what, let the big girls reign terror? That's fine. And because I heard, was it Kevin said? Was it Kevin? No, I don't think it was Kevin. It was somebody else. I think it was the Poor Man's Podcast that said that instead of women saying, you know what, I'm going to get fit and I'm going to get do what I have to do to get to that point, they saying no, change the policies, because we ain't changing. We're going to stay big. We're going to still eat what we eat. We're not going to do anything different. I want to work here and I want to be seen like these other women, but I don't think that's going to work. I think the whole thing is going to, it's not going to work. I think
we already have them in the Popeyes and the McDonald's spots. We don't.
Yeah, but Popeyes and McDonald's ain't, you don't, I mean, some people, you don't go there to see the Hooters though.
Right. And so Tommy B, since you started, what are your thoughts on it?
That right there, bro,
big booties.
For me, I don't like it. I ain't gonna lie to you, because I mean, I ain't went to Hooters in a while anyway. But I'm just saying, I ain't trying to go into Hooters and it be like, nah. And even this whole like situation of like trying to make people accept people that make the change is like nuts to me. Like, I don't, like, I get that you identify that way, but that doesn't mean that I recognize that. And in saying that, I don't understand how you think it's appropriate, number one, if I talk to you, to not give that information, and why you think that I should be forced to even put you in the pool of people I would even consider to date, if that's just not what I'm into. And I think the problem with today's society is they turn everything into a phobia. I'm not scared of them. I don't have a problem with them. I just don't want to date them. Just like some girls don't want to date short guys, some, you know, guys don't want to date tall girls. It's a preference. I'd rather not date them. And I don't understand what's wrong with that.
Right. And so, Sir Hill, I mean, have you recovered?
Hey, Tommy, you ain't never had no big girl before, Tommy. You ain't never slept with a big girl before, man. You a light skinned nigga, boy. I know.
No. Hold on. I thought we were talking about the trend. No. I thought we were talking about the trend.
I'm fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
No. That right there, with the big girls at Hooters, hey, have at it, man.
You want to go just to look, though? You want to just go just to look?
Now I'm sure they're not going to have 350-pound women in Hooters with a tank on and shorts on.
Well, Sierra, I have a picture. I'm going to pull up and show it to you.
But that was a Halloween picture, though, Joe.
No, ma'am.
Yes, it was. I researched that. That was a Halloween picture.
I'm going to show you the girl. I'm going to show you the young lady that made them change the policy, and I'm going to show you her in uniform. I'm going to show you. But go ahead, sir.
All that beefcake grazing around with all them wings.
I mean, Sir Hill, before you go, I want to say this. That's just like me going to Vegas and saying, you know what? I'm sick of these Chippendale niggas. Put me up on stage tonight. I'm Chocolate Thunder Pound Cake here. I'm about to shake this thing. I'm about to throw some sugar on my chest and run around.
Somebody love it.
No, ma'am. I'm not. No.
Whatever, Joe.
I know my
Somebody will love
lane.
it, and you know
I
it.
know my lane. I'm not finna be going
That's
down.
your
Dripping no
lane, but that's
syrup
not everybody
down
else's
my
lane.
chest.
Somebody will love it.
The new
I'm
Hooters
not.
girls will
I'm
take
not
up
gonna
2
put no
lanes.
syrup down my chest like a damn oatmeal pie. Walking down the damn. Come on, let's stop it, sir.
I don't think they look at guys the same now. Like you can, like women talk shit about short guys all day, and you never hear any sympathy for that.
Nope.
But Kevin Sam say something about a big girl, and oh my god.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I ain't
yeah. You
short
right,
though, but I agree.
Sir Hill. Go ahead, Sir Hill.
I love them big
Be
girls though.
recovered. Go ahead.
Tommy, you look like the nigga that be letting them big girls ride you, dog. Tommy, come on, man. Don't do it for the camera, man.
Hey, everybody, no.
I'm fucking with it.
Oh my God, Sir
You the
Hill.
only unmarried nigga on here. Everybody, them 2 dudes married, so I can't. Yeah, they married. And Lance, he like balling, so you the only one that had
Men, I like men. God damn it.
Men, I'm sorry, men, not oh, that's came out so bad. My bad, bro.
Oh my God, bro.
Hey,
bro.
Hey, I'm not gonna make it this show. I'm not gonna make it through this show. I'm not gonna make it. I can already tell.
Oh, my bad, Lance. I need to put the bar on your bar.
Oh my God.
Let me start.
So Tommy, the only guy I can joke with on here like that about some women.
You're the only eligible bachelor, sir. Only qualified contestant.
Oh my God.
It's a gay dude too on my page, man. I think y'all make a good couple too.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah.
Was there a weight requirement at Hooters? Because I thought that was like a division, regional kind of. Because I didn't think they had skinny girls in Atlanta or Houston.
Right. I think it was just an understanding that you had to look a certain way to walk around here with big hips, nice butt, big breasts, and look real nice and slim. I think it was not leaning forward, but you standing straight up.
I done seen some thickums in Hooters. I love Hooters, by the way. Shout out to Hooters. You can ask these girls to sit down and they'll pull that meat apart for you. It's fantastic. Nobody else is doing
meat apart.
But look, I have
they treat you like that with the meat. How they pull it apart, man?
Sit down there right with you. Have a whole conversation.
All bullshit aside, though. In Texas, I did see a pregnant chick at Hooters. I shit you not. I'm not playing with you.
Don't do us like that, dog.
I promise to God.
Tommy B, don't you talk about my state like this. Don't you shame my state.
Don't you do me, Tommy.
They got them. See, the thing is, it be the girls that have the stockings on, and you look like you got dimples all the way down your thighs. Like you look like you.
Yeah, because them shit's supposed to smooth it out, ain't it?
And you can't be looking like that. Like it's gotta look smooth. I mean, come on, you can be big. I done seen some big girls in Hooters.
I love big girl, man.
Straight cakes.
The big girl. I like the girl with the big belly. I gotta push up a little bit when I do a missionary.
Oh,
the relocator.
That's why you had your muscles out.
I hit the number like this. I'm like, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you, baby. I got you.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
But like y'all always say, you not marrying her though, Brian.
I marry a big girl.
They getting
you heard that baby trying to say what?
Hey, it's better to be married to a transgender.
That's facts. That is facts.
What I mean?
Man,
yeah, I love a big woman, man. I love women, period. You know what I mean? Most guys date big women. There's a lot of dudes. I don't know what y'all wives look like, but some women got a little meat on their body. Love that woman. As long as she treats you right, that's the main thing.
There's a difference between Black Men Unfiltered and Bone Crusher, right? So I'm just using it as a perspective. So I think it's what you saying. Big girls. Some girls can be big. Like some girls look at Serena Williams as a big girl. I don't look at Serena as a big girl. I look at Serena as she has some nice automotive parts that were put together by
Lizzo.
No,
you going too goddamn far.
She cute.
But yeah. Huh?
She cute.
Brian.
She ain't ugly.
Lizzo.
Brian.
Lizzo, talk to me, black man. Talk to me, black man.
Brian.
I'm here. Let me get back on the camera.
Mandatory meeting following this particular show. I'm concerned.
What's wrong with the big girls, man?
There's nothing wrong with the big girls.
You married?
I'm concerned.
You can't talk like this, brother.
But I want to help my brother because I'm concerned.
Oh, Lord.
Talk
Black
to me,
man.
black man.
We're not gonna get through the show. Like
We gonna get through. Come on, black man. I want to hear it.
So look, man. So my thing is this, man. I look at it like this, man. You know, you could talk about Liz all day. She may be cute in the face, right? She's cute in the face, but a mile around the waist is what most men would say. And so most men,
but most men got mile around the waist women at home. Like they do. A lot of dudes got mile around the waist women at home, but they still dog the big one.
But that way stretched out. That was a travel.
Ain't no one
travel miles.
And Brian, let me say
I love them big.
They don't want the fresh miles.
Let me say something to you, Brian.
The travel miles.
Right, the travel miles. So let me tell you
They've
what
already accrued points
for future destinations. Because Brian's not married, so Brian doesn't understand. He's looking at the pick of the litter. But watch this, Brian. You get married to a woman. She's 135 pounds, and then over the years, maybe she has kids, maybe she don't have kids, but over the years, you know, that 3 years in, 4 years in, and she's saying, no, I'm not going to walk no more. I don't feel like doing nothing. I want to sit here and watch Wendy Williams. I want to sit here and watch, you know, Housewives of Atlanta. And then by year 7, she went from being a wide receiver for the Cowboys to being a defensive lineman. And now you are dealing with the fact that, okay, what do I do in this situation? Do I help her, which you should as her husband, help her? Okay, let's get her back to where she was. But most women say now that's where the conformity comes in.
No, but you're asking the wrong question, though. The question you got to ask before is what happened for it to get there.
Yeah, because if she's just sitting on the couch, you say she's sitting on the couch watching Wendy Williams, the first thing I'm thinking about, you say she had kids, oh, okay. So maybe she's depressed.
But let's clarify something though, y'all.
Go ahead.
We're not saying that there's something wrong with just big girls. I think the thing we're talking about is being healthy. Right. It all boils down to being healthy. And we want to make sure that we're not promoting a lifestyle that you may be accepted now and you don't get a chance to live out your life and live it out in a way where you can healthy and play with your kids. You're always in the hospital, got a lot of medications for things that are preventable. I think that's what we're talking about. So for anybody who would see this show, we're not fat shaming.
Right.
Yeah, but I do think that we need to.
I
think we need to talk about health.
Like this COVID thing.
I'm totally.
Not one time has anybody promoted people getting healthy with this COVID thing. Now, one time they said people go to the gym. None of that. All they've done is literally talked about, you know, the jab. And literally, it's been proven the more healthier you are, the easier it is to fight this shit. And literally, because I'm assuming because they didn't want to hurt people's feelings, they ain't told nobody to go to the gym. Not a once. They talking like, and that's literally, you know, what would help, you know, fight this. So I think it's just something in this world where I think we're super focused on not hurting feelings. When I mean, certain shit is the truth. Like the bigger you are, it's unhealthy. It is what it is. I mean, it's
now I was 260,
but it is what it is.
Back in the day, grandma,
they don't identify.
They lived to the 80s. They lived to their 80s. Big mama and them.
But we're talking about the quality of life, though, right? They lived to the 80s, but with a whole lot of medication. Some of them lost, and I can say this personally because, like a lot of my family, close family, they died because of this. So this is a real thing. I've seen it up close. We're not talking about. It's not just the size we're talking about. It's really the health.
So and to even prove that, if you start looking at 50-year-olds now, they don't look like the 50-year-olds when I was growing up.
Nope.
They look 30s.
Nope.
You know, the 60-year-olds, they don't look like the 60-year-olds when we was growing up, man. They was on walkers. They was almost out of here. The 60-year-olds now, hell, they'll beat you in a 1 mile run.
Yep.
You know, so, I mean, it just shows you different.
Let's keep in mind, Jennifer Lopez is 53.
Absolutely.
Angela Bassett is 60.
Angela Bassett is a standard. Yeah, she's a standard.
Man, Angela is 60 years old. Look at her. I mean, let's just take a moment.
Take that in.
Yeah, take that in. Let's take a moment. Okay, we back. Because we, basically what's happening is when I say the conformity of it is people are not telling people the truth, right? We're not. When that lady came out and told Lizzo, why do you what's the lady's name that does the exercises or whatever? I forgot her name.
Talking about. Is it Jillian Michaels?
Yeah, Jillian Michaels came out and said, guys, stop rooting her on. Stop rooting Lizzo on because Lizzo is unhealthy. And she said, why do you do that? She should come and let me, work her out. And Lizzo was like, I don't need you, bitch. Don't tell me nothing. And then all the women in the comments, Lizzo, you're beautiful. You don't have to change anything about yourself, and we're motivating people. Now, men are different. I think men are different when it comes to that, because a man ain't gonna be like, hey, dude, you look good over there, boy. You cut up. No. A dude will come and be like, man, get your fat ass together, brother. I mean, and men can
That's straight facts.
That's just straight facts, man. You fat the fuck, get your fat ass up and do some workouts. You know what I'm saying? So, and I've been told that myself. Shit, I'm walking every day now. Hell, I'm going up and down here, jogging down the damn neighborhood, because I'm like, damn, okay, homie, I feel you. Hey, bro, you need to get your shit together.
Hold on, black man, Unfiltered. Now, when we first started this show a couple weeks ago, a month ago, you will listen to a nigga tell you to lose weight, but you won't listen to your wife tell you to lose weight. You remember that, CC?
I remember that.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. And then now, if we want to go back into the courts, I can unleash that. But the thing is this, like I said, men are different, and that's a different
listen
situation.
to a man before you listen to your wife.
That was a scenario. My wife didn't come and tell me that. That was a scenario. This is one of my homeboys said, hey, bro, I remember when we was kids, bro. We used to be out working out every day. Man, you used to go shoot ball. We used to play football. And I mean, you can't let yourself go because you got kids and a wife, bro. You got to get your shit together.
But asked you.
But even in that scenario.
But this is a scenario. But this wasn't a scenario. This is the real deal. He asked me directly. Yeah, he asked me directly.
Over your woman, though.
My woman didn't ask me that. That's what I'm saying.
We asked you, if your woman asked you to
but she didn't ask me that. You look at those scenarios,
stomachs and all.
Yeah, she didn't ask me that. If she would have asked me that, I would have been transparent and say, hey, she asked me that. But she didn't. It was a scenario. This is reality. My homeboy said, hey, listen, bro, we got to walk our daughters down the aisle, bro. You can't be too unhealthy. You got to get your shit together. I said, okay, cool. Hey, man, what we going to do? So let's get it. So my thing is this: he know he need to lose it. I know I need to lose it, right? So it was a scenario versus a reality here. But back to what I'm saying, right? So back to what I was saying, we have to get to a point to that we can't say, oh, you know what, Sir Hell say, you know what, Dwayne, stay just like you are, bro. You good. Don't worry about what Sierra say. Don't worry about what Brian say. Man, be big as hell. Matter of fact, he go a cake right here. And he's only making me worse. And women are the damn number one contributors of other women being unhealthy. Girl, no,
man, I gotta disagree with you.
I don't think it's we're contributors to women being unhealthy.
Oh my God.
I mean, women have to go out and look a certain way. Gotta be perfect. So it's just uplifting to tell another woman, hey, girl, you look good today. Girl, you did. I don't care how big a woman is. 350 pounds. You look good today.
Oh.
That don't mean I'm telling her, oh, well, baby, you need to go get in the gym. I mean, she knows she big. Why I can't uplift her and let her know I'm sure being 350 pounds, they're already having some self-esteem issues. So why should I break her down even more?
Wait a minute, breaking her down is telling her that she needs to get healthy? I'm confused.
I'm just saying, out of all the interactions you're gonna have throughout the day, are you gonna take the time to be the one negative interaction or the one positive in somebody's life? Like, you may not see this friend for like 2 weeks, and then when you first come around, now I'm a petty ass bitch. I'll do it to the friends that I know that are looking forward, that know me. I'll be like, I mean, damn, you still look good, but I mean, like, damn, shit, you was in the gym, you was a little, but I mean, that's just like when you first introduced Sierra, like on the second show, you was talking about how she would be like, hey, King, what's up, King? And how you would like shy away and shit and get all goofy headed and shit. And that was just like a sweet sentiment to you. It meant more for her to be positive to you, even though there might be many or few people that may agree that whether you're king status or not, it's not up for debate though. It's just that like she said it to you and it meant something to you to hear. And she knows that, and you know it, and yeah, it's kind of nice to just be nice. But I mean, I kind of agree with you on the fact that if I see somebody that's sloppy fat, and we know sloppy fat,
Right.
There is a sloppy factor. There's a disgusting level at which you know you're not doing something right or you don't care.
Can I say something though? I'm gonna tell you, my partner got his wife is big as hell. Like he got a big woman, and he was having problems with her. You know, she was breathing funny. Had a lot of health problems. So he went over there and told her, like, listen, baby, your stomach kind of big. We can't, do certain stuff in the bedroom like we used to. Da 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 da. Man, that crushed that girl, man. That girl went to a deep depression and got fatter. And
that approach was wrong though. Like you can't call out the
well,
parts.
he didn't say it like that. I'm just speaking how I'm talking. He ain't talking like I know. I don't know how to talk. I'm direct. I'm direct, man. Yeah, I'm direct with it. You know what I'm saying? But I would never talk to a woman like that. Like, hey, baby, you're kind of big or whatever. No, I wouldn't do nothing like that. But when he talked to her about her weight or whatever, it kind of fucked her up a little bit. You know what I mean? It kind of fucked her up a little bit. She started to eat more. All of it, and she lost some weight now though. She lost the weight now, but man, it's a lot of
her feelings that's not a bad thing. Certain things hurt. Yeah. I mean, right? Yeah. It's about the type of hurt. Is it an abusive hurt? Is it a shaming hurt, or is it a helpful hurt? Yeah. So with my wife, with my wife early this year, we were both overweight. I was like 260. I mean, now I work out so it don't look like 260, but I know it's 260 because when I've been down to tie my shoe up, I'm like, you know what I mean? It's rough. And right. So what I did is I went to the gym and I just bought her a membership for the entire year and did the same thing for myself. And then like in my room now, I've got some weights here. I've got a little gym in my garage. And then you just try to eat better, drink your water and stuff. You just do what you can. But what I've learned is you can't go to the person and call out the parts of them you don't like. Like you can't be like, hey, babe, your thighs are getting big, or babe, your arms looking like you eating a lot of ham hocks going on right there. You can't do that, right? You know what I mean?
Like, babe, we need to go to the gym together, babe. We need
I think that's the best. Is we just like, let's go to the gym together. But I think the accountability, like, because I'm the same way as you, sir. Like I think I got up to like 240, and I knew it because it was the first time in my life like my belt was cutting into my stomach, and I was like, oh hell no. And nobody had to tell me shit. I just automatically, just went to it or whatever, and got that shit off. But
see, mine was worse. I was traumatized. Listen, I was traumatized. My daughters traumatized me. They said, "Daddy, you thick." I said, "You said again?" I'm like, "What you say again?" I'm like, "Don't you disrespect me? I'm a black father." Say it again. She said, "Daddy, you thick." When she said that, I was traumatized, but I carried myself directly to the gym immediately following that interaction. Right, so it hurt my feelings, but she was telling the truth. I mean, my daughters, I just ain't got no filter to them. I'm like, dang, I'm thick.
The same way, but I think like what I've noticed too, because I've like seen couples, try to do it. Is a lot of the women would cheat too. Like, I've had like auntie come to the house and be like, don't you tell him, and she over there with cheeseburgers and shit. And then what really irritates me is then when you see the results, then it's, oh no, because I'm a woman and I can't do this, or oh no, because my body's different. And that's where I kind of get irritated, because from my experience, and I'm not saying everybody, but when men get to it, they way more what do you call that? Like dedicated to this shit. Like they're on it. It's like a mission. Where the women will play around with it. Oh, cheat day. Oh, I know I had a cheat day yesterday.
Man, look, I'm about to tell my wife. I'm about to tell my wife, Tarkel in here. Look, my wife was like, but so what's going on, right? She got her car, I got mine. And so I'm like, but she doing good, man. I ain't seen no growth, no fast food bags. Man, I'm really proud of her. I'm really good. And she would come in the house and I'm like, babe, I'm like, babe, I'm proud of you. Right. And I went to the car. I looked under the seat. It was honey buns. It was Krispy Kreme. It was 7-Eleven. I'm like, babe. I'm like, babe.
Life, boy.
Right. And her thing was like, babe, I only had it once. I don't do it as often. I'm like, babe, you got three different containers on there. What are you talking about?
If you go cheat, you got to do the variety cheat. Okay, you don't just like cheat one thing. That's a waste of a cheat day. What,
sir? Man, that is funny, bro.
But I was mad though, because if you're gonna cheat, tell me so I can do it too. Don't just do it by yourself.
No, you're supposed to be disciplined.
Man, listen. I understand.
No, I like growing up, I was, skinnier and my sister was a little more full or whatever. And like, when we got older, we were talking about that. And her thing was, oh, your metabolism this and oh, this, that, and the other. And then I kind of sat down one day and just thought about it. And when me and my friends got together, and it was weird because we never thought about it as exercise, it's just what we did. But man, we would go hoop for hours. We
Yep.
walked everywhere, all of this stuff. When her and her friends got together, they got a ride everywhere they went, and they would sit at home and watch TV and eat. But that was never even considered, part of it. It was just, oh no, your what's that shit called? Uh, I'm
Metabolism.
blanking out right now. But basically saying, because my body works differently, then that's why, I was able to be skinny and all this and that, which I think that's partly true. But when I sat down and thought about the lifestyles that we lived, I'm like, I was active and you wasn't. It's literally that simple. Like it's
It really
not even
is.
deeper than that.
Yep.
And so my again, that goes to what you just said. You gotta look at yourself. You say, you know what, I gotta get it together, right? But the conformity comes in when you have people in your circle that say, you know what, Tommy, like if men were to do it, Tommy B, you know what, man, I know your belt cut into your stomach, bro. You still a good dude, bro. You ain't gotta do nothing about that, man. They don't
Embrace
accept-
yourself.
Yeah, embrace yourself. You good, bro. You ain't got to worry about what nobody say, man. You stay unhealthy, bro. Here go a Twix, man.
You are the table.
Yeah, come on,
And,
man. You
and
are
the food
table.
on it.
Yeah,
The way my circle works.
And the bowls that
yeah,
it's
you are the
in. And the silverware that
Right.
is shining.
Like, dudes, we ain't going for that. Be like, come on, man. Don't play with me like that.
bro.
It ain't. We ripped that rubber band off.
Yep.
Straight up.
So Sean is, S Dot's in the building tonight. What's going on, Sugarfoot?
S Dot.
I know you got some words of encouragement out here for what we're saying, because I know you agree with us 1,000%. Go ahead and say what you got to say.
Give me the question. What was the question?
The question is conformity. In this particular conformity we're talking about is that men are more straightforward and say, hey, listen, dude, get your shit together. Women are more like, girl, you ain't got to change for nobody. You are the table. You don't worry about what no man say. Be you. You want to be 300 pounds? Be 300. You want to be cute like that? Be cute. You ain't got to lose no weight. Is that true?
I will say this, okay, because in certain circumstances, there are women who are larger who are able to attract a certain type of guy that likes that. I think there's somebody for everyone. I will say that. It may not be your thing, but I'm not gonna your yuck, your yum, whatever you enjoy. But I will say that if I have always been up and down with my weight, I've been very transparent. I post about like my workouts and all of those different kind of things. I love fitness. I love working out. I love weights because it's another form of self-care for me when I go to the gym. So I enjoy that. I am a thicker woman. But I do enjoy working out. I do know when I'm really serious about something, then I do. And my friends, my circle, I can't speak for everybody, but my friends are like, girl, don't you got some goals. Like they'll remind me of my goals, even if they're not on the same wavelength or me, or they won't invite me out certain places, which I understand, or I will turn it down depending on where I'm at in my journey. The goal for me is to be comfortable, to not really deprive myself, but to make sure that, I can still lose and maintain and maintain a healthy lifestyle overall. Because for me, it's about health, or it's about strength, or it's about endurance. It's not necessarily to be skinny, because that's not even my makeup like that genetically, So, and to be strong, like I love throwing around some weights or something like that. And so I would say, like, yes, do you have women who like, you need to, I see it in my girl group sometimes that, well, my husband brought this up about my weight, and it sounds like you need to get rid of your husband. I would never tell a woman to get rid of her husband because he expressed that, hey, I feel like you're a little, you've been doing a bit much. I really want you to be healthy. I would really want you to, and it's from a genuine place, not from a vanity point of view. Because let's just be honest, when it comes to women, our bodies go through a lot of different things, whether it's hormones, whether it's thyroid issues, whether it's water weight, lupus, autoimmune diseases, things like that. So I really think we have to be mindful. Can you overcome those things? Like, I feel like, you know, if you're watching 600-Pound Life, they are never single. Okay, they are never single. They always got a man.
Oh, dude.
600
pounds.
How does it happen?
Okay. So my
Man,
thing is,
they renting them dudes out for this show, bro. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way.
No, that's not true.
they
That's
don't.
not true.
They
There
be down
there are
for-
some.
They
There are
like to feed them because you know
there.
they
It's a
like.
thing.
They like
Have
to
you
do
seen the
that.
people cry over them? Those is love
But
tears.
let me say
They
something,
told
man.
me
Anytime a man will go to the grocery store and he will come home and cook 24 eggs for his wife, and she's breathing like a 1996 Toyota Tacoma with a broken transmission, you're going to continue to do that? You're going to continue to feed her that old
however they pose and
Let's not
shape
act
and
like
fit.
people don't be like clean your plate. Okay, you know you have to unlearn some of those bad habits. Like
Have you seen the ones where they feed the kids? They feed the kids just a little bit. The kids be sitting right beside with the mama. The mama be slide that butt face to the mama.
I've been in a
question to you as
situation.
God is,
What did
what
Rachel
if
say?
it is from a vanity point of view? What if I met you at 130, 140, and you 250 now, and you look like, I mean, because I've seen that before too, where some women put on weight and they look like a completely different person. And then I get in. It's easy for everybody to go to, oh, you're supposed to love past this, and that. But at the same time, the reason why I initially started talking to you because I had an attraction to you the way you looked then. So what about that part of it? And if you're not going through any of the thyroid, you just got lazy. You know,
Do you think
that good?
You think that's why men cheat on their wives because they got overweight?
I think
they
so.
lust for other women?
I think so.
Well, not necessarily. And honey, this is all hypothetical hyperbole. Listen, hyperbole. So I think that there's a lot of different factors into it. One of those things is I don't think it's just the weight. Like a lot of men want smaller women because, like, let's say something happened to you. If you weigh double what I weigh, and I got to get us up out of a building, baby, you short. And then I could do. You know what I mean?
I'm
I know.
I'm not looking for my husband to lift me up. Okay, for one, I want to be strong.
I'm saying men. No, I'm saying men. Like we look at stuff like that, and then a lot of times I've noticed when people get larger, they stop taking good care of themselves. Now there are some women who are larger who keep it tight, but a lot of times I've seen the more weight, a lot lazier will be getting. This is with men and women, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of guys can't tell their wives or the girls that are in their life. That babe, it's not that you're getting bigger, it's that you're getting lazier. You're not dressing up right. You ain't combing your hair. You know what I mean? You're not doing the things that initially attracted me to you. So it's not just the weight; it's all the other stuff that comes with that as well.
You're not healthy and fit. You're not healthy and fit spiritually. You're not healthy and fit mentally. You're acting like a different person. You're acting the way you look.
Well, no, it's not even that. I think people just get complacent. You know, when you're single, you're trying to attract something. Once you have it, you get complacent.
So
I already got to do that home. I already got a chicken home. And I've seen guys and women when they get, a couple of years in a relationship, they start to relax. The women who would never go outside with a bonnet on, throw that bonnet on. Dudes that, generally wouldn't go outside, looking crazy, go outside looking crazy because I'm not out here looking for someone, looking to attract someone. So you get complacent and that's why I said both sides. And then, you don't realize that when you come home.
So I got a question then.
Balance
so
that
if a person
life.
has if a person has an overweight wife or overweight husband and they go to them and tell them, but they still don't change, what do you think should happen? Like, what do you think they should do?
Stop talking and just be. Me personally, just stop talking and be. Sometimes you have to be the change you want to see. So you have to set the example. You have to set you have to set that platform up and be like, you know what? Hey, baby, you working out? No, I'm not working. Okay. Hey, listen, I'm just gonna go out for a quick jog, real quick. I'm gonna go to the gym for a couple of hours. I'll be back. And then when she starts to see you starting to look finer every day, and she start to see these women like, damn, boy, I ain't know he look like that. She gonna be in that.
Sometimes.
It depends because
that's more of a male response. That's a man's response. Like if a woman start working on you, like, oh well, shit, we working out together. Like, you ain't just gonna get fine and leave me in the dust. That's
Man,
more of
I
a
got-
man response. For a woman, if she were to see her dudes working out, she's gonna be like, "What the fuck's going on?" Like
Mhm, exactly.
it's gonna send off a
Who's
whole
the bitch?
emotional fucking typhoon. You're not gonna get no. Oh, I'm
Tommy Beef with
motivated now.
facts.
Like that's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna work out like
I
that.
don't know.
There's 100%
You
chance
gonna come in the
it's
house
not
and she gonna say, "Tell me her name."
Yeah, what is her
I mean,
name?
that's real though. That's real though.
I mean,
But
but at the same time, when you're getting down to a woman's weight loss, a woman is 95% more successful in weight loss when she goes through therapy as well, because it's so much deeper than that for them. They have
that actually makes sense.
They have to deal
That
with a
makes
whole
sense.
facade that they have to even make themselves up to go out the door. Like niggas can just go out and just be like, we can go out looking rough, and they would just like not
Yeah,
take
there's
us
no
to,
pressure
like,
for men to be beautiful, for one.
That
That
is not
standard
true.
is not there.
Beautiful.
I said
No.
that.
I'm just saying
I
it's
ain't gonna say
not
beautiful,
a
man. What are we
requirement
talking about?
for a
Justin
man
Bieber?
to look good. It's
not for
not.
not for relationships,
Shit.
not for
I can
financial
say
gain,
I'm not sure what we
Well,
I'm not
that's
sure where we're
not-
getting that
that's
from.
not gonna work.
I don't think the
I put
same
pressure.
beauty standards apply to men as it does to women. Let me say it like that.
That I agree. But
Yeah, I
35 and under, if you're dating, there is a standard that you have to have. There's a balance of different stuff depending on what you are. There is a standard.
Mm-hmm.
But I was
So
going to
is
say
it
this as
okay?
well.
My standards have
Is it
lowered for
okay
any of
though
the
No.
if, she
females
don't,
out there.
if the woman don't want to
No.
change her weight? If she's big,
No,
and if I'm
because
at
there's one
work,
thing.
uh-huh.
Because there's one thing I was going to say. There's this book, Sherazade Ali, The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. She said something that I really agree with. And she said something that I think is profound. She said, whoever cooks literally controls how long the people in the house lives. And I thought that was fantastic. So whoever in the house, whoever is responsible for cooking, you can affect a person's health and their weight simply by making sure you buy the right foods, not buying so much processed foods or so much chips or so much soda. Like, we don't even buy soda at my house. Like, I can't tell you the last time I've had a soda. I don't drink juice, right? I don't really eat cake, right? It's a lot of things we just don't do. I'm saying me though, like I don't do it. So I'm saying if you can control a lot by what you put into your house, so even if they don't go to the gym, you can at least buy healthier options, and it can start that way. Because contrary to popular belief, weight loss is about 80% diet and about 20% of the other stuff that you do.
Yeah, I'm still saying that there are some men out there that may not look the best or may not be in shape, but they have the most beautiful woman on their arms. I just don't see
That's true.
men having the
That is
same,
true.
having the
That's
same.
because we're more sought after for resources than beauty.
Right.
Right. So I'm thinking,
But I mean, but there are
just have
some
to-
men though. There are some men that they just don't. They see like physical thing that it's not even a focus for them. Like, like I've had friends that have like been in the weightlifting, and then all of a sudden they switch gears because all of a sudden the profession was the only thing that there's focused, and they're just like, hey, if there's not a girl out there that just can't accept me for who I am, that's what it is. And they, I mean, but men can kind of shift like that. Women aren't ever given the chance to forget that they need to be some type of beautiful.
That is true.
And
That's
and
a good
I
point.
can't even imagine what kind of pressure that must feel like on a daily basis, whether it be little or big. Because there's some people out here.
I can tell you.
And that's
I
from
can tell you what
women
that
and
pressure
men.
is. Make sure you got some money and don't be broke. It's the same pressure.
Right.
I'm just saying, we get it from both sides. Gabby had to make sure her hair was straight. She was a gold Olympian, and people were still judging her hair. Women were still judging her hair. I didn't agree with it.
Hey, yeah, they were tripping on that.
Yeah.
Gabby's a beautiful girl, and she was fine that she was. They were just picking on her.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We have to do better with addressing our sisters as sisters, because you doing a job out there. That's not even the same. Like we pick and choose when we want to say certain things. So
I do wish that women would at least realize the power though of dressing nicely. Presentation is important. And no matter what size you are, I don't care if you are skinny, there's still just some stuff that you're like not, and that's on like a whole moral thing, but you do represent something when you walk out the door. And I think we have all, like, as in general, kind of lost that balance of, because it's either you spending all of your money and you have not even your own house to come out of, or you're spending like none of your money and you think somebody's supposed to accept just as you like are. Like what that like that Bill Cosby episode when she brought home dude and he was like, well, you know, he could be a steak, but if you set him on a trash can lid, I'm not gonna eat it. You know, is the presentation does matter and it is important. That's something I do
it's
agree
like
with.
a self-esteem booster for sure.
You gotta do it for you
feeling
and
your
everybody
best
else.
self. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, and if you don't do it for you, they'll do it for me. Just make sure it's done. I don't care. Pick your reason. Pick a reason.
I'll say this. There was a time I had to get a gym rat. I had to work out for almost maybe 6 or 7 years out of my life, almost 10 years. The only reason I was working out before anger issue and mental stress. Because when you come from a family from a broken home and people want to stress you out, I do go to the gym and spend maybe 2 to 5 hours a day, almost every day, like a religion. What I didn't realize when I was working out so much, not only reduces stress, it changed the way you think and you feel in your own body.
It does.
I didn't care my body changed. I was looking ripped at one point. I didn't care about that. I would care about how I feel on the inside. Now, I think I got it from the African side of my family about African people are meant to be like warrior minded. So when you have that type of feeling in your body, you could do anything. You just go about it and do what you want. But it feels weird when you start to lose yourself away and you start getting heavy. I don't like that because one, I learned when you don't take care of your health, a lot of things happen in your 30s and your 40s. A lot of chickens just creep up on you. You don't even see it coming. Sometimes people don't even check themselves. Go to a regular medical health check to see how my body's operating. A lot of people don't want to do that no more among the black community.
Mm-hmm.
I work out because at the time when you're in your 20s, you got no health insurance. Start with your health insurance. Take it like that.
My health insurance is the Lord.
Oh my God!
He keeps me
It's the
going.
Lord too.
He keeps
It's
me
the Lord
moving.
too. At the same time, you gotta take care of that temple. You gotta keep that thing running, just like a car. How you buy a car? You buy it, you put gas in the tank, leave it in the
Yeah,
corner, and don't drive it for X amount of years or months. You think that was still looking good after a while when you don't maintain it?
Yeah, right.
Come
It's
on, it's
something
gonna
on
break
the.
down.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I
Our
think we
body's
have
like
to
a
be.
car too. You put all that fuel in your mouth and you don't maintain it, you don't exercise it. Come on, you think it'll be as good as new? No way.
I
Give
mean,
me
we're
a
getting
break.
older and older every day, so for sure.
And
For
you know what?
sure.
And one of the things, a lot of men in the manosphere or outside the manosphere are very direct in what they say in these areas. And some of the men are saying that, you know, just pay attention. How many men do you see getting out of a limo with a 300-pound woman? Right? These are the harsh things that they're saying. How many times have you seen a man go on a blind date and he walks into a 5-star restaurant and he sees a 300-pound woman sitting there and he actually goes over and sits down and has dinner with her? Like what they're saying is a man of status that's going to be around a lot of people or around in a lot of different areas are not going to accept, like Lance said, sloppy fat or
But
not going to accept those things, right?
I ain't in
Or
that
a
type.
like
linebacker.
I ain't around that
Or
type
a
shit. I'm on
linebacker.
some other shit.
I spoke on this yesterday, Black Man.
Or you don't date
That's
linebackers.
you're talking about a status of people that most people ain't gonna be around,
Exactly.
and that's what's kind of weird to me about this this community is they speak on it as if that's the majority. Most people
Exactly.
ain't stepping out no
Right.
limousine. Most people ain't going to
Exactly.
5-star restaurants.
That
That's
was
just
my
the facts.
thought.
Exactly.
So I think on
Yeah.
both sides, you got people who are mistaken. You got the women who think, and I use Kevin Samuels for example. Kevin Samuels ain't talking to 80 to 85% of the people out here.
Sure not.
Period, male or female. And the funny thing is, those 80 to 85% of the people take it on the chin the most. It's like, bro, he ain't talking about you. And sis,
Exactly.
he ain't talking about you.
Facts.
Like that it's just what it is. But it's like in this community, people have picked up as if he's talking to the common man, and he ain't. And he says he ain't all the time.
Right.
And people, you know, so
Thank
for
you.
people
30,000 a
like
year
most
making niggas
people
think they
that
some
I
high
know don't
value
want no
men.
twig. That's just what it is. Like it's just most people that I know of, I'll say our race don't want no twig. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. We like women with more, a little bit more weight on them. You know, you ain't got to be
And black
Lizzo,
men,
but
they big white women. There's a lot of
you
black
said
men
what?
love big white
So Brian,
women.
so let me ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So let me
Yeah,
ask
That's a
Brian this
whole
question.
nother.
So Brian, let me ask you this question.
Katrina's.
So so it goes to the point of this though. Like you said, it's on both sides. I think that men are more more visual. Women are more emotional. So that's why when
Women are visual.
When S. Dot said that you will see a dude that looked like
because he got money.
Not like
I said the beauty standards are different.
right, but if
That's
you
all
say
I
you always see
said.
a beautiful woman on the arms of a man that don't look as beautiful, right? That's what you said, right? So
The
in that
beauty
case,
standards are not the same between men and women.
right? And
why ain't a lot of fine women with beautiful with big men then? Why you don't see that then? You don't see that a lot unless they got some money.
Well, you do see that, but you know, I mean, I guess you quarantined, but you know, you do see that you do see a lot of big dudes out here being teddy bear to these little women. That's a fact.
Because they got money.
That's a fact.
Boy, they got some
okay, so it's
but
two
the
things, black
majority
man.
of big men.
It's not always about money.
Brian is on.
It's two
Brian
things,
is on
black
point.
man. It's
I'm
two
from the
things.
game.
It's
I know.
one, women look
I've been
for
around
men.
big dudes. I know how the game go.
But it's one women look for men for resources, and number two for protection. So
There
that's the difference. We ain't trying to get no big chick to protect us. Like, it's
No,
just what it
for
is.
all the
And
big
we
guys who are
generally ain't
big,
getting
who
no
got
chick
money,
to provide resources. So that's why generally you can see that, and you see like the women with the teddy bears because they in their head that represents protection. You know, the bigger you are, the more you can protect me, type of deal.
Right, and that
It
does
just
remind me.
depends because some skinny men love big women, and some
Yeah, they
women,
do.
some big women don't like big men. So
they-
it just varies. I have
And
a
you know what?
friend who's a larger woman. She does not like a big guy.
You know what? On my radio,
Island Girl Q says she likes skinny guys.
on
And
my
she said
right,
she's
So-
thicker and she don't want two
right,
thick people together. So,
and on my
yeah.
show, I had a girl on my radio show on Mondays come on and say the same thing. She said, "Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm 5 foot tall. And I'm 295, 300, but it just disgusts me to want to be with a big old man." And I couldn't receive it. I mean, it just bounced off of me because I'm like, okay, I don't even have the words now. Even just thinking about that, I just don't have the words.
I mean, the logistics involved in their
let
life.
me say
Maybe
something.
that's
Let me say
not
something about that. Let me put something into this. I used to be good. I used to date big girl when I was younger in my 20s. But it got to a point when I started to watch the warning sign and I started to get irritated by it. Because you know why? Me being a slim guy who is fit and attractive, dated someone big. The first thing I start looking at is how often you breathe heavy and you take one flight of steps. Why it take you so hard to walk for get 10 feet before you say you're tired? And I start to realize, no. I can't deal with this. Because in my back of my mind is you're a liability. You could break down any moment, any time. I don't need that stress in my life. So I have to rethink myself. You know what? I'm not gonna date a woman who's bigger than me. Because at the end of the day, when something goes down, I gotta lift you.
Dude, stop saying that.
I can't believe you're shaming people like this, Canadian black man. I can't believe it.
I'm not shaming. I'm just being upfront.
I'm giving you a hard time. That's what people would say based on what you're saying.
Right.
I'm being upfront because I used to date big girls. I used to in my 20s. That's how I realized something wouldn't make any sense because a lot of the big girls I was dating,
But I do want to make that distinction though. It ain't just big because somebody brought it up earlier. I think it was Tommy about being in the gym. There's some big dudes in the gym that can straight ball and got endurance, like straight up.
Yes,
I remember
sir.
going to the gym and I'm up there, doing good. I'm just straight up at the gym. I'm like, oh big boy, about to cross him over. Bro ran games multiple times while I'm gassed on the sidelines. So it ain't just being big. It really is about being healthy.
Right.
Biologically speaking, men genetic and men biology, it's not the same as women. There's guys yet who are big. Either they have that internal strength a long time ago, they have the muscle hidden underneath. It's just that people don't pay attention to it. I used to be big at one point. I started to lose the weight. But what I normally do, the type of work I was doing wasn't to be a builder. I was building endurance and I was building strength in my body. I learned like 4 to 5 type of working out. But the thing what I was normally doing, it all based on a health issue. I had to make my body stronger on the inside first before I make my body stronger on the outside because anything can happen. You can have an injury. I was in a car accident back in 2000. My ex-girlfriend got a back problem. I came out with no back problem at all because you know why? I invested a lot of time building my body structure from inside out. So to be immune to pain and injury. That's the main reason I work out for. Not to look good, but to be strong, healthy, fit, and endure pain.
Yeah.
That's my
I
main
want to
reason.
ask all these people who say no to being with big women, have you ever been with big women though?
My wife is not big. She's thick, but not big. I don't do big women.
Man, listen, y'all. I heard the CK on thick. I didn't hear the other first, the thick.
My
He
wife
wanted that to be known.
That's my wife. She would do that to me regardless. She would say, I can't argue with her.
So guys, let's pause for a minute and take a look at the comments. This is why Brian needed to keep his tank top on at the beginning.
Brian, am I the perfect size for you? Brian, what's your answer?
What's your answer?
Grab your measuring tape, Brian.
Hey, yo, Brian.
Hey, black man, can you put Brian on the main screen? I want to read this. I want to read this out loud. Brian, am I the perfect size for you?
Yeah, you all right with me, baby. But do you got some money though? That's all I want to know. Do you got some money? So in order for me to talk to you, you gotta have some type of funds because I'm a man.
I knew you was gonna say that.
With 2 kids, and I can't give you all my money. So therefore, I need to go 50-50. Are you with the 50-50 game? Then I most definitely see what we can do. But besides that, baby, if it ain't that, I can't do nothing for you. Bro.
Contestant, you've got 30 minutes to make your claim. 30 minutes to claim your prize.
Pick it up at the front.
Brian, this is your conscience speaking.
Wait a minute.
Get your shit together.
She said yes. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
She said yes.
Oh, she did?
She said
money.
Oh, she did.
Black man just introduced a new show, The Love Connection.
You see how stupid these women is, though? You see how easy it is just to manipulate a woman to get her what she do? This girl don't know me from a can of paint, and she's gonna give me a goddamn money. Boy, these women stupid, bro. They so gullible. It's
oh my God! Did he just
Brian now?
You get him off.
I'm just saying, like, women gotta have more.
Don't say these women. Say her in the comments.
No, I'm just saying some women just gotta have more respect for themselves, bro.
Bro,
like,
the love connection has been broken. Brian, how you kill a love connection, man? We were going so good.
I'm different, brother.
So I want to see my girl.
I want to be the Hunter. I want to be the Hunter.
Before we move forward, hey, I got Mr. Beat in the World 84, man. We had a great time on his platform last night, man. I'm gonna let him get his words in, man. I don't want to hold him too long, but go ahead, B, and get it out real quick.
Definitely. Thanks for having me on, family. Appreciate everybody on the panel. Appreciate everybody here, most definitely. I think it's all about preference. You know what I mean? It's what you prefer. But best advice I've ever gotten, one of the best advice I've ever gotten from my mentor was when picking a mate, you have to be the most selfish. So you must pick somebody that you want and that you need. You know what I mean? They most fit that criteria. If they do not fit the criteria that you're looking for, then you are wasting your time, and time is not something that can be wasted. You know what I mean? You must find somebody that you really believe that you can spend the rest of your life with. If not, then just date around, have fun, do your thing. You know what I mean? Me, myself, my preference, you know, I like thick women. I like big women. That's my preference. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody likes what they like, you know what I mean? But that's for me. You know what I mean? So, you know, every man has their preference. Every woman has their preference. And I think that it's not always about money as well. I think that what men have to start understanding is about really your personality, your aura, and how you take care of yourself. You know what I mean? So there's times where you can see a dude and he's looking, he got missing teeth, he's all jacked up, he's looking crazy out here, but he's pulling some of the baddest ones. You know what I mean? I know a dude he was straight up homeless, and he was pulling some of the baddest ones. Homeless, the man ain't have no place to go. He was washing windows, but yeah, he was still getting some bad ones. So at the end of the day, it's really, really about who you are. And sometimes, you know, men may not be cooking as far as the finances, but he's cooking everywhere else. You know what I mean? He's making a cook everywhere else. So sometimes that's what really counts. You know what I mean? So you got to keep that in mind and in perspective. You know what I mean? Thank you for having me on Black Man Unfiltered. I'll rock with you. I'll rock out with y'all. You know, I'm not going nowhere, but yeah.
All right, bro. Appreciate you for coming on, man. Hey, look, so Jedi Mike is in the back right now. Thank you for coming on, bro. Jedi Mike is in the back right now. He wants to show the young ladies that he's lifting the weights and he got his tank top on and he's ready. Like watch this. I'm finna bring him on. Hold on, watch this. Here we go. Jedi, you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you tonight the male dancer.
The male dancer.
The male dancer, and his name is.
Oh, it's time for me to leave.
The fruit of passion.
I can't even. Oh, Lance.
I need to breathe, man. I need to breathe. I can't be down here laughing, okay?
Oh my God. Oh, man.
Let me find out, Jedi.
So Brian, hold on, man. Before Jedi go, Brian, she's really on here saying that she'll go 50-50. She got the check. She got the bag. She don't mind helping you with your kids. None of that, bro.
What it got to do with me, though?
Huh?
He want to be.
What they got to do with me? Shout out to that sister, though. You know what I mean? Shout out to that sister, and I'm flattered. You know, I don't think I'm the shit or nothing like that, but you know, women just gotta have more respect for themselves and don't be so thirsty on the chat like that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to reach out to me, go through the messenger or something. You know, I ain't like most of these niggas. Most of these
I will
niggas
say
jump
this.
on some shit like
I will
that.
say this on her behalf. Christina did last week. She asked for your messenger, and you didn't respond to her.
Oh, for what? Dwayne, on social media, oh my bad, black man. I'm sorry, black man. On social media, it's a bunch of women that comment on my page, correct?
Yep, it is.
That's all women. Like everybody comment on there. So there are a lot of women that comment on there that I don't gotta flirt with. They beautiful and everything. They're just not my thing, bro. These, you know, like
she just
let's not
apologized
do
to you,
that.
bro. She said she's sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. Tell her chill out though.
Well, she can hear you.
Yeah. I'm telling her chill out.
Cam up.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Cam
He
up.
built her up to break that woman down that fast.
Cam up, Christina.
Now, Brian
up.
just
You
saying
gonna
his
prove
girl
to
gonna
him
be an
tonight.
Instagram girl all day. She ain't gonna even comment on Gram. She gonna post up for y'all to see it. That's it. Y'all ain't gonna know what they are, what they doing.
Man.
That's it.
Hey, DJ Eddie, if you still watching, man, hey, hit me up on my email, bro. blackmanunfiltered@gmail.com. But okay, so I mean, back to the conversation. So we got K-Soul in the building. K-Soul, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing tonight?
Oh man, doing good. You been listening?
Yeah, I've been listening. I heard the whole thing.
Okay, so go ahead with your thoughts on the matter.
You know, I have no issue with people's different preferences. However, I do think, and I think a lot of these conversations circle back to this one main point of even having these conversations in the first place, and that's to make sure that we are pushing each other to be the best versions of ourselves, and we should be pushing ourselves to do that too. But you know, when you have friends and family and people in your life to help push you, I mean, it's even better. And I think when it comes to the issue of size and weight, you know, if someone is pushing you to be healthy, it's not a negative thing. I do understand though. I do understand that sometimes, you know, people can be plus size and be healthy. However, most of the people that say that haven't even consulted with a doctor. That I think that has become more of an excuse to continue living the way that people want to live. You know, so I think you can be big and healthy. I think you can be skinny and unhealthy. However, when these conversations do come up, I think it's in everybody's best interest to just seek being the best version of yourself. Go consult with your doctor, see if you can eat better, see if you can go running. And no one's perfect, but if you can just move closer to being a little bit better, then you're winning at the end of the day. So a lot of times these conversations, I just feel like they end up deflecting the main point, which is to be the healthiest version of yourself, which is the most important thing. So that's my take.
Jedi?
Well, I think I know we probably gave my 2 cents on that before I left earlier, but yeah, I agree with what K-Soul was talking about, but also what Sir Hale was talking about too, that right, you know, becoming the best version of yourself is also, you know, making sure that everything that you're taking care of, your mind, body, and spirit, is all in one, and you're not really kind of giving more than the other with that, because and much as like having preferences is like everyone, determine what your preferences are might be okay. It might be one thing, but when things are actually a detriment to your life, in that point, preferences out the window. It's like, are you gonna be even here tomorrow to even have those preferences in the first place? So I think you gotta be mindful of that. But I shared the sentiment what Queso was talking about, making sure everything. Are you consulting with a doctor or anything like that if things are actually again crossing that line? But what Sir Hale was talking about with uh, the woman, whoever cooks in the home controls how long a person lives. Uh, wait, what?
Oh
That's
my
Oh,
that's
God.
another
I'm
one.
sorry. I got this.
Yeah, that's another one. That's the second one. Brian's a hot commodity tonight.
What?
Ooh, if y'all don't leave Brian
Okay,
alone.
ladies and
Why
gentlemen,
would you do
round
me
two.
like
Yeah,
you?
round
Hold
two.
Round
on.
two.
Hold on. What she say?
She say, Brian, would
Nothing.
you do me like
Nothing.
you did
Don't
her?
tell.
Yeah, Brian, will
What
you
I
do
do?
me like you did her?
Dude,
Everybody
You got
was
20
I
seconds
don't
to
know these
respond.
people. I don't know these people. It's,
They're trying to get to know you, my friend.
I don't know. I'm good. I'm good, man. Hey, man.
Help
I'm
him out,
trying to get.
Lance. Help him
Listen,
out, Lance.
listen. On some real shit. I'm on here, man. Trying to learn, try to get better at debating people, man. I ain't studying these little hoes like that, bro. You know
Oh
what
my
I'm saying? I
Whoa.
get that.
Not
She need to.
yet.
Wow. Oh my
Damn,
God.
I just don't like that. I don't like that, bro. I don't like
Oh
it.
my
You know what I'm
God.
saying? They need to do. There's other
Brian does
guys on
not
here.
like
There's other guys
catcalling.
on here. I'm
Okay.
not the. I ain't handsome. My teeth crooked. I'm broke. I ain't got no money. Shit. There's other niggas on here, man. Talk to them niggas. There's a light skinned nigga on here. They don't want me. Shit. I
Oh
got a
my
little
God.
dick. My dick 3 inches, baby. You don't want me. You don't want me. You don't want
I'm
me,
broke. I
bro.
got no.
This dude just ran himself under a tractor.
I didn't know.
I ain't thirsty like that though.
Man. Oh, that shit is hilarious, bro. Man, that's crazy. Crazy. Okay, Jedi,
Man,
you
somebody
paused.
trolling me.
It was a comma in your comment, so you can continue.
I lost. I'm sorry.
After a
My
couple
bad.
of shotgun shot and a grenade, what can you say
Yeah.
after that?
Where's the bullets? Oh, that's on Sir Hale. Or where?
No, that was me, but I didn't have it ready. So go ahead.
Nah, but no. Anyway, but yeah, I guess just like I said, I share what they were saying, but um, yeah, like I said, health is wealth. But going to like talking to a doctor, if that that line gets crossed in terms of you want to be the best version of yourself, everything. You also have to come with self discipline, and regardless of men and women, regardless of the preferences, there's some type of a thing of maintain yourself in terms of your hygiene, which I emphasis more on men, really on that, and anything else, because we other men too, we watch how you conduct yourself, how when how do you know how to wear a suit, do you know how to clean shave and everything like that, do you smell right around, that's the same thing that you think only women, since that we identify too as men, because I don't really feel like with someone like with that can't take care of themselves, because that's going to influence on me. So but yeah.
So my next question would be, do you think men conform to being married, but their wives are no longer as sexually active as they used to be? Do you think
Say
men
that
should
again.
do you think men
What?
should conform? Do you think husbands should conform to the fact that their wives they went through probably a body change, had a kid, or went through something traumatic, or nothing at all? I'm just trying to give out different scenarios here. Do you think men should conform to saying, you know what, a lot of men say right now, man, my wife ain't giving me none. I probably get it once a month, or I get some
Hey,
holiday
they can
check.
get some pussy somewhere else. Get some pussy somewhere else.
Okay,
And
so
be happy.
that's your perspective. So let's get it from a
Yeah,
female
niggas
perspective.
do it.
So
Man, niggas do it all the time.
right,
Niggas do
I agree with you. I agree with you. So
yeah.
Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, nigga better cry. Nigga stop crying.
What,
And stay married and
Um,
keep the family together.
should a man
Granddaddy did it.
adjust
Granddaddy was
to
gone
a
for 3
woman's
days
sexual
or
decline,
leave.
decline.
should a man, I mean, it goes both ways, because eventually sometimes the men go limp. Okay,
Right.
so that goes both ways with age.
Okay.
Okay, so my thing is, if you worried about her drying up and shriveling and things like that, worry about keeping it up. So it goes, you have to have more than just sex.
Yep.
Okay, when y'all start hitting, that's why you have to work out. That's why you have to make sure your diet is, because that will affect things. I'll leave it at that.
So I think I was talking more about desire. Like she didn't.
Desire, I mean, there's a way to
That will affect
connect with your
desire.
mate that is
For
not
sure.
that doesn't
It affects
involve
desire for sure.
sex per se. So you have to learn how to be intimate with your mate on a different level, and you have to kind of reinvent yourself throughout your relationship. So I
That
think that you
mental
have
game.
to learn each other again as you go through the different phases of your life and your
True.
different health or different things that affect you. Say you had an autoimmune disorder or something like that, that may affect your energy. So maybe you need to walk, maybe you need to get some herbs, maybe there's some you have to be collaborative and be in a loving space so you guys can have that dialogue about what needs to happen and set the example for each other.
And I know this is
Yeah.
rare, but what if we look at it from? Well, I'm gonna get everybody else's answer on this one, then I'll do the other one. So, what do you
Okay.
think, Black David?
Man, after that low blow she just threw out there, I was like, what?
I mean, you
I feel
go
like
ahead.
I'll be honest. So it's not an easy thing because, for example, you have women who go to a situation whereby they give birth to a child that have postpartum the anxiety disorder or postpartum depression disorder. There may be a change of mood. It's all about, are you more committed to the relationship to make the change? Because it's not something you can just say, okay, you know what? If I'm not getting it, I'll go to somebody else. I cannot think that way because that's kind of
Yeah.
crazy for me.
Right.
And even as a Christian, as my faith and the kind of person I am, I don't believe in stepping out of my marriage. So it's not going to happen. But I will continue to do what I can to make any effort to make any change. But if I have to work out myself more, I'll keep doing that. Maybe she want to follow. Maybe I can find to what kind of food we can change in the house so we can eat. Because in reality, I remember working in a hospital after IT, but I spoke to a nutritionist. She mentioned something. If what you eat could either boost your energy, boost your drive, or reduce your drive, because sometimes we don't understand the kind of food we eat can deter us from building our marriage in that kind of way. And I thought about it because New York City, who the most active community that we ever seen so far? Asian community.
Thank you.
Early in the morning, 5
Yes.
o'clock in the morning, they're
Asian.
doing Tai Chi. They're in the 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and they do like it's nothing. They can hold a pose easy. And I ask myself, how many black people in the 30, 40, 50 do the same exact thing? Let me count on my finger. Oh, I didn't get one up in, okay, none. But they don't eat what we eat. They got a healthy diet. We don't have a healthy diet. Our diet is fried chicken and biscuit. The
Hey,
diet is
hey, hey,
eating rice and
man.
Hey,
Hey,
no,
vegetables.
no,
man.
no, no,
Hey,
don't,
man.
don't,
I'm
don't,
not bashing.
don't,
I'm
don't,
not
don't.
Don't
bashing,
do
but
that,
Air
brother.
fry? Is it
I'm not
air fry
bashing.
though? Because air fry
Brother.
healthy.
Air fry.
We
Yeah, that's
ain't
right,
hating on the
Lance.
Oh, I
Jolo
got
Don't
I
do
brothers,
got air
that.
man. We ain't hating
Yeah,
on the
we
air
got air
fry
Jolo
fryer
healthy for the
too.
brothers.
community.
Listen,
We
we
got
ain't
air
hating
fryer
on the
too.
Jolo.
But I gotta be honest. I was part of that same trend too because I used to
Okay,
about the
okay.
fried
We ain't
chicken.
hating
But
on the
I'm not gonna
Jolos,
lie.
man.
But the thing is, me and my wife talk about it for years. Like we need to change our way of thinking because you know why? As you watch these guys walk as if they're not getting old no time soon, and they're 40, 50, and they'll be in the bus stand, they don't have to sit down. But black folk, we have to sit down because our knees hurting, our back hurting, this hurting, that hurting. I started to ask myself, if we don't make the change from within our own family, how you expect me to make the change?
The micro leads to macro.
That's
Bingo.
not true. I mean, I feel
Really?
like
Really?
I feel like there's a lot of black people that know health now way better. This is a cool
Not,
thing
I agree.
about like this day and age. There's no way you can just
not
go
in the
around
hood.
and be ignorant.
Not
If
in
you're
the hood.
ignorant, you're trying.
Not in the
There's-
hood. You only see
That
a few people jogging in the hood.
But
Yeah.
I
There's
mean,
every few
and
people.
you know, and they might be in the hood, and then when they elevate their level of thinking, they'll elevate how they treat themselves.
When?
I mean,
Everybody goes
When?
through their stages where they treat themselves good and they treat themselves
Yeah,
bad.
but we had the same issue in the black churches.
Oh,
I feel like I see skinnier black children nowadays than I do ever.
Don't get me
I don't know.
started.
That's not. Is that? I
Don't get
mean,
me
There's some
started.
I
It
mean,
was
there's some
when you
bad
talk
I
about
had
children,
my
man.
poverty,
I had
you
my
get into a
friend back in
different
the day. Let me tell you
area.
something.
hold
That's
on.
not. Go
I
ahead,
had a
that's not.
friend back in the days in my late 20s, early 30s. I used to bash black minister who was overweight. I used to say that if a minister is overweight, I'd leave that church. But you know what? He ain't fasting. He ain't praying. He one cheeseburger might be rolled down the hill. And people think I'm being too damn hard. So I'm like, excuse me. I spent 7 years in the motherland. I haven't seen an overweight minister in my life over there. I come over here and they've been looking like Fat Alberts. Hello.
Hey.
Right.
I
And
got the statistics too.
And half of the church got diabetes, high blood
wow.
pressure,
Oh,
Yeah.
see, like
Yeah,
what
but
all
how
kind
long
of.
ago was
Holy
this? Was
Spirit
this
No,
like
but
like
gravity.
2012?
I had to think as a black
Because
man
we're
too,
talking about
because
2021. People are healthier. I mean, like,
So I think S. Dot wanted to respond to what you said, Black David. Go ahead, S. Dot.
I was just saying that you have to be mindful about how you talk about certain communities in poverty, because on a public health spectrum, you have to think about food desert and redlining and those different things that take place of why people don't have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. And that's all I wanted to put out there. Just because someone, sometimes they only have a KFC or a McDonald's, or the affordability of it. So I just have to just keep that in mind. Now, I do see in the hood people going to the track, and especially Hispanic families. They always go to the track and they work out. That's just something I've seen.
Too. Yeah.
And they just go around or they'll walk. So I do think health is personal. It is a journey of your own. You can't do it for other people. You really have to do it for yourself. So it's good to have people along the journey, but you really have to make a decision for yourself if you want to be healthy.
and what's wrong with unhealthy people? We need them. I mean, we have a whole bunch of hospital workers that depend on people being unhealthy. Just like we got a whole bunch of
that's a
regular
whole
workers that
other
depend on
can of
people being
worms,
well.
Lance. I mean, the pharmacy loves sick people, but my thing is, there's a lot of that's a whole nother topic that I love.
Yeah, because Big Pharma. I mean,
yeah, Big Pharma is a whole nother thing, a whole nother.
But we were talking about conformity.
Yeah, but I
So
mean, I
we
would
can
just
make a
say
good point,
you got to
Sean.
have your own mind when you're looking to make lifestyle changes, and you have to do what works for your body, because what works for you may not work for someone else. So, yeah, just wanted to highlight that.
You're sure right.
I think too with the hood too is people just stressed out about other shit, and health
Correct.
just ain't necessarily number one thing on their mind. They trying to pay bills and shit. So I think that's another part of it too.
No, so you can't pay them if you're dead.
I
Just be
sure got to
mindful.
say something, but y'all took the words out of my mouth.
And that's just another thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, and you make a good point, Sean, honestly. No, I agree with you. But at the same point, it's like there's a balance to that at certain things, I understand you can say, like, yeah, there is food deserts and certain things like that. But also, most things that they come with certain convenience, like there's different, like, kind of certain studies have been showing that even then, that certain things of like water, not really resorting to, like, high stuff with high sodium, whatever, and doing that, there's little things that you don't have to have a huge income for, to basically decide which access of food is available or not. But like with what you're saying, that is a actual issue that's in the community. But what I was just coming from is certain things where there's, on a convenience level, it's like really more on snacking, like sunflower seeds and other stuff like that should not be really resorted to as in terms of your healthy diet, because that's what I'm just talking about. Like, I understand from the sense that in our systematically that's kind of affecting us, but over a general sense is that most of the problems we can have to come from, okay, cut off the salt, cut off the high fructose corn syrup, stuff like that. That I'm just saying
And you
that
need to
requires
attack the companies that make those things, because it's hidden in the labels. So my thing is, if you're thinking, if people don't know how to read labels, for one. So I'm not saying that
That's true.
I'm
That's
saying
true.
that, but people do not know how to read nutritional value and discern what sucrose, all those different sugars mean. So they're eating it, not realizing that stuff is in their diet. So of course they say to the fresh fruits and vegetables, and then your protein or whatever. But some people think, oh, if I get this box and it has like a vegetable serving in it, not realizing that still wasn't healthy. You should have just had some zucchini noodles or something instead of whatever. So I'm just saying, like, having that education is really important before we kind of demonize people for not knowing. And they really do feel like they're doing their best thing, and they don't know why they're losing weight, or they don't go to the doctor to check their panels and things like that. So they don't know what's affecting, or they don't have access to a nutritionist and stuff like that. So that's all. Like even just here in the word.
One time, guys, can hear. But what is the solution? Is what I'm saying. Like in the hood, like you said, it's a food desert, and black people are not really fortunate enough to get. What's the ugly black guy in California that ran for governor but he lost? What was his name?
I don't remember the name.
He just lost. one of his things was he said, and he's just I mean, when I say coon, I mean, man.
Yeah, you talking about black dude? Dang, I can't think
Oh
of
my
my
God! But he was like, we already out here giving.
He's a Republican.
Yeah. He said we
One
already
with
out here. We giving all these. They talking about the black children are the most obese on the planet, and he said, why should that be when we're giving them all the food stamps and all? You could take those food stamps and buy some green beans, buy some carrots. Stop going to the store getting Capri Suns when you're a kid. You can go buy some pinto beans or some carrots.
Plant some tomatoes.
And I mean, so what do you guys? How do you guys feel about him saying that?
They plant
That's
kale.
right.
They'll eat
I mean,
kale.
no, he's right.
Let me answer that
Right,
one. Let me answer
but
that
you
one.
don't have
Let
the
me answer that
education.
one.
You don't have the education like
We'll go to you, Black David.
Let me answer that one.
Go ahead, Lance.
For one living in Brooklyn, New York,
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
me and my wife, we
Lance.
see it every day. We go to the grocery. We have McDonald's on us. We have KFC. We have all the fast food chains. We have the grocery. I used to work at a grocery in Walmart back in Long Island. And when I go to next door to us, I asked the guy, how come you don't have no better selection in the grocery? You know, he tell me, it's based what the people purchase the most. If you're not purchasing a lot of healthy stuff, he's not going to order more healthy stuff in the grocery. You have all the healthy food choice, like it's not no Trader Joe or Whole Food whatsoever. It could be Food Bazaar. It could be any kind of grocery, right? If people are buying all kind of junk food, chip, and stuff like that, it's high quality, not good for the health. Get what they'll do based on supply and demand. They'll purchase more of those and bring to the grocery. Me and my wife, we had to make the change for ourselves and say, you know what, we need to start eating healthy. My wife cooked, so she started cooking more healthy food. We got rid of the cooking oil and used olive oil.
But that's a decision. That's like a decision for somebody who's worked in nursing to say, okay, I want to go get my doctorate. You realize we've had a whole habit of food. There are people that when you say the word diet, they don't even think of it as lifestyle. They think of it as this thing I'm going to get on for 2 or 3
You're right, but my wife
I mean, you can't. So it's like easy to attack people for not doing something right.
No,
And they don't know
but here's the
Why
thing.
use that word?
My wife is not a nurse.
We just got to the point like 5 years ago. We realized the food pyramid was a whole conglomerate in itself and was interchanged any so which way they wanted to for any given seven number.
You got
of years.
a point, but here's the thing: everybody go to the hospital, right? When they had an issue with their body, everybody go to the doctor, right? When they got to Let's be real. When you're sick of the day, you can't take care of yourself. You got to go to the hospital. You go to the emergency room. New York City, the emergency room will be full of a lot of black people. King County Hospital. I go there a couple of times when I have certain injury, but there'll be a lot of black folk in there. When it's time to come back for a regular check or make sure that thing, they get a chance to go to talk to the nutritionist. It's never in their mind because they think it's none of a big deal.
But are they in a black area though?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna see a lot more black people there. If you went to one of the whiter hospitals, you'd see a lot of stupid white people that are making stupid health decisions that essentially get them in the ER looking stupid. I mean, that's not really like a. Everybody has health issues. We do not have a.
White people are very sick.
356 billion conglomerate for nothing in America. We are making money off health problems that we create, that we are conducive of, that we voluntarily participate in, and we are habitually mind fucked into thinking that we don't need to be eating meat. Our fangs in our teeth, we have naturally evolved. They have shaved down themselves. Scientifically, we don't need to eat not a lamb, not a motherfucking turkey, not a chicken. But nobody's switching to vegetables. As a matter of fact, they've doubled down in the production, the genetic production of vegetables and fruit. They are systematically attacking us. So it's kind of hard. It hurts me when someone is attacking the people for not doing something when we just gotten to the point we figured out what was even the right fucking thing. And that the people who were supposed to be telling us the right thing are still trying to pump the wrong shit inside.
And this is why my kitchen had not only Ninja kitchen system, we had the air fryer. You can have the grill. They have been going on for
the air fryer don't do nothing to those synthetic zucchini.
No. We use air fryer.
I remember zucchini. You remember used to set zucchini up in the counter and it lasts for like 4 weeks. I have some molding right now. I've had it for a week and a half. This mold looks like something out of a cartoon. It's real life. We have lettuce that we cannot burn. This shit is crazy. Like,
Yeah.
so it's they want us to die. They need us to die. You understand that? Like when
I know what
I
you're
start
saying,
talking
but
about
right
food,
now,
it drives me crazy because it's literally there was a point in time where it was, yeah, there was people that could afford it and could get healthy, and they were walking around here skinny because they didn't know nothing about protein.
and this why they in New York City,
Shoot,
in
let's
Brooklyn,
talk
New York
about
City,
how my grocery bill
in
is
New York
like
City,
$100 more.
they got a thing called the community
Right.
garden right
300 for
now.
2 weeks.
And
It
so
is
let me
a-
ask you this, Black David. So again, let me ask everybody individually here, because all these people, all you guys are very intellectual people. Let me ask you this question. We'll start with S. Dot, and then we'll move forward. So, what is the solution to the problem in our community to get the kids to understand health? Now, we will say Michelle Obama, she was
Yeah,
huge
she did do a
about
big.
kids' health. I mean, she was out there this the
Doing
first lady
push-ups,
you've seen
man,
out
for
in the
health.
garden, in the front yard, dancing with the kids and doing exercise, planting vegetables and all
She
this
made
other
me
stuff.
eat kale chips.
Right,
I
and
didn't know what that was.
right, and even now
Love
she has a cooking show. Well, not a cooking show, but she has something on Netflix that does the same thing. Her and Barack have a TV show on Netflix about kids eating healthy and all this other stuff. So that's a solution, right? But personally, in our communities, what do we do when we know women out here are getting government assistance and getting food stamps, $1,500, sometimes $2,000 a month? And when this pandemic happened, people were getting $5,000 and $6,000 worth of food stamps. So how do we say don't get the Capri Sun, but get what was grown from the sun? Or how do we get to that point? How do we teach this?
It's the same thing when it comes to women fighting over breastfed or or regular milk from the powder and stuff. Like there's always going to be a debacle between what people feel like is best for them. And so I just feel like at the end of the day, I do feel like Black people, I've never seen this many vegans, okay, in my life that are Black now.
Yes.
That is happening more. I see vegetarians, I see pescatarians. I think people are a lot more mindful about what they are eating and digesting. So I feel like we are going in the same path. I'm mindful about what my daughter eats. Because I understand what her bloodline, what the background is. I know what my status is as a, my health status. And I know, I ask questions because sometimes even men don't even know, not all men, but some men don't even know their health status, with their backgrounds and blood work because they're scared to go. Let's just talk about that because at the end of the day, Black people weren't even allowed to go to the doctor. So we're getting to the point of actually going to the doctor because it's not a safe place all the time for Black people to be in the hospital.
Exactly.
Black women are dying giving birth at a huge rate. So we just have to keep that in mind. An alarming rate.
Yes.
Our babies are not thriving past 1. And so that
prenatal
care.
Hold on a second, let's pause right there for a second about the Black women, because I did see a documentary on that, and I saw some TV shows like health shows, like what was the name of the show? The Resident. They did a show, an entire show talking about Black women, and in the show they had a Black lady that just had a baby, her and her husband happy, big bundle of joy, and then all of a sudden the doctors got too busy, they weren't watching her. Doctor came in and looked at her colostomy bag, and he was like, "Oh, it's a little blood in there. She'd be fine." And she sat there and bled out. She died. And they dedicated the show to the girl that it was a true story.
Based on a true story, yes.
And she died from bleeding out right there in the hospital. A healthy Black woman that wasn't taken care of, and she died.
And it doesn't matter because it almost happened to Serena Williams if you watch one of her.
Exactly.
And this is why I say a few weeks back we need our own institution that connects with everything. That's the thing. We don't have our own institution.
Require resources and laws.
Right. Which we don't have that either.
Right. We have to work on that. But I mean, so my thing is we have to really, to tell somebody to put down a Capri Sun, like you can increase your water intake and make sure they have an extra serving of vegetables because they're gonna, depending on that, they're gonna move around.
Kaylin's preaching right now.
And you know what? She's right. We should talk to more churches about having gardens. And that's why me and S. Dot was saying a few weeks ago about the churches, when we said the churches weren't doing this and weren't doing that. There are some mega churches out here that have gardens in the back of them. and they're growing greens and carrots and tomatoes, and I mean, it's for the community. They come and bag it up and give it away. They're not selling it or nothing. So there's opportunities for that.
Anything.
And let's talk
I
about black
think we
people
got-
gardening.
Hold on.
That's
I
one of
think,
the things.
I think the first
Black
thing we
people
got
are
to is
gardening.
abuse.
Let's let
They're
E-Man
getting
go
into
first.
planting, you know, and things like that. We're getting back to those things. I want to start a garden. I don't know what I'm doing, but it is a
Anything.
desire of mine to start a garden and
In New York
get into
City,
plants and stuff like that.
hold on. In New York City, there's a free garden program all across the 5 boroughs. Right next door to where we live at, there are 2 free gardens. The problem is, back then, maybe 4 summers ago, my wife was going that thing heavy for 2 summers straight. The problem is, people were going to the garden instead of growing fruit, they were trying to grow weed. Next to people from
Ain't nothing
I'm not
wrong with
making this one up.
growing weed.
I'm not making this one up. I said that's what the problem is. There are free program when people is actually having public garden. They're growing fruit and vegetables. And based on certain neighborhoods, some are doing better than the other neighbor because they're actually doing it all year round. Producing mad fruit and vegetables, tomatoes, lettuce, whatever you need. They were doing that. My wife was doing that heavy for 2 summers straight.
Police the
The problem
gardens.
is, they were trying to make the garden.
Police the gardens. Night watchman for the rose bush. I don't like.
No, it's
like
the community. The community people was running themselves. They volunteer to do that.
Well, I think you really got to look at it like
E-Man.
this.
Go ahead, E-Man.
I think you got to look at this. First thing we got to do is what we don't want to talk about, this abuse. These kids being abused. Like if your kid is overweight, that is abuse. It's a form of abuse. And so we really because man, I'm telling you one thing.
I've never heard that before.
I never heard that either.
That is abusive.
I have.
Yeah, so
That is abuse.
if your child leave your house and they 200-300 pounds over their weight, that is abuse. It's not. Most people think abusive as physical, but it's our responsibility as parents to make sure that our kids stay fit, our kids work out. That is kind of one of the responsibilities of parents. And me being in Washington, if you know anything about Washington State is such a melting pot. You don't see a lot of other races, kids leaving overweight like we see it in the Black community. And that's because they getting up and running and they restricting their diets. And it's really a part of parenting, in my opinion.
Sir Hill has a question for you, E-Man. He said, overweight children is a form of abuse. Please expound.
So if you let your child overeat, it is abuse because you're not doing the right thing for your children. Yeah. See, anytime that you're doing the opposite of what's best for your children can be a form of abuse. Can we at least agree on that on that point?
Yeah.
If I'm not doing,
yeah, I think I see what you're saying. I mean, it's kind of like if I fed my child nothing but burgers and pizza and I never gave them vegetables, I never gave them water, and I know those are things that the body needs, I could see that being a form of abuse and neglect, like a neglectful type of abuse, if that makes sense.
Right. And so even in the chat right now, they're having a disagreement here because in the chat is showing that one person is saying, you know, we should have more Black leadership, Black doctors and Black nurses. And then Brianna, being a nurse, a night nurse, an ER nurse, she's saying Black leadership, Black doctors, Black nurses, and Black patients have the worst outcomes she's ever seen. So
well, I don't think it's about color. You know me. I think we need to get away from the color. I think everybody keeps saying
getting away from no color.
Yeah, cool.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, but when you talk about pregnancies with Black women, I cannot discount that for a fact. That's a fact that we have a issue in terms of death happening after they give birth to the child, and how the malpractice of hospitals are actually implementing on that. That is statistically proven. And
it's not. But it's not statistically proven in certain locations. In the South, is heavy. But when you start looking at
because that's what mostly Black people at. That's what.
Listen, just hear me out,
bro.
But listen, just hear me out. I get what we know. The South is messed up. Matter of fact, I advocate to go to the North. You know how they used to tell the slaves
I ain't
go
going
to the
North. I'm staying in the South.
But hold on. So,
ain't nothing. I won't be. That's why that was wrong with y'all now. Being living through the Martin Luther King love. But keep going.
All right, cool.
What?
All right, cool. But when we look at these places like Seattle, LA, we start looking at the West Coast. The first thing that we see is that these are majority not Black hospitals, and they're taking better care of their patients than these southern places. And so then we start.
Tell Serena Williams that she wasn't down south when she was giving birth and dying.
In a very nice hospital.
She was in
Some
Florida,
very nice
right?
white people.
Yeah, she was in a real nice
very
hospital.
nice white people.
And she had a damn whole floor to herself, and she damn near
She
died.
had to fight
with her white husband beside her.
But no, so we got. I think we have modernized the world so much that we don't know that death comes with birth. We just made it modern where it's not as common. Like if we go back in time, that was the number one way women died was through death birth. So that is
white women died like that. Black women never had issues what they having right now.
Yes. Oh, you don't, man. I'm telling you right now.
White women the ones that can't have babies.
Every woman was having problems with childbirth.
People in the world.
But you gotta keep it in perspective of Black women being mutilated during slave times for science. So don't forget about that too.
Well, let's go back before slavery.
Wow.
If we go back before slavery, let's go back 2,000 years ago. The number one reason women was dying because of childbirth.
We're moving the goalpost again.
No, we're not.
It is what it is.
Just say you love everybody, man. You are all lives type nigga, man.
Cool. If that's what you want to say, but childbirth have always been. Go ahead, Brian. I feel like you want to get some you
brother. No, I'm gonna get off anyway, man. I'm like you, man. Just like you don't want to call a man that dressed like a woman a he. When I had these type conversations with people like yourself, I do can't have restraint. So I can have respect for you and my brother on the show. I'm gonna step away, my Black man. But y'all be much love to all y'all, man. I'll see y'all next Tuesday.
All right, man. You take care, man.
All right. So so Bree's gonna come up in a minute because she's a nurse. She says she can come up and clarify about that whole hospital situation about the Black women dying in the hospital. But go ahead and finish what you were saying, and then we'll move on to S. Dot.
Yeah, so I just want to make it like this is not something new. Like people have been dying in childbirth from the beginning of time. It's been the one thing that killed women the most. Now, when we have modernized the world where it's not normal, but that have been from the beginning of time how women die. So I'm not saying that they're gonna have a successful birth every single time, but we definitely gotta understand that you're putting yourself in. It's a near-death experience every time you give birth to a child.
But are people? Because I don't know anything about this. That's why I got quiet when it comes to this issue. But are Black women dying more than other races?
No.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
3 times.
So we got the nurse on the line right here. Brianna just came in, so you can answer that question. But go ahead, E-Man first.
I just want to say, not if everything is equal. If you get a Black and white woman that's fit, that's in shape, it's different. Now the women that are overweight, to what I saw, are dying more. So,
so I can clarify. So first of all, I was a labor and delivery nurse. I worked on the West Coast in Seattle, and which is where I was trained as a nurse.
You breaking up real bad, sweetheart.
And that hospital has really good outcomes. And then I worked. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, you was breaking up pretty bad. I want them to be able to hear you. So.
Yeah, so I'm really curious to see what she says because I just listening and by day trade. My day job is I'm a data analyst. So a lot of times when people start talking about stuff like this, I start thinking about different angles, just how my mind works. So now I'm wondering, and Brianna can probably educate us a little bit. I'm wondering, is it because of the receiving of different care? Is it certain areas? Is it there's a lot of things. So
Am I still breaking up? I had my AirPods on, so I don't know.
Yeah, we can hear you now, ma'am.
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, I was trained as a nurse in Seattle, and then I worked in Georgia. So I worked opposite corners. In the South, typically does have worse outcomes. because the research is behind typically. So what I did was I actually became part of I created protocols in the South for hemorrhage protocols because we had such bad outcomes at the hospital I moved to, where Black women were dying all the time from just anything. But research does show that we do die more than other races, even partially because we don't research still is so behind. They don't really know why when Black women sometimes have these worse outcomes. But it doesn't matter what the education level is. It doesn't necessarily matter what their health was before. It's just something about how we're handled that we still have worse outcomes. When you compare us to other races with the same across the board, you can compare us to a white woman if she has high blood pressure, if we do, if we don't. If you compare us to our counterparts that are exactly the same, we still have the worst outcomes. Even in
So
California, the data
Yes.
is skewed. It's skewed. The way they report it is saying yes, our women have better outcomes, but Black women still proportionally have worse outcomes.
And I
Even
was
so can
born
I
in San
ask you a
Diego, so
question?
I know more exactly
Mhm.
what she's talking about from my own mother.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
said you was trained in Seattle, Washington, correct?
Yeah. When I first started as a nurse, I was there
And
in
so
labor and
do,
delivery.
do you believe in Seattle, all races are treated equally in Seattle?
Quantify that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it
I mean,
depends
I
on
mean,
in what
if you
way.
if you took a mother and they went to the same hospital in Seattle, Washington, do you feel like the nurse would treat a Black
No.
lady different? It'd be the same
Um,
treatment.
no. Sometimes there is something that we study called implicit bias, and some hospitals are now implementing it where you're testing nurses before we come in and showing nurses that they have implicit bias, and a lot of nurses have implicit bias against Black women, or they prefer to work with people who look like them. And so I've also worked in situations where because of cultural differences between Black women, how we are versus maybe white women or other how we're perceived sometimes, we don't necessarily get the same standard of care. I've witnessed this myself. I've done research. I've I've
So you
presented
said
at conferences.
so you basically what you saying that if you in Seattle, a Black woman
Mhm.
can be treated worse than a white woman in
Yes,
Seattle.
yes.
That's interesting.
It absolutely happens.
Hey,
And I'm not really I don't really know in every situation. Myself, even when I had my daughter as an educated nurse who worked on committees, who I know what I'm talking about, I ended up in a situation like Serena will. I mean, like literally telling the staff, these people I work with,
mm.
who I manage, you need to send me for an MRI. I have this going on. I'm not making it up. I still had to have that conversation.
I
And
have a selfish
So can I
question.
can I can I stop? Can I chime in here real quick? I just want to
Mhm.
offer some evidence. Shout out to Black Man Under Filter. Shout out to the panel and the chat. So when we look at healthcare and health, when we look at healthcare and food, structural racism is 100% apparent. There's a couple of universities that have actually documented this. So the first thing you want to look at is you want to look at patient protocol, right? University of Michigan, University of Pennsylvania, all have documented that one of the reasons why Mao healthcare practice for Latinos and African Americans are so are so stark is because one, when they're looking for new drugs, when they're testing in therapies, and when they're looking for therapy protocols, their test subjects are only Caucasian males and Caucasian females, right?
Correct.
The medical area of academia don't really have large sample case studies of blacks and Latinos when it comes to health, when it comes to, like, for example, high blood pressure. They just don't know
Correct.
how to treat it, right? They take whites and rats and then they say, okay, this is universal treatment for everyone, right? So you have structural racism there. Then
Mm.
when you come to to food, you do have food deserts. Now I'm not taking the onus off of free agency, but you do have food deserts in most urban areas, right, of Latin and black people. You don't only see child obesity in black in black communities. You also see child obesity in Latin communities, right? The evidence is clear. You can look at University of Michigan, because they did data analytics on that when we talk about healthcare and when we talk about food, there is a structural racism problem that lies in that. Now, for food, you do have agency, but there is racism there.
So I hear this thing all the time, and I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe the group can help me. So, is it true that 80% of Black women are overweight, or is that not true?
That is true.
Okay. So, are we saying that being overweight does not contribute to problems with having babies?
No,
Well,
it does. It does.
our black patients are typically more high acuity. So when I worked in the black hospital, I'll just say that, like, most of my patients were high acuity. I mean, most of them had some kind of outcomes, but even still, their outcomes were worse than their white counterparts who had these same issues. So yes, like, our patients are sicker. And I was going to say, even though the research academia is lacking as far as our samples, protocols do work. But a lot of times it's these issues of the protocols are not even being used because the patient is Black.
So what I'm asking, so I think that we have to first do the things that are preventable to really kind of understand, because I get it. I get what you're saying. Hey, if we know this person is overweight and we know that they might have these problems, we're supposed to put protocols in place to stop these things from happening. But I do think I just don't. I'm not the type of person that go to race first, and I'm not saying.
I mean, I'm
that
not either, and I'm one of
No,
I'm
but the
healthy.
That's
reason,
just what the data goes to.
Yeah, I'm a healthy
but
weight. I don't have
That's
any
what the
pre-existing. I'm 5'2". I'm 130. I'm not, I'm healthy. I'm educated. I'm all of the things you should be, but I still ended up having preeclampsia. And pregnancy is one of those things where it's not directly related to if you're unhealthy. If you go in overweight, you're going to have things. And if you come in, you can go into pregnancy healthy and actually end up having problems. Some of it is just genetic predisposition. If you have high blood pressure in your family, you may just
but
like pregnancy.
I
Rihanna,
want to say
I have a very selfish question. I want to get it in before we get back into it. So I live in Virginia. I live in Northern Virginia. My wife and I are planning, Jedi Mike. My wife and I are planning, however, maybe in the next year or two, to move to the Northern Georgia area, north of Atlanta. And so you just mentioned something about the hospitals.
Yes, Georgia's horrible.
Don't do
it's actually like I think the 49th. Like if you stack up which states, it's pretty bad, right? But that's not to say that there are some good hospitals in Georgia.
Okay,
so what I'm willing
I
to
would
do.
recommend a doula.
Yes, I was gonna say I would recommend you
a doula or a home birthing center, or like just kind of.
Because she's pregnant now, so the baby's going to be born up here. And so the reason I'm asking these questions is because there's a lot of different reasons I'm planning on moving. But just getting this information, because if need be, the job that I'll have will allow me, if need be, if we need to come back up here so she can have the second baby when we plan to do that. I'll do it.
Come to the West
so
Coast.
I'm gonna just give you some quick advice, like of and I think any Black woman or man who's gonna have kids, like anybody should know this, right? Like Sean said, get a doula, because they're gonna be your advocate. They're gonna start working with your wife before she even goes to the hospital, so she'll have a level of comfort with them. They're not on the hospital's bill, so she can be confident that, like, I'm paying you, you're here for me, you're gonna fight for me, right? And then second of all, I would always suggest maybe figuring out if you want a midwife or if you want a doctor, and understanding like what that means for you, not only in the care before, but like once you go to the hospital. Midwives are generally optimists. That's what I say. They don't see childbirth as like, oh, something's wrong with you. They see it as a natural process. And that can be really good for your energy, right? Like, I don't want you coming in thinking something's wrong with me. The way they look at you is like, there's nothing wrong with you, right? You can do this. They don't cast that on you. a doctor is going to come from a different perspective. They're going to be expecting the worst, but they also have privileges so that if the worst happens, your wife will have the same person with her the whole time. And then you have some practices that have both, so that she'll meet the doctors and the midwives. That way, if anything goes left, she'll know her team.
So, Bree,
the
can
whole
I ask you
time.
a question?
I might need to email you, Bree.
So, Bree,
Yeah.
Bree, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, based off your medical experience, do you think these problems is more from health conditions and past family history, or do you think it's more from mistreatment from the staff?
I put it on the hospital staff. It's definitely for me. I feel like people come in with all kind of stuff. If a white woman can come in a hot mess with her seventh baby that was IVF after she had 5 C-sections and is almost surely going to die, and she can make it, and all the resources are used, and when she coughs one time, the doctor's ordering all these tests, then a black woman should be able to make it out as well. So I feel like the
So you
failure is
believe
on
that
our
we're
side.
just killing our people? The hospitals are just killing black people on purpose.
Yes,
No, it's
I
just
think there's a
malpractice.
cognitive.
It's
I think there's a
malpractice.
cognitive. It's a cognitive dissonance for the staff. I'm literally the person that has to come and tell nurses, okay, this woman over here, she just came out of a surgery and her blood pressure is now 200 over something. Or I've had to argue with anesthesiologists that, hey, her blood pressure is 60 over 40 right now. Why aren't you giving her this and this and that? I've literally called a code on the patient, and this old white doctor came in and said, oh, she just needs a Tylenol. Her fever is 104 and she's breathing at 60, 60 respirations. She's shivering. She's going to die if you don't call the code. And if you don't call it, then I'm going to call it. I've literally had to argue with these people who know better. So I think it's the
I think
hospital.
the way it's been explained to
with,
me is basically when black women kind of voice their concerns, it's ignored a lot more than when white folks voice their concerns.
Well,
and
I don't think that's true if it's a man involved.
No,
It's
definitely true.
Let me say something.
Here's the thing, Emmanuel.
I would just say
this isn't
that
one of your, like, I understand, like, you not wanting, like, people to just throw out, oh, it's the black reason, it's the black card, all like that. But this is not like a black card situation. We don't want to think that when our mothers or our daughters are going to the hospital that they're not getting properly treated, but this is what the numbers say.
Let me add to that.
One at a time. So let Lance finish, and then we'll let S. Dot come in. Lance, then S. Dot, then we'll go from there. Go ahead.
I mean, that's all I'm saying. This is not a theory about, like, oh, does the crew hate black people? No, we're saying that black women are mistreated. That the facts and the mortality rate is so it aligns with improper treatment to black women. Nobody else, we didn't even know this. Nobody knew this. There was no black or white people claiming this. We were going to the hospital thinking that was the place we were going to get taken care of.
Well, I'm going to respond to that. Hold on, let me respond.
Yeah. So,
let me respond to what he's saying. So y'all believe that if a husband was in that room, he's going to let his
no, because you know what happens? You get kicked out.
No, you get kicked out. Thank you. You get kicked out.
You do. Absolutely.
Hold on.
So let me just say something, because when it comes to, I worked in preconception and conception education as a community health worker at one of the lowest infant mortality rates, which is in Fort Worth, Texas, has one of the lowest rates in the country. So when I say what I'm saying, I'm not coming from speculation. I'm coming from data. I'm coming from knowledge. Okay, so make sure you have a birthing plan for your wife, and make sure you have a doula who is educated, who can advocate, like Brianna said, and make sure that you guys are visiting these hospitals before, and then have a plan for postnatal care, because pelvis, all of those things, I'm sure she's probably reading into all those things, but just make sure that you're equipping. You have a team too that's going to advocate for you in those situations, not to scare you, but just to be prepared.
Yeah, we're definitely
and you can fire your nurse.
Yes, you can fire your doctor too.
Your nurse.
Yeah.
I switched 4 times.
Y'all don't think income matters?
That's crazy that you have to worry about something.
And just keep in mind, obstetricianists, they are surgeons. Okay.
Right.
So half the time people are like, oh, that's my OB, but they are surgeons. They're there to do whatever. And you can have a bad surgeon on your side. There are women who get clipped who don't need to be clipped.
Yep.
There are birth implants that people are not listened to, or like one of the ladies I had, she was getting a C-section. She's telling them, I'm in pain. They didn't make sure she had anesthesia. So she's feeling all of this. So my
It just
thing is,
happens.
it happens, and it happens too often, 3 to 4 times more than the average. And that's just facts. And there's
That's
nothing to
facts.
argue with
Right.
when it comes to
So
that.
the thing about it is that when we look at the data, like, and I gave you a couple universities you can go and check. You can do a quick Google search. When it comes to Black people, both Black men and women, they are more maltreated than others. Also, when you're looking at how to treat, for example, new drugs, new protocols, whatever, Black women, Black men, Latinos are not included in those new drug protocols. If it works for whites, then they just give a blanket statement that it works, right? So, I mean, this all adds up to it. Then when we talk about the obesity thing, 80% of women are obese according to the statistics. Child obesity and Latinx and Black communities are skyrocketing. There's a reason for that. There's a structural reason for that, right? So the thing about it is, it's just that, you know, in this kind of conversation, to oppose it, you would have to bring data, because everybody on the panel is telling you the data, where to go to look for it. So to kind of oppose it, you need to bring data, because we're not talking from an opinion or experience. We're just telling you what the numbers look like nationwide. And
And
I'll
what he's
just
saying
pause.
is totally correct.
So go ahead, Black David, and get yours out, because Black David been waiting for a little bit.
What he's saying totally correct, because last year during the pandemic, Willamette and Unfiltered had more than 20 plus doctors from multiple hospitals across the country, not only stating those data, they say what's going on in their own hospital as well. Because to see as many Black doctors from New York, Detroit, Philadelphia, Georgia, Michigan saying the same exact thing that's going on in the hospital, even before the pandemic, that has been an issue concerning medical health for the Black and the Latino community. It's not new to hear this, but for someone to say that whatever it did, whatever that, it kind of disingenuous, because you can't overlook facts, data that have been collected for more than a decade to this present time. This pandemic, more Black people were dying from COVID than the other community because of that. And many doctors came on Rolling Martin Unfiltered show voicing their concern about it from the beginning of the pandemic to this very day. Every now and then, some major Black organization in the leader of doctors and nurses come out and explain what was going on. So you can't turn your mind on. They can't turn your head up and say that's not true. Unless you work in I work in the hospital. Even a doctor told me about how the Latino community in the Bronx don't even try to take care of their own people. It's a structural thing that's going on. This is not new. This happens every single day. So you can't argue this situation. You can't argue this fact. No matter how much you try. Okay, let's want to see 100 doctors all across the country tell you the same exact thing. Until they're wrong there, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's almost the same thing as like the police issue, and it's like if you haven't personally witnessed it, like you can't even fathom that should be true. But I got,
I can say the reason that I am kind of biased about this is because I just went through this process. So I'm not saying that people are not mistreated when it comes
With the
down to
Black
child.
women you've gone through it, I'm sorry. I just wanted to know.
I done been so I have a Black sister, so she done went through the process. Plus, me and my sister have a baby that's less than a month apart from each other. So we both just had a baby in the Washington area. Now I know the South. I'm from Georgia. I think most people don't know the fact that I'm from Georgia, and I'd have been pulled out of the car and beat by police officers. I know how bad Georgia is, and I'm not neglecting what that is. I'm just saying that I feel like your chances are better on the West Coast. That's all I'm saying. I'm
You
not
ever
saying that
heard
it
Rodney
doesn't
King?
happen in the South.
You ever heard
Just
Rodney
generally
King?
speaking, they are better on the West Coast. I mean, you're right, but it's for Black women, it's still,
But
But
worse
I'm just
numbers.
saying, like you
Even
putting
to
in the
say
back
that
chat.
shows that you know that racism is structurally an issue in healthcare. Even to say that, you're acknowledging that there's a structural racist issue with healthcare. If you got to
I'm
leave
saying
the
that it's a
whole
racial problem in the South. Period.
It's
They
the
still call people boys in
but
the South.
it's a racial problem everywhere. I'm on the
Yeah, it
West
doesn't
Coast.
matter.
and I
It's
can
a
show you an
national
article.
issue. It's a
I can show
national
you an
thing.
It's an
article.
international issue.
I
I mean,
can
there
show
was
you an
a there
article.
was
no,
a there was a lot of propaganda that worked hard to make people look at us a certain way, and that shit runs
It's
deep. And
everywhere
there's
in
some
the
people that
world
don't
is
even
racist.
recognize it.
It's nowhere
Right.
in the world you can go where racists don't exist. Just to let y'all guys know.
But we're talking about black racists, and we're talking
No,
about the
but they're
propaganda that was put
It's
against
another.
people that were variation shades of us.
I mean, women can't
there's a
even take
difference.
you. You
And
got
it
to
was
keep
a
in
lie.
mind
There's
It
a
was a
that
difference
lie. There
between
was a
the
lot of
U.S.
convincing.
doesn't
Hold
even
on,
allow
guys. Hold on, guys.
for
Go ahead,
time
Doc. Go
off.
ahead.
Like women don't even get the allotted time off that other countries are granted. So we're not even always. And then keep in mind, say you're in a single parent situation, you don't even have time to heal. You have to go back to work to provide. So I mean, my thing is those are those stipulations, and then there's a situation where, and sometimes a man is not. And you brought up having a man in the room and stuff. Half the time they're just as nervous as you. So that's why you need somebody else there besides the man,
Right.
because he's not equipped to handle certain situations all the time if he does not educate himself. He may not
Well,
be
Right.
a, you
and
know,
the
Right.
reason I brought up a man is because a lot of issues that we have, I think, in our community will be solved if you had a man. If you had a provider man, you wouldn't even have to worry about going to work, back to work, because you got somebody who can pay the bills and you go back to work when you get ready to go back to work. So
that's not a money thing. That's a thing of like like you need to be educated. Half the time men weren't even allowed in rooms during birthing.
She's talking
Period.
about in the hospital, like you
but
said, having a man in the
we're talking
hospital would
about
help, but
2021 though. 2021 men get on the West Coast. Now I can't speak for the South. When my wife had a baby, I was in there the whole time. I never
yeah, but if
left
an
her side.
emergency arises, you get put out of the room.
Brianna,
Yeah.
how many situations would you say, Brianna, in your field where there's situations where somebody's wife or girlfriend or significant other passed away and they were in the room and it was due to the care after the birth?
I mean, yeah, I've had so many codes where the family had been complaining all day. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just thinking about, I mean, I've seen maybe 6 or 7 women die. All of them black. I've never had a white patient die. I've had one Asian
Wow.
woman. She died from a embolism, which is one of those things that you really can't do anything about. And typically, if I see a hear of or see a non-black woman die, it's typically something like that. You know, like, oh, it's the embolism. Can't really do anything about that. But yeah, black. I've seen maybe 7 black women die. I've seen one black woman die where, you know, she coded and the doctor was sitting in the nurse station just like, and we're like, you're not gonna go? I was like 8 months pregnant doing chest compressions on this woman, and her doctor was sitting in the nurse station.
Wow.
And after she went to, and
Do
after
you
she
not
went to
believe that that's
ICU,
do you believe
Go
it's
ahead.
not the level of hospitals? Because I believe hospitals that's more
No.
in the hood compared to
She
hospitals that's
just
more.
said that no white people die, bro. No
I
white
mean,
women. None.
no, because
Y'all gotta let
it
that
wasn't a
man. Y'all gotta
funding
let that
issue.
man work through his perspective. Y'all let him ask questions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
for me it was. Now I can say that in the South being so behind, I personally brought in a hemorrhage protocol and trained the nurses in a proper response to like hemorrhages and stuff like that to try to improve the outcomes, and we did see an improvement. So it's not, you know, that's why I was saying going to a black hospital or having all black staff doesn't necessarily guarantee better outcomes. You would think it did, right? Because you're like, okay, where there isn't racism, you can't be racist against yourself. But there's still implicit bias, and you can be black and have implicit bias against your own people. So
What
I
I'm
don't.
asking is like, do you believe like in the Beverly Hills or like the Hamptons, you think that people are dying they don't have these protocols in the richer hospitals compared to the poor? I'm just asking based off.
I think, you know, that was one of the things. I think
Can
that
I
the hospital I worked in had, no, because I would say no, because when I worked in Seattle, they had awesome protocols. The West Coast has amazing protocols, but they were not being used when the patient was black. When the triggers came that they should have gone into a protocol, there was always hesitancy. You always needed her to complain for hours, or you needed a husband to come out of the nurse station acting crazy, or you needed all these things to trigger a protocol that if she was white, as soon as she left, oh, okay, go send her to get
Bloody
an
Mary.
MRI. You know,
Wow.
it's just not the same level of urgency when it's a Black woman. I hate to say that, but it's true. Even when Black people are caring for her, it's still no level of urgency. Black women are tough. I guess that's what people think. She's tough. I don't know.
That
And you
misconception
wonder
that we
why
can
it's there
handle
with
more
our own
pain
institution.
than other people.
Yeah,
Facts.
Black women are
So-
more stoic,
so
or I don't know what they
quick
think
question.
about us.
Quick question. So if for Black couples, where do you recommend is the safest place to have to give birth?
I mean, I wish I could say it was the safest place. Obviously, the West Coast, you're kind of in a better spot. But once again, Black women's levels, they lowered their mortality rates, but not really that much for Black women. So I would say, like me and Sean were saying, the best thing you could do is get you an advocate, which is the doula. Educate yourself not only on the birthing process, know your rights as a patient, be able to advocate for yourself. That's the other thing. Black women, because of the structural racism, if a doctor comes in and he just starts telling you what's going to happen, this is going to happen, a lot of Black people just listen to whatever the doctor says. I've literally had to tell the doctor, sir, you're full of shit. You didn't ask her what she wanted to do. You need to actually, can you rephrase that as a question? Because
So
you're telling her
there
she's going to get her epidural, stuff like that. Advocate
like
for yourself.
are there consultants that you could hire to inform you before? Like, say for example, I hire you as my consultant, and then you can come with me to the hospital with me and my wife. Is that kind of service available to folks?
That's what doulas. I mean, doulas kind of they do that, because even me as a nurse, if I'm coming in as your advocate, there's certain things I'm not privy to. So I'm no better. Like, yes, as far as like my personal experience, I'm great, but a doula is great as well in that same way. She's going to advocate for you. Doulas will get in our faces. They'll get in the doctor's faces, and they'll advocate for you, and they'll make sure you have the birth you want. And if you can't, was this necessary? Are we progressing in a way that makes sense? So I think a doula is a great tool to have. Like, everybody should have a doula. Some hospitals will give you one.
So she'll know all the triggers that you
And
mentioned,
she
things
or
like
he, because there are male doulas
She
out
or
there
he.
too.
Oh, I know
Very
some
rare.
great male doulas.
Yeah.
Well, will they know the triggers to look for and things like that in case of complications to
Now,
get,
No, a doula, because that's more specific to hospital protocol. But they, an experienced doula who's sat and seen a lot of births will be like, something ain't right. This is not how it usually goes. So an experienced doula can help you in that way, because they'll be like, okay, I've seen a lot of stuff. This don't seem right. But they're not going to necessarily know protocols. But you can, educate yourself about the birth process. A normal birthing process is a good start, because then you'll kind of know when we're straying off the path of normal.
Brianna, would you say there should be a racial disparity in like the type of doula you get? Like, have you seen a higher success with like white or Asian? Like,
I think,
yeah.
I don't know. I think you just I think it's best to get a doula that vibes with the birth you want, because I've seen amazing doulas, and it just depended on what kind of birth the woman wanted. I've seen some real crunchy doulas. I've seen some not so crunchy doulas. They're just amazing in general. So find one that vibes with what you want, like as far as your birth.
So Brianna, I'm going to ask you another. It's a question from the chat, and I'm just curious because someone asked this question. I thought it was a good question. They said, "Is the data different at majority Black hospitals? I guess like Baltimore or something like that. Is it like the same or is it the rates better?"
I don't think the data considers what the staff is compromised of at the hospital. It just looks at the patient outcomes, if that makes sense. I'm speaking from my experience of working at a Black hospital, but once again, this is in the South, in Georgia, which is like number 49, so it's horrible anyway.
What hospital is this?
I can't say.
Okay, all right. All right, I got you.
But you said North Georgia, so you shouldn't be near
Okay.
per se.
That's what I was trying to get at.
But yeah.
Go ahead, Jedi Mike.
So I just want to kind of go in the chat, because be careful throwing out names of sellout. And so, listen, I know we were kind of having disagreements and stuff like that, but I don't want to kind of get too personal about this. It's just like there was education purpose where you might not be ignorant of this.
If them motherfuckers ain't trying to cam up, fuck them.
Yeah, so I just want to let you email.
And I don't mind.
I do want to put this in perspective. Based off the research that I have done, out of the 100,000 women that give birth, there's only 17 of that 100,000 are dying. So this is a very small, less than 1% that we're talking about. It's not majority. We're not even close
Right.
to majority.
I mean, it's a small amount, right? I've seen thousands of births. I've probably seen 8 women die, right? Myself. Right.
So
I've seen like 8, right?
So when people do not like my perspective, I'm telling you that this is less than 1% that we talk
Yeah,
about.
but if it's your wife, it doesn't matter, right?
It does, but we still got to go back to the data, because like I
I mean, we
said,
can go to the
if
data,
we
but
have
to say that, you know,
if we
like
have
queso.
200,000, if we have 195,000, let's say 199,000 people have successful births and only 5 does not
So
have
they don't
successful births.
matter.
Yeah, but if they're
Okay.
mostly black, that's a problem.
Yes.
If they're all black, that's a problem.
Hold on. Please,
Not
because I have
even if it's just mostly black, especially
I have
when
a
it's due
degree
to
in
neglect.
statistics.
That's where the problem comes in at.
So the
Like
part
if it's just natural, it is what it is. But when you talking neglect, that's a problem. That's something that could have been prevented, and that's all they saying.
right. So right, and so also you have to look at, when you're looking at statistics, right? You also have to look at the probability. So, for example, if a black woman who is pregnant coming into birth, what is the probability of her dying from complications from birth, or the probability of, you know, whatever the complications are, or dying from birth, as opposed to other races? And when you look at that, you'll see a 60s. You'll know not that high. You'll see like a 2 to 3 times higher increase of dying from complications from others. And that's how you tell whether or not there is some implicit racism or implicit bias there. Because we live in America, first world countries, you're in general, you're not going to have deaths like that because of the technology that most hospitals have. But however, when you look at the probability, the percentages difference, and that's where you see the racism, right? You cannot just say, oh, 17 out of 100,000, right? On the surface, that's look fine, right? But however, if I tell you, okay, black women are 3 times more likely to die of complication of childbirth than a white woman, now we have a problem. You see, but the numbers still will say 17 out of 100,000.
We still got to be in the we still got to have the perspective that 99.9% of black women are going to survive childbirth. Like that is a big fact.
Incorrect.
Based off the numbers. It's less than 1%.
But that's kind of a moot point, right? That's a moot point.
No,
It's like
because that data is
right?
not
How
true.
many people?
That data
I mean,
is
but I'm
not
saying
true.
it's right. That data is
not
not
true.
true, and it's a moot point
That's not
because we're
true.
talking about the people who die. So it doesn't matter about the people who
Only
survive.
1% of people die from
And guess
COVID.
what? The
So they
highest
getting
rate for infant mortality is the U.S., which we are. We're not a third world country.
That's true.
Not true. That's not true.
We're pretty bad. We're pretty bad.
We're not
We're
the
a third
highest.
world country. That's the
I
point.
know third world countries
about to come up.
Has the highest mortality rate for black women
for a first world country.
Yeah, see, not the third world, because this third world
No,
country
for first world.
Died at a way higher percentage.
Among developed countries, excuse me.
Right.
You're right,
And so,
developed,
we got one of the young ladies that was in the chat, and y'all told her to cam up, so she cammed up. So, Black David, I'm gonna put you in the background real quick. I know, stay there, okay? Don't leave. But I'm gonna put you in the background just to bring her in, all right?
No problem. I ain't leaving. I'm watching for the backside.
Is it Kayleen?
Oh wait,
Kayleen.
Tommy's saying something.
Kayleen.
But that seems to be a big deal over here.
All right, so Kaylin, you in the lines then. So they asked you to cam up, you here. So ask your question, sweetheart.
No question. I just have a comment. First of all, this is my whole thing. What I put in the comments is my personal opinion, just like everybody on the show has their personal opinion. In my opinion, me personally, and everybody on the show may not like it. It is what it is. I stand my ground just like everybody else. I couldn't rock with somebody personally like E-Man because of the simple fact that you're trying to deny the racism that happens in healthcare.
I never did that.
Again, my personal opinion.
Well, you're wrong. Your personal opinion is wrong.
Let her speak. Let her speak. Let her speak.
Let her cook.
At the end of the day, just like everybody on the show, they have their own personal opinions. It's same here. My thing is this. I just find it that you kept basically putting everything else on everybody else. Well, you don't think it's their weight or the woman this, or because they don't have a man. Me personally, my child's father was in the room, and I had issues with my delivery that I'm going through a lawsuit literally right now. And most of the people in my family have worked in the healthcare system. So whatever stats you looking at, wherever they coming from, you have a whole panel right here of Black women. Well, a few Black women. It's 2 Black women on here right now saying, hey, this is what goes on. And you're denouncing it as this, oh, well, it could be this or it could be that. To me, I just find that disrespectful. That's just my opinion. No, everybody's not going to agree with everybody on here. I have agreed with many things that you said. Don't get me wrong. Don't think that this is just a personal attack towards you. When I'm in the comments, I'm just expressing me personally how I feel about what you're saying right now. Because as a Black woman, and as the Black women here on this show have already stated, we know this goes on. So the stats that you're looking at, they might be some white people stats, but every Black woman that I know has had issues in healthcare. Every Black woman I know.
Well, let me respond to that. First of all, I didn't have a problem with nothing in the chat. I didn't even address the chat, to be honest. Tommy B said something about. I'm sorry. Somebody else said something about the people in the
right.
chat.
And I wasn't addressing you about it. I was addressing Jedi, because Jedi was really the one who was like, hey, we got to watch what we know. I'm just like, y'all don't watch what y'all say. Y'all say how y'all feel. We in the comments can say the same thing, and I have no issue getting on camera. It's just I do have children. I have things that I'm doing. I'm not somebody. I just like to listen more so than be actually on here. But with that being said, I have my opinion. I can say what I want in the chat.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you supporting the show. I personally say you can say whatever you want in the chat. Like, I think if you keep watching, enjoy the show. Some of us here to make sure we entertain the people in the chat, and my goal is to keep you there.
Right.
So
that was my only reason for coming up. It wasn't an attack towards you.
Yeah,
like
that's
I said,
cool.
This ain't to attack you.
But
it's just.
But can we say so? This is the problem I have with when I'm not disagreeing with y'all experience, but when I start stating facts, people get mad about the facts that I'm stating.
That's not facts, though.
See, but
this is a fact.
We stated facts, and you're saying that that's not the facts.
No, I never said it was not. See, now you misquoted me. I asked a different question.
Put that calculator down.
I'm just saying.
Well, this is why me personally, I feel like he's
Hey, E-Man, if we say 15 Black women this year by modifying protocol and making sure that every nurse does at least what they're just supposed to, and every doctor just doing what they're supposed to for every patient, and we say like 15 or 20 Black women, would it have mattered?
Well, I like to look at the bigger picture.
It's a hospital.
The bigger picture is
save a
Black
life.
people are being mistreated. In
It's like one whole frame.
That's the bigger picture.
So the bigger picture is that this conversation is not an active way to stop what's happening. It's just a conversation.
Getting over the prejudice that some people might inhabit in their mind is, I would definitely
but
say.
we definitely gave some helpful information that improves outcomes. Having a doula, making sure you pick a provider.
And Brianna,
I'm saying that it's just, I believe it's a lack of education.
That's what she came on here for. That's why when they were talking about the
that's
doulas
right,
and
Lance.
this and
That's
that,
what she's trying to educate
she did that. So I mean,
like I said,
my whole purpose for coming on here was not really necessarily to attack you. I have my opinion about how I feel about what you think, but my whole reasoning, well, don't say this, that, and the third in the chat. Everybody can't be on this panel, so you're gonna have viewers. I just so happen to be a viewer. So that was really my only point.
I like you in the chat because I like it because you sometimes you hate me, sometimes you love what I say.
Right, that's why I said
so
I agree with.
It is what
it's
it
been
is.
many things that I've agreed with E-Man on. So it's just this personally. I just take that damn,
But you gotta understand, but let's be honest. Let me say this since you came up. If I said some of the things that you say, or if I called you out your name as a Black man, I would be wrong. It's one thing for you to say that you don't agree with what I. Hold on. It's one thing for me to say that you don't agree with, but if on this live right now, I get crucified if I called you a bitch.
I mean,
and when you start saying sell out, hold on, let me finish. Let me rap. Since you came up, let me give you the smoke. So what I'm saying is that I said what I'm saying is this right here is it is a line, even though that you in the chat that you can't cross. And when you start saying sell out, I'm not for the black community and all that kind of stuff, it's almost the same as me calling you out your name too. So it is a line. If you don't want us to call you out your name, it's a certain level of respect that should be there.
I mean, but that's the thing though. I mean,
that's where I was coming from. That's
again, I mean, it's just like if you call me out, if you were to say that to me, and if you were to say that about me in the comments, that's just your opinion. I could care less.
No, but people would step in and say, no, that's not cool. Yeah, he's right. People would say like,
you can say it's not
so
cool.
Kaylin, so you know,
hey, wait a second. Y'all can say that it's not cool. Me personally, that's how I feel. I feel like when you're basically saying that these issues aren't happening within the black community, to me, I look at that as selling out. I'm not calling you a bitch directly. If you call me, you know what I'm saying? I get that's how I feel. That's what I think a sellout.
When did I make that statement?
Just like when people say, just like when people say, you know, that black
right.
That's
so hold on, Kaylin. So they're talking about. Hold on, just a second, Kaylin.
Just like when people say that, I look at that as selling out. I wasn't trying to be offensive. That's
so
how
Kaylin,
I feel.
what they're talking about is Kaylin. Kaylin, what they're saying is they're talking about that it should be a balance of respect. Just because you disagree with him, you shouldn't call him by his name. They're also referring to the fact that you call him a coon as well. And so when
I apologize. That's just how I feel. I'm sorry that it hurt.
But come on, we can't do that. Just because you feel a way, you can't call a man a coon.
Right, that's where I was coming from. Like, I know you don't mean. I know you.
Come on, Kaylee. I mean, come on. We're adults here.
I'm sorry. I take it when somebody tries to act like these issues don't happen in our community. That I look at that as disrespectful.
Can we at least agree? Can we at least agree that was your interpretation? Because I never make the statement that doesn't happen in our community.
I mean. Hold on, time out. Just because someone disagrees with you, just because someone makes you angry, does that give you the right to call somebody that?
I'm not saying whether I was right or wrong. I just said that's how I.
She did actually apologize. As a matter of fact, we're just reiterating the same fact.
Yeah. So
she did apologize.
I
said I apologize.
Yeah. All right. So let her finish.
But the death of black women don't matter.
And let's get fucking understood. I don't think
I mean, honestly, I feel disrespected as a black woman. So I mean, that's just how I feel. I mean, to me, I feel disrespected. So I got on here and I said how I feel. You know, I know that y'all don't like it. I understand that. It's my opinion.
So my opinion was disrespectful to you because you decided
very disrespectful, not just for her, because we're telling you what we're experiencing and it's being like gaslit, like we don't know what we're saying. I think that's the part that's kind of unfortunate.
So can I
think if you were coming from a place to be educated, it would be great.
Hold on, let me say something because I'm getting it. I could be wrong that you wanted all of us as the men to jump on dude. Nobody up here agreed with dude.
Yeah.
And the reason why I let the women go is because the women experienced this. What the fuck am I gonna say if I ain't never had a baby? I know the stats and I can tell him he's wrong, but why would I not let the women lead if they the one that
No, I'm okay with that, Tommy. I'm okay with that. I'm just saying in general, like, don't attack. I mean, I'm in the comments. That's how I feel. I feel disrespected. So
what was you disrespected about? Give us more data.
The fact that you're basically denouncing black issues within the healthcare system as if that's not a issue.
How did I dismount? Yeah, other people on the panel feel like I dismount black women. Like that's a bold statement based off what I was saying.
Feel. You don't have to listen.
Okay, so Kaylin got something you want to say
about it. I just gave my opinion. I'm sorry that y'all don't like it. That's how I feel. I came up here, I explained why I said what I said, and that's just what it is. Take it or leave it. I'm not getting in my feelings behind it. Like you can disagree with me if you want to.
Okay, so hold on. So let's bring some balance to this because I think Lance agrees with Kaylin, and I think that S. Dot had something she wanted to say as well. So guys, let's allow them to say their part as well. So we'll let S. Dot go first. She was saying something, and then we interrupted her. So what was your comments about the situation about being disrespected?
it's being dismissive, and I think that
Very much.
is like the cognitive dissonance. We're giving you information and our real life experience, real lived experiences too, paired with data. So I think at the end of the day, of course, we can it is
You muted. You muted.
You cut out.
You cut out. You cut out.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
No,
No,
go out and come back in. Go out and come back in if you need to. Brianna, you can go ahead. I'll let Brianna go then. Lance.
Can I go after Lance? I guess.
Yes.
I think what it is very much so a gaslighting kind of energy, or just kind of the same thing that I was talking about. But so basically, what you're doing is basically what happens to us in the hospital, right? So I
Right.
can come in and I can say, "Oh, I'm educated. I've done research on this for Emory University. I've gone and presented at conferences, A1 conferences. I have published works on Black women. I'm a labor and delivery nurse for years. I've managed people. I've had these conversations with doctors. I've seen Black women die. I've worked on both sides of the country." And you're still like,
Facts.
I don't really think that's happening. And
And I
it's
find that
kind of,
majorly
I'm not
disrespectful.
saying that you consciously realize how it comes off, but that is very like belittling. So what would it take for me to be an authority on this, right? Because even in research, you like facts, you like statistical data, right? Typically in research, someone has to establish themselves as an authoritative person, right? For you to say, okay, why should I listen to your research? Why should I listen to what you have to say? What makes you an authority on the subject?
But I was responding to you. You gave me information that you done had over 1,000 births and only 6 of them died in birth.
8.
So I'm still taking that, hey, it's a large group of, we're not perfect as a society, but a large group of people being taken care of.
But see,
I'm not
that's
dismissing the 6 that died.
But you're moving what we're talking about. See, we were never talking about how few people died compared to how many lived, right? The conversation was about the outcomes of Black women and how they are worse than their counterparts of other races. So it doesn't matter how many people survived. Like I said, if out of all of those thousands of births I've seen, I've only seen 8 deaths, and all of them but one were Black women. That still proves the point that Black women are disproportionately dying compared to women of other races. Correct?
Right. And so I guess in E-Man, you can respond to that. Then after you respond, Lance, you can give your piece, and then we'll let K-Soul come in as well, because I think K-Soul had some disagreements as well.
And I just want to say this just to respond to what she's saying. I'm just saying it is other factors other than race that these people are not surviving. That's all I was saying. I get it. Y'all can say that it's only race is the reason that they're not surviving. But as living in a more complex world, I'm just saying what other factors contribute to that. That's all I'm saying.
But we weren't talking about the other factors. We were talking specifically about the racial things that's going on.
But I was talking about the other factors.
Right.
See, but this is the problem. You're still maintaining that there's underlying health conditions because most Black women are overweight. The data also addresses that issue. That even if a Black woman is healthy, she has no underlying issues, she still has a higher chance of dying than her white counterparts. I even offered myself as an example of that. Me being a healthy weight for my size, my age, I'm educated, I make good money. There's no reason I ended up with preeclampsia. So it's not a thing that is directly related to your health issues, right? So you're still maintaining this reality that because Black women are generally unhealthy as far as weight, it has to be that. Most women are dying from hemorrhage.
Well, no, I'm saying that it's more to just race. I'm saying that I believe the type of treatment that you get in the hospital also is connected to your type of attitude. Like, and so I'm not like,
bro, you are digging your hole deeper and fucking deeper.
You're in the most painful position of your life. If you want to cuss me out, you can cuss me out. You have a whole human barreling through your birth canal. You can say whatever you want to say to me.
And
that does not mean you don't deserve to live.
But this is why
it doesn't mean you don't need quality care, despite your attitude, despite your health. You still need fair access to care.
And guess what? There's
So
doctors.
you're
low.
saying if your
That was low.
attitude is bad, you deserve poor treatment when there are
No,
Caucasian
that's
people
not
who
what I'm
go
saying. I'm
down.
saying that women,
What are you
black women,
saying?
have a 99.9% of surviving childbirth.
Where's the
But that's not
accountability
the
here?
argument.
But that's the point. Is that it's not.
That's not the point.
Okay,
not
so if I
important.
said Asian women have a 99.9% chance of surviving, but your wife was the one who died, would you care though? Would you care?
Childbirth
Would
is
you care?
childbirth.
But
Well, let me answer your
You
question.
have to answer that question.
You have to answer
So
the
let me
question.
answer your
So I
question.
was kind of waiting for
What?
an answer to that question.
Yeah, I can't defend that at all.
Would you
I
care?
can't.
Yeah.
Would
So
you
y'all gonna
care?
let me answer the question or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because me and Jedi Mike are trying to
I mean, it's
defend you.
just
E,
yes
and
or
you
no.
make
Yeah,
it
right.
hard
And
for
I'm just like, but man,
But
no.
y'all don't have to
No.
see. This is
There
where I
is no
hope we get to.
defending.
Hold on, let
This
me
is
finish.
accountability right here.
This is
Right.
where I hope that. This is where I hope
This
we
is
get
where
to.
the accountability
Hold on,
is supposed
no.
to take
This
place.
is where I hope that we get to. The one thing is we need to
Leaders.
let people voice how they feel. We need to stop trying to censor people because the biggest thing is people are looking for echo chambers. If I don't believe what y'all guys believe, I have the right to voice it. We can say that I'm right and we can say that I'm wrong. But when we get to a point that we have to attack my character because of something that I believe, and then you just as bad as everybody else, in my opinion. But that's
Can I
No, but
ask
here's the
you?
thing,
Can
Lance.
I ask you personally though, E-Man? What is it? Do you believe that the white women are doing differently than the black women? The reason that they are surviving more.
I believe that in all races across the board, 99.9% of the women are surviving. Point blank.
Okay.
Period. I don't think
you believe. You haven't looked up the facts, but that's what you believe, right? That sounds right. We'll say it's right. Okay, so
now, I did look it up.
Let me
drop
as a person
the website for you.
As a
There's a
person who doesn't want to
99% chance
believe
of
or who
surviving
does not
COVID, and you see how
participate
the
in
fuck
the
we getting
belief
down out
of
here
like
about
racial
that.
disparity
So I'm confused.
and is against jumping to racism, wouldn't you be more inclined to listen to facts and numbers? It would seem to me that you wouldn't even go off what you feel. You seem very much more like a person who would rely on like the facts and figures. And and what they're saying is that the question was not asked how many in ratio are surviving in general as compared to other people in general, not white women, not white men, not black men, black women, comparable to other people in general, are dying more. And it's because of lack of treatment, as said in a testimony by someone who works in the nursing field, trains in the nursing field, and was so I mean like this, I mean that's the point. Like that's just the point. The numbers say that, and you seem like the kind of person that likes to go off facts. So you're right, it's not about race. That's just what the numbers that's just two parallel lines. They just line up like that. We didn't know that. Nobody knew that. But you know, they're also trying to like change how they see like a black person's bone density and a black person's muscle mass. Like they've been coordinating medications and stuff for us for years. They're in the middle of a reform on the physical makeup of the African American person right now, like as we speak, and still hadn't. It's just like in metro cities where it's really like even acknowledged. So there are racial disparities. And it's not racist saying that. It's not black people saying that. It's numbers. It's the numbers. So we can all talk about how we feel about it, but the numbers say.
Can I go after Queso? I want to make a response.
Yeah, but
well.
Lance, was that a question or just a statement? Because you said you had a question, but it was
what part of it are you more of a numbers person or not? Or you go by feelings? Because I just hear you say like you never really go by feelings all the time.
I go by the numbers, and if we pull up from a US as a whole, and I'm gonna drop this link that I just looked up, just based off my research, the same amount of women that are white and black are dying in childbirth in the United States, based off the information I received. Not saying that is correct, but I'm not just saying what I think, but just research I did. That's what it says. So I'm gonna drop that link.
Please
Are
send
you
that
looking
link.
at peer-reviewed articles?
13% of the population.
Right.
I mean,
Like,
did you
are
just
these
do
peer
that
reviewed
though?
articles or
So Queso, go ahead,
Google
Queso.
search?
Yeah.
Did
Go
you
ahead, Queso.
just look that up? I was just gonna say in conversations like these, right? I think the first thing that I wanted to say, I wanted to address this earlier. In our community, I and y'all might not agree. We have to allow people to ask these questions, even if they're coming from a disagreeing point. I've learned a lot from it because I'm totally ignorant on this subject. I've heard about the disparity, but Brianna has educated me a lot. And
Me
a lot
too.
of the way that she was
Me
able
too.
to educate me was from E asking those questions, right? And then also E is and correct me if I'm wrong, Emmanuel. Emmanuel has not done extensive research on this, right? So this is a perspective he has that he's kind of working through as he's asking these questions. So he might go sit down and think about the things that Brianna said. He might go do a little more research and he might come with a different perspective. We have to allow that process to take place. So I think a lot of times in these conversations, we get so caught up in trying to change people's minds right away. And I'm not saying anybody said anything wrong, but we have to allow the process to kind of work through, because even this is new information to me. So a lot of the things I'm thinking about, and even the statistic that Eve presented, that was educational for me as well. So I got value from that as well. So we have to allow these dialogues to happen, whether they're tough or not, whether we agree with him, whether we agree with Brianna, and we have to allow them to happen because it's not only beneficial to us, but it's beneficial to the people watching, to other communities. This is going to be on the internet. Someone's going to come across this and they're going to listen to it. So I just feel as though we get off track when we fight so hard to change people's minds in the moment, because that doesn't always happen. There's issues that I've had or perspectives that I have had in my life that hasn't changed in the moment, but then maybe a week or two later, or maybe even a year later, I'm like, you know what, it's clicking for me. So I'm not even saying that we have to change E's mind, but we have to allow the conversation to be had. And then I was gonna say for you too, E, and this is just my opinion, bro, because I know you gonna stand on what you believe no matter what. You know what I'm saying? But I think sometimes that when you are asking the questions, to make sure you're asking them, and I'm not saying you weren't, but to make sure you're asking the questions in good faith, to where you're actually trying to ascertain some information, or you're trying to really digest what another person, because I think where the ladies are coming from is you would ask a question, and Brianna, who has experience in the field, would kind of present you with something, and then sometimes it could come off as dismissive. So there just has to be a balance. That's all I wanted to say.
And let me respond to what Queso said. The first thing I'm gonna say is this right here. The number one reason that Black women typically die is older than geriatric pregnancy, based off the research that I did. They have nothing to do with mistreatment. Now, I could be completely wrong because I'm not in the medical field. So I'm not dismissing. I think y'all taking it as I am dismissing what was saying, but I'm not accepting it at face value. I'm asking more questions to get more clarity. But once I start getting attacked and getting called out my name just because I asked a question,
but let me add
hold on,
this.
let me finish.
Let me go after him. Let me go after him, and then you can go.
No, I just gotta add this real quick, because let's not act like you were just asking questions. You even made a comment and said about our attitudes. Do you realize how?
That's at the end. That wasn't.
Disrespectful. So we're
but
not
that
gonna
happened after
act this though.
Yeah, that was after. I was already attacked at that point. See, that's the biggest thing is that was after the fact that I was called a coon.
That
wasn't
wasn't
after the fact. No, for real.
We were
hold on, E, because you can't do that. No, you can't do that, E, because the first thing you said on here was you don't give a fuck about them names. So don't sit there and try to act like, oh, now it's a tag.
No.
You flat out said you ain't give a fuck about them names.
No, Tommy B, the respect
and it wasn't
level
even
had
just
already
questions.
been
It was
violated.
comments too, all up.
So
in
see,
the
You can't say that, E, when you flat out said you didn't give a fuck about them calling you them names. That's what you said out your mouth.
But no, Tommy B, we know that with men, it's a low level. If you go over the line, the man's gonna go over the line with you.
I get that, but you know what? You acknowledge that when the person that said that comes on. When this person that said that came on, you flat out said, I don't really care about the chat. I see what y'all be saying. You went down this whole diatribe about how you don't care, and now you're trying to mix these two issues together.
But no, I still can respond the way that I want, Tommy B. I agree,
but what I'm saying is You can't dress it up as you was responding because of what they said when you initially literally said you don't care, it don't affect you. That's what you said, bro.
But no, but so just because something doesn't affect me doesn't mean that I can't respond a certain way to it.
But
See,
no, it means you won't.
No,
but time out. You don't need to respond to everything, my brother. Sometimes let wisdom take over. It's like, so for example, when Jedi Mike said, hey, we crossing the line, right? We're crossing the line a little bit. Let's not attack people's character. Then I came up also to defend that fact too, right? It's okay for us to have different opinions, right? But when it comes to attacking people's character, I mean, there should be some level of decorum there. But at the end of the day, E-Man, I've only been up here twice, been able to speak with you. You definitely are 10 toes down for what you believe. And sometimes that comes off dogmatic. And the optics, okay? The optics. I'm not accusing you. Please don't let me regret saying this. The optics, it looks like you're so dogmatic in your belief that you're unwilling to reevaluate your position. Brianna is published. She's published. I study statistics at school. When someone is published and gives you information, to be honest, at this moment, you're not properly prepared to disagree with her. And even when you're at, let me finish.
I never disagreed. I just asked more questions.
Right. Let me finish. Can I finish? See, no one's attacking you, bro. I'm not attacking you.
I'm just responding. You saying a lot of stuff.
But there's nothing need to respond to. Let me get it out. So the second thing is when you're asking questions, which is fair, you absolutely have a right. But those questions come off as probing questions looking for gaps. So even if you find a gap, have you done a month, 2 months, 3 months research to actually know what the gaps and properly explained it?
Before
she
making
has,
certain
because
comments.
I know statistics. When you do research is 3 months to get published. As soon as she said, I done statistics. As soon as she said she was published, I shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, there is things as qualifications and professionalism. And we as Black people have to kind of respect the title, respect the accomplishment. When she said she was published, it's at that time, if I disagree, let me reevaluate and we'll come back to this. Because even when you're asking questions, I know statistics. I have a degree from Wharton. I know statistics. So respect, you got to respect the woman's accomplishments. When she said, I mean, that at that point, okay, let me reevaluate and we can revisit
it got discredited, and that's why we found it as disrespect.
The point is, bro, is that sometimes you come off so dogmatic that you're unwilling to just even entertain the idea that there's a possibility that you can be wrong, and that's the optics of it. I'm not saying you are this way. I'm saying it appears this way, and appearance do matter in communication. And that's all I'm saying.
People that ain't from the hood about belief mentality, bro.
As soon as she said she was published, at that point, you kind of got to fall back.
Yeah.
So no, I don't. So let me go ahead and break this down real quick. I got the right to say. I got the right to say what the hell I want to say online. See, this the problem is that we always try to control what comes out of people's mouth. No, we are some random people on goddamn YouTube. So we all got the right to say whatever we want. If you don't like it, you can step away. That's the biggest thing.
So why are we checking Caitlin if that's how you feel?
Exactly. So why am I getting checked?
Hold on. So E-Man, they're asking you a question. So S-Dot has a question for you. Go ahead, S-Dot.
So my thing is, if we're trying to make sure that you are being treated fairly on this platform, and then you turn around and say what you just said, that is just confirming that you really are not trying. You're not coming from a place of genuine. You're not trying to understand.
Right.
You're not trying to, and that's disingenuous. If you feel this way about Black women, I suggest you use discernment as a Black man who loves God and be quiet.
No, because that's the problem. That's my problem is that Black men always got to be quiet That's what I'm saying.
It's
But
not.
No,
No,
not
no,
hold
saying.
on,
no.
let me
You
say
can't do
this.
Oh
that.
I
Black
said
women
use
can say whatever
discernment.
they
That's
want
not.
to say.
And this
You,
is
bro.
So
not
hold on,
No,
saying
hold on,
this
what
hold
is
on.
I'm
So
true.
let's
saying.
look. So let's have some
What?
respect for you. So let everybody get what they got
One
to
of
say.
the
If we
biggest
disagree with it,
problems.
we can respond to it. But everybody talking at the same time, you can't hear. If people can't
I
hear,
gotta
we
have the
don't
right to
watch.
respond to when
That's all.
somebody says something to me. That's all I'm
One,
saying.
but
And
one of
so
the
what I'm
biggest problems.
responding to, because what I'm not going to allow is 7 people to say something to me and me not being able to respond. That's not going to
But
happen.
one of the
Oh no,
biggest
no. We
problems with
want
the
you to
internet.
respond. We just
So
don't want
let me
everybody talking
respond
on
to
top
S
of each
dot.
other.
So let me respond to S dot first. So what I'm saying with S dot is this right here. We live in a world today that black women can say whatever they want to say, and black men must be tamed with what they say. And I feel like if we're gonna have an equal communication, women can say what they want to say. They can say that. Let me say what I'm gonna say. Not saying that I'm right. Like I said, y'all might be
We
more
were just
educated
trying
in
to
this, but if you
curtail
choose
that.
to
But
be
you
That's all.
offended,
discredit
but if
what
you
the
choose to be
black
offended,
nurse
it's
Yeah.
on you.
said.
Okay.
You discredit what she
Me
said, and
too.
she's a nurse.
So can I say something?
And I mean,
The
I work
problem
in
with the
healthcare.
internet.
That's my background.
We're
Like
One
speaking
of
I
the
to
work
biggest
in
healthcare
problems with the
medical
workers,
internet
and you're
is
discrediting.
people don't
Nobody's
know
trying
when
to
to shut
shut
the
you
fuck
up.
up,
It's
and
just the
people
fact
don't know
that you're
when to. I
ignoring the
just don't
facts.
know. Motherfuckers act like they fully versed in medical,
Yeah.
politics, this, that, all while doing a full-time job. If somebody comes on and they know what the fuck they talking about, then it's just time to shut the fuck up.
Facts.
Fuck your opinion, to be honest with you, because your opinion
Facts.
is not coming from a informed place. It's coming from
Facts.
some shit that you literally
See,
just Googled 2 seconds ago,
Facts.
bro.
You're
Right.
wrong.
Right.
Tommy B, let me tell you why
Googling it.
you're wrong. Everything I was saying, I was talking to somebody that's in the medical field. I was asking questions to somebody who hold on, let
Okay,
me
let
finish.
me
Let
You're
me
explain something,
finish.
talking to
E.
some
So let me
people in the
finish.
medical
E,
field
Hold on.
right now.
But see,
when
that's
I'm
what I'm
having a
saying. It's like we
conversation with
can't
some,
say that what one person
You were
say
gonna
weighs
have
heavier.
3 to add to
No,
your
time
record because
out,
you're
time out. No,
collecting 3.
time out. I'm not saying you don't have a right to speak out. What I'm saying is that
Nobody's saying that.
in order for us to have an orderly and credible dialogue or discord, you also need to come with accomplishments. This woman is published. Notice I'm not saying she's a nurse. I'm saying she's published. When you're published, that means you put 3 to 4 months of academic research, data, statistical analysis in your findings, and then it gets peer reviewed by other
Yeah,
people who are
that's why I
smart or
asked.
smarter
Was
than
it
you,
peer reviewed?
right? And so that's where I'm coming from. It's not the point of I have feelings, so I have a right to say, or we're calling black men. Remember, me and Jedi Mike came to your defense first and say, hey, no, this is not right. But when we're talking about peer reviewed and published, now we need to fall back a little bit, bro. Respect the accomplishment. And this is from a person from Ivy League University saying to Brianna, salute for being published. That shit is hard. And Tommy B is right. When you're not qualified to have this discussion, we just say, hey, you know what? I'm not qualified to have this discussion. Because I know about statistics and being published, but when she said she was published, I'm no longer qualified to have this discussion.
and the problem is not your questions. The problem is your questions were literally dismissed. It was literally like you're trying to mold the shit to fit what you believe. And again,
Facts.
fuck what you believe. She's qualified. So it's time to just shut up and listen.
Facts.
And
I
that's
don't
just
think
what it is. And
nobody.
that's not trying to silence a black man. I don't care what race you are. If somebody qualified is speaking, then it's time to shut the fuck up.
Well, I don't think
Well,
nobody can.
I'm about
Nobody word is more important than the other on the platform. I
And
get.
that's the fucking
I'm
problem
about
with
to
the
get ready to
internet,
head
bro.
out, but I did want to say one more thing. Sorry, I just wanted to say,
Go ahead.
I know you were talking about, you had looked up some stuff and it was talking about the women be, mostly over 35. And you were saying maybe there's a reason for that, you don't know, whatever. And I just wanted to offer that, typically once a woman's over 35, she's an elderly, prima or multi-gravid. So she's more acute automatically. You're automatically more high risk, right? So it's just kind of, it would make more sense that a woman who's more high risk, right, would have these bad outcomes. So that was just me. I heard you say that in passing. I just wanted to offer you that, above the
Can
age
I
of
ask you a
35.
question?
Yeah.
Out of the 6 people that actually died, was they more of like high geriatric or was it younger women? I just want to understand it.
They were a range. The youngest was 18. The youngest was 18.
Okay.
And I think the oldest, I can't remember how old the oldest one. But I will say that the average woman in the Seattle hospital I worked at, most of the women were having their first babies above the age of 35, and they had great outcomes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I
So yeah,
appreciate you
so
having
I
a
wanted to, I
conversation.
heard you say that in passing, and despite that, I'm like, okay, I do want to address that age thing. But I'm gonna
So
go to bed. But
right. Hey, I
I,
appreciate
I
you, Bree.
appreciate you having a
Hey, and
conversation
I
with
want
me.
to say this
Appreciate you, Brianna.
before
Shout
you
out
go,
to
Bree.
you.
Before you go, Bree. I was just texting S. Dot. I think this education was amazing tonight from you. So
Oh
I want to
yes.
thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you for being
thank you.
published. I mean, that's the putting the hard work in to get where you are and have the education to educate others. So I want to give you your kudos right here. Also, S. Dot, they will be resuming their show, Wind Down with Real Women on January the 8th. I'll talk with her to see if that's something that you guys can have a whole show about. We'll have a group of women on there, because right now it's a little unfair to have this many men that don't know nothing about this. And you got women that have dealt with it. Like S. Dot had a kid. She had a whole human come out of her body. You know what I'm saying? So Brianna, Kaylin, like they have kids. So I wouldn't know the first thing about this shit.
I'm
You
going
know,
through a lawsuit right now, so I wouldn't mind
right.
coming on there
And
too.
and so maybe we can learn, even as men, as an audience, maybe we can sit back and watch them and learn, and watch them do that on January the 8th. I mean, I don't know if it's something that she wants to do. I'll talk to, I mean, I know it's something she want to do, but I'm trying to fit it in and do everything. But in the comments, WT Funk, it'll be right here on this channel. But I just wanted us to sit back as an audience and watch them work and watch the women work. And I guarantee you we'll learn more of it, probably more than what we learned tonight. And also, I want to say that the wheel that Emmanuel has, the will that to stand 10 toes down on what he believes is also amazing. You can't make, if you listen, you can't make E-Man think anything he don't want to think. But we do have to understand that sometimes who we are and what we've experienced, it's over. It's over what we what other, like, you can't say, I can't come in and say, tell a brain surgeon, hey bro, you I don't care about the brain surgeons. This many people didn't die. I can't argue with a brain surgeon. That's a brain surgeon, right?
And that's why I disagree with what you just said. Because at a certain point,
Facts.
it becomes ignorance.
Right.
At a certain point, it just becomes flat out ignorance and ego. And sometimes you gotta hunt, and that's why I said that's the internet,
That's the
bro. It's a
accountability.
bunch of people who can't fucking humble themselves and just be like, I don't know. It's
Right.
just that simple, bro.
Right.
And it ain't,
We need to,
it's not about editing nobody or nothing like that. It's just flat out humble
Right,
yourself.
right.
Whatever E does as an occupation, I'm sure he knows more about it than me. So if he telling me something about it, and then I'm questioning him basically to try to show that he's wrong, of course he's gonna look at me like an idiot, because that's what the fuck he does for a living.
Right. E-Man's in
It's that
sales, right?
simple. In my opinion, don't fucking mean nothing, because
Right.
I don't do it.
Right. Right. And so again, I mean, this is great conversation. Even the fact that we had everybody banged up a little bit. And so a lot of people may say, hey man, as you know, as the moderator, why you sitting back allowing it? Because sometimes you just gotta let people cook. And I wanted Brianna cooked, right? E-Man cooked. And and so when they will start cooking, you see the disagreement. You see some people that's gonna stand tall with E-Man, and then you see the majority of people stand tall with Brianna, mostly women, especially in the chat. We're saying, hey, listen, you haven't had kids. You don't understand. And so the women were over and over again saying, hey, listen, E-Man, hey, this is what it is. Hey, E-Man. And E-Man, like you said, sometimes it can get so overwhelming that we get so confident. Sometimes it gets to a point that we're so manly that we can't take advice from a woman, basically. Like if a woman's really telling us something and they know a little bit more than we know about the subject that we're talking about, we want to be brutal. We want to be overwhelming a little bit. And sometimes you can realize it and sometimes you don't. You just in there because it's just who you are. But at the same time, man, we have to respect each other, respect each other's thoughts, each other's mindsets. And Brianna, I want to say to you, thank you for coming on.
Yes.
Thank you for educating us. And that will be a great show for you and S. Dot to have, and Mother to have, and have a few other ladies on there to discuss that. And I'm going to sit back and listen and learn, because I mean, there's an issue there. Obviously, no, this not. I mean, you guys don't even know each other. S. Dot don't know Kaylin don't know Brianna don't know S. Dot, but y'all experiencing the same things. Y'all know the same things. So I just want to commend you for that and thank you for coming on tonight. I appreciate it. And then go get you some sleep.
Yeah,
Brianna, thank you.
I appreciate you so much, Brianna, and I will definitely email you.
All right, no problem. Good night, y'all.
All right, good night. Good night. So
and Joe, real quick, I just want to say this before I get off too. I wasn't trying to disrespect anybody on the platform. It wasn't meant to come off that way. It's just when I look at other races talk down on Black people and dismiss issues within our community, I take that as being racist. Now they might find it me being, disrespectful to them by calling them a racist. That's just how I feel. So when somebody within our own community basically says that, oh, well, these issues are, if I feel like you're basically saying that these things don't happen, to me, somebody within our community, it's not called being a racist, it's called being a sellout. So that's what I said, why I said. Now, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. That's just how I feel personally, because like you said, when people are, we know as women that this goes on. Most Black women, I can guarantee at least 90% of the Black women that you may know will say that they've had issues in healthcare. So, and even with the whole comment you made about attitudes, many Black women have heard that. So to hear somebody say that when we know that goes on, that's why I looked at it as, okay, to me, that, like, you're basically saying this don't happen to us. That's just like when white people say certain things don't happen to us when we know it does. So again, I wasn't trying to come off as disrespectful. I just made my comment, and that's my opinion. And I apologize if it came off that way.
E-Man, can I ask you a
And
question?
thank you again. Hold on one second, Lance. Thank you again, Kaylin, for coming on too. I really appreciate you coming on and giving your opinion and how you see things as well. I don't take these things lightly. I don't take you lightly for coming on. I mean, you got a voice, and your voice was heard. You were asked to cam up. You cooperated with being cammed up. You came in and said your piece, and so I appreciate you for coming on, standing 10 toes down about what you believe, because that's what it is. We could sit in the comments and talk all day, but when somebody said come defend your, what it is that you want and what it is that you believe, you cammed up and you came and did that. So I appreciate you for coming on too, representing for the ladies in the chat. So thank you as well. So and I appreciate you. So you have a good night too. Go take care of them babies.
See y'all later.
All right.
Bye. Thanks, Ken.
Hey, don't go back into it, Lance.
So
I just
wanted to ask one question, and I don't even want you to answer it. I just want you to think about it.
Oh,
the same amount of push, and you don't answer it. I just want you to think about this tonight. The same amount of push that you just gave to these 2 women in the healthcare field, 3 women that have given birth, the amount of time that we all collectively spent on it just to try to maybe persuade you to keep your mind and heart open to it. Think about how many doctors Black women deal with while they're having their baby, and they treat them like that, like on a consistent basis. Like, where they're just like, oh, I know. Yeah, I know you're in pain. No, I get it. Yeah, you're hurting. Yeah, it's going to hurt. Like, that's, I mean, it's not really like just like kind of racist. It's just
prejudice.
Doctors are flippant. Like, there's a reason that the government's actually grading them on their bedside manner now. That's how bad it is. And that's only in America that they do that. And we're the only melting pot. So I mean,
and the guy that I was telling you guys about earlier, even I'm gonna let you cook. The guys I was telling you about earlier, his wife died in that Atlanta hospital, in that Georgia hospital. He got paid, but he'll never get his wife back, and that child will never meet his mother. But they took what happened to him in the hospital and put it into the drama, into that scene in that TV show, and he said he told the doctor, he said, I went to the doctor, I told the doctor, my wife is too much blood in that bag. You need to come check on. He said, oh, that's normal. And he asked them 2 or 3 times, and they just never would come. And then all of a sudden, boom, he goes in, she's like seizing up, and they come and get her, and it was too late. She died. Like, she bled out, basically. I mean, but he got paid. I think he got paid, like, the settlement was like 175, 200 million, something crazy. He ain't got to work.
I just want to say her name was Kiara Johnson.
There you go.
Yeah, I just want to say her name because we just have to look up that story because it happens more often than not. Just so happened they push to be on that stance. Just look up the story.
The TV show that they the TV show is called The Resident. They did a show, and they dedicated the show to her.
And they passed the bill. So let me just say that.
And they passed the bill. Exactly.
Because that's how serious it is. Because they had to put laws in place.
When you brothers start talking about marriage, I fall back. I'm single. Ain't shit for me to add to that conversation. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's stuff that he said about his marriage that in my single head I might not agree with, but I haven't done
that's
that.
different, Tommy. That's different, bro. That's different, bro. Because when we talk about marriage, that can be opinion based. When they're talking about their expertise in the field, they're pundits. That's different. When you're
But what I'm saying is being married is a different experience than being single and dating. It's
Yes.
a different connection and all of that stuff. And what I'm saying is that's why I can't really have much of an opinion on that, because once you go that far with it, that's something I've never been to before. So
Yeah.
it ain't much for me to add to that.
Yeah, but you can have an opinion because this is not a conversation about who, like, are you an expert at being married? There's no expertise in being married. It's all opinion based. But when you're talking about a profession, because marriage is not a profession, but when you're talking about your profession, let's say the trucking industry, if I come around and be like, look, man, these trucks, they should be taking 2 hours to get to their destination. You like, nah, only an hour and 20 minutes. And I keep arguing with you, and you like, sir, 15 years experience, pundit, published, certified. I should probably acknowledge that. Like, there's some things you can't. Now, Emmanuel's right in the sense that he has every single right to his opinion. He's absolutely right. And if he doesn't want to acknowledge a pundit's perspective, he's allowed to challenge it. But like, he would not go to a hospital and be like, well, just because you're a doctor, I'm still going to challenge you. He's not going to do that. But he's saying on this panel, he don't view anybody in that particular space of having to take their word as gold, if that makes sense. And so he's right in that context. But he did not say everything that people said he was saying. He was asking questions. He was dismissive. That part is true. But he doesn't have to, like she said, she's entitled to her opinion. And you ain't got to listen to her. You ain't got to respect it, but she's entitled. So he's entitled to say what he want to say in the same context. And that's
so
what he's
I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah.
So do we have a right to call people pejoratives because we feel that way? Because that's where me and John and Mike was kind of at. Like, and for the first time, I mean, E-Man, you know, I rock with you for the most part. But I mean, bro, you had me and Lance agreeing, and me and Lance never agree. So, you know, that's how bad it got. That's how bad it got. When me and Lance are agreeing, because we never agree. I mean, we spent literally 4 hours disagreeing the whole show. But at the end of the day, my question still stands. If we feel, because of our feelings, is it cool? Is it custom to just call people a pejorative just because we feel that way? I say there should be a line, right? Because I mean, I know it doesn't bother E-Man because he said it didn't bother him, but for me, I think, you know, there should be some level of, you know, treating each other at least to the face, you know, not calling people out their names, at least to their face, right?
And that's what I want to say, that I think was difficult, because when you kept going on, and then when you got to the point about the whole attitude thing, that's when me and Simon was like, man, and it was like, it was difficult for us to, because we know you, man. Like, we know,
Right, we
know
all
you,
know,
like,
yeah.
not just turn off this live stream, but in this conversation we were talking with the women about, like, right, what Tommy was saying, in their profession, there's certain things that you comment.
Even Jedi, I just want you to understand, I asked a question. See, the problem with how people taking what I'm saying, everything that I say, I'm not making statements, I'm asking a question.
But
And
you said
I
attitude. How was the attitude thing was a question?
It was a question. I asked, listen, this is the word for word what I said, Jedi Mike. I said, do you believe that how people are treated is connected to their attitude? And y'all automatically think I said these people was getting treated because of their attitude. Those are two separate statements. I asked the question. Do you think attitude have any Hold on, let me finish.
Let me just say this. We don't have a problem with your questions. We don't have a problem. Okay.
It was a question.
We're just saying we don't have a problem with it, bro. We're just saying when we were up there trying to back you up, you weren't helping the cause. That's all we're saying, right? You just wasn't helping the cause.
Let me tell you this, bro. They mind was already made up on how they felt about me.
Okay.
So this is what I learned. Hold on. Let me finish. This is what I have really learned about these tight conversations. These people are going to feel how they're going to feel about me regardless. I can say all the right things and people still be in the chat say they don't like me. I learned that. Okay. So the biggest thing is I really believe that we might educated so many more people that I was on the panel than somebody just been in the echo chamber. And so that's the point of these conversations, is for us to go in detail of these conversations and not do a surface level. I get she said, hey, this was, what did she say? It was not peer reviewed. She said that it was, what you kept saying she said it was like not,
she was published.
She was published, and that's a difference. It's a difference when somebody say, hey, Emmanuel, I was public. Then it's another difference when somebody drop in the public the private chat, hey, I was published and this was the link that you can go to. I just think that's the difference and where I was coming from. But I get what y'all got saying. We should just take what people say on the internet for face value. So I'm just
no, we're not, we're not saying that. We're just saying sometimes we have to use wisdom, bro. Sometimes we got to know when to hit, when to just say, you know what, it's whatever, right? Like right now, I'm choosing to just say whatever, right? At this point on, until the next topic come, I'm choosing just to say whatever. Jedi Mike, if I open my mouth on another thing about this topic, please tell me, just say, yo, keep your word. Because right now, I'm going to display wisdom and wait for the next topic.
On this. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, man. This has been a conversation for the
books,
for the ages, bro.
That's not even how you started, black man.
Man, come on. So let me get back to this real quick, man. So because I do want to move a little bit here on about going back to the conformity or whatever. But that was a great conversation, very educational, right? Sometimes things may look bad. You learn more, and sometimes when you go through different things than you would, if you didn't. So the argument, there was a lot of education in the argument. I'll say that there was a lot of education in the argument. Brianda held it down. It's not. They were a good football team today. So anyway, I'll say this. So
hold on 1 second, black man. My wife want to make a quick statement. She'll never talk. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Hey, we can't hear you. Come on up to the mic real quick.
Yeah, she got to talk dead center until you get a new laptop.
There you go.
Can you guys hear me now?
I can't hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you guys were saying how because she's published and we should respect her, and he shouldn't, I guess the best descriptive word is undermine that. But all of those questions that he asked, he would have questioned a doctor. But the difference is that the doctor wouldn't have gotten offended the way everybody else on the panel or in the comments did. He literally asked questions to build more information. And if it was a doctor who had the experience, a lot of them are happy to educate you on that. But it's just the other people were responding in a defensive way. And I feel like maybe they were just a little bit more sensitive, but he would have asked a doctor the same thing.
And I think Brianna, just Brianna herself, I think she responded the same way. I think Brianna never really got upset, with E. I think Brianna answered the question like she was.
That's true. That's very true. Very well said, Kay.
She was professional the entire time.
Yeah, Kaylin said she wanted to get back up, but I mean.
Nah, man.
No, we don't.
Kaylin, as soon as the white shirt, I was like,
So I do got a question. I want to ask Aaron a question since he just came up. So hey, Aaron.
No, you want to ask me a question because I'm impartial, but go ahead, bro.
I want to know, do you think that we should conform to these new world customs, or should we should we conform to the new world customs, or should we be able to stand 10 toes down in what we believe?
Well, we can't get we've been saying that we don't want racism to exist anymore, but certain people continue their customs. So it doesn't matter like what people keep pushing. People are going to be who they are. If they're not open to how progress or things moving forward in a different direction and accept it, then people are not going to accept it. You cannot force it upon people. But what's going to happen is they'll just be silent. Like we have, like, for me, I tell people all the time, I like racist people, and that blows their mind. And the reason I say that is because they're overt. They're very honest and very clear. I know where I stand. I ain't got to fight for it. But what happens is when we try to force people to change and adapt by forcing them, what they do is become covert, and they do things under the table. We can't really identify it. So that's all that's going to happen when we're saying you have to call people a guy, a girl, or a guy, or this and this and that. We're just going to find ways to say this or that or person and to go around it, but we're not going to acquiesce to their demands. So I'm not conforming to nothing. They ain't got enough money. I take that back. They got enough money. They pay me enough money, I'd be conforming. But in reality, I'm not conforming to a lot of these changes. Look, I'm in San Francisco. Y'all know these pronouns and all this stuff is real as it gets out here. I'm not using them. You're not about to get me to nope. I say if you want to be call yourself a name, hi, I'm Kelly, but your name is Brian. Sure, I call you Kelly. But for me, change how I see things, that's not happening. So conformity in that aspect, I'm not with it. It's not going to happen. But I will acknowledge people by a different name if they want to. If they live in delusion land and they want to be called a girl's name in a guy's body, it's fine. I don't have no pride in that. But they're not about to make me do anything, if that makes sense.
I respect it.
So S. Dot, what about you? Do you think that we should change what we believe if they want to be called women or she's or the opposite of what they was born as?
I respect people's pronouns.
So you think everybody should start calling them that? Is that what you're saying?
I respect people's pronouns.
Yeah, that was a conversation from earlier. It's not when we were
okay, I
asking
must
the
have missed
question.
that. Sorry.
Yeah.
But if someone tells me that is their preference, first of all, I ask them what they want to be called. I ask if there's something I don't understand. I think they understand me asking them. Hey, I always ask people, you know, if I feel like their gender is ambiguous or I'm not sure what is what, I think it's good to ask them what their pronoun is. What do you prefer? So that's how I kind of go about doing things. If I run into a person who's trans or in the community, I want to know what they prefer, and I'm going to respect that.
I have a question.
I think pronouns are oppression. If I can just say this, I think pronouns are oppression, right? I mean, if you're born male, then you're he and him. If you're born female, then you're she and her, right? I mean, this is nature. It doesn't matter what you feel like, and it's oppression. I mean, literally, like, do we not know the difference between a man and a woman? I mean, come on, this is first grade.
I mean, biology versus
biology rules. Biology rules every time without question. Biology.
Sure.
I'm just going to. But it's oppressive.
That's not a hill I'm going to die on.
But
it doesn't take anything from me to call somebody what they're asking.
But the thing about it is it's oppressive because you're forcing me to do this, right? That's oppression. I don't want to do this. I want to use first grade grammar, which is the correct grammar, and call you according to your biological DNA. Right? I mean, yeah, this is oppressive to sit here and say that I need to disregard all my education for your feelings. That's insane. That's insane.
So you saying conformity in this area is what? I'll ask S. Dot first, then I'll ask you. We ain't signing. So
I mean, I don't think you lose anything from calling someone what they asked. I don't think it doesn't affect your life. So why are you invested in what someone else is being called? Like, if it's just a name, then just call them by their name. So if it's John or Sarah or whatever, call them by their name. They're not asking you to call me he,
no, wait, S. Dot, hold on. S. Dot, let me acknowledge something. That's different. Sure. You're not only saying call them by name, they're telling you to treat me a certain way, and that's a different action. So I want you to treat
what are we asking then?
Because no, but what I'm saying though is I'm from San Francisco, California. It don't get no more liberal than that, right? So I'm telling you now, when it comes to this pronoun game, it don't get no more serious than out here. So what I'm saying is, it's different from you saying call me a name to treat me like a man. Treat me like a woman. You see that there's a difference in context.
I don't lose anything by treating someone how they ask me to treat them.
So if that's the case, how do you treat
I don't lose anything.
Wait. If that's the case, how do you treat a woman like a man and a man like a woman if there's no difference?
So
I'll reiterate because that sounds confusing. Sure. If a woman can just say I'm a man and a man can just say, I'm a woman, then that means they're interchangeable. So therefore, there is no difference. So how can you treat them differently?
I believe sex or your sexuality is fluid. So my beliefs may not be your beliefs. So that's fine. So I do feel like people can have these different transitioning moments, and I respect that. Is it my life? Do I have to live that way? No. So it's not a hill I'm willing to die on. I would just respect people how they want to be respected. And that's it's as simple as that. And if you don't understand what somebody else's sexual orientation or all that stuff, then that's something that we can definitely, read up on or whatever, so we can educate ourselves a little bit further on why people are the way they are and not just making an assumption. Now, if a man wants to be treated femininely, if he wants to be treated that way, there's so many ways to maneuver that you don't have to.
But the problem lies here. Hold on.
Let me say something real quick. I just want to say something really quick.
Let E-Man go. We ain't signing. Let E-Man go first, and then you can respond.
Because I mean,
so
representation matters, and that's not on this panel right now. So I just feel like we really don't have a right to say certain things without.
What do you mean by that?
But let me just say this real quick, Aaron.
What do you mean by representation?
Hold on. So it's not where you finished, because she said representation.
I wasn't, but I'm just saying, like,
no, go ahead. We're gonna respect you. Go ahead.
When we talk about these certain issues, just like how we were being represented in the last topic, like I feel like some of these topics that don't concern cisgendered women and men, we need to hear from that group instead of us having these assumptions about other people and their lifestyle. So I feel like communication is key.
You're wrong.
So that's just my thoughts. It's not something that everybody has to take to the bank, but I'm just going to respect people in general. That's just how I was raised.
So I just want to say this. See, the problem that I have with it is because they say, hey, address me as a man, but I want all the benefits of a man, but I don't want the negativities of a man. Because if a man get in my face and start acting crazy, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be a low level of violence. So certain situations, I got to treat you like a woman. In certain situations, I got to treat you like a man. So I feel like I should just treat you how you was born, because I can tell you right now, I don't care if she identifies as a man. If another man knock her out, when they go to court, they're going to say that he hit a woman, not a man. Do you agree with that?
Sure, but we won't get to, it's a mute point to me. I just feel like if you just want to respect people, if they ask you to do something, you don't have to get close. You don't have to build a relationship with them. You can literally just respect their name or call them by their name or ask for a preference. So you're not being disrespectful to them in how they are living their life. Like, I just don't, it is what it is.
So this is what I want to say. So on surface, everything you said was nice. It makes sense. And yes, that should happen. But however, the problem is this. You have 6'5" dudes in fairy dresses going to elementary schools, teaching kids about my two dads, teaching kids about sexuality is fluid, taking down boys' bathroom and put it up universal bathroom, right? They're encroaching on our children's education. Now, whatever a parent wants to teach their kid, that should be up to the individual parent. But they're teaching elementary school kids this. They're teaching this in Colorado, Philadelphia, New York, San Francisco, and Texas, right? You can look this up. So this is the problem, right? You're encroaching on our children's education, and not all parents are comfortable with that. And so that's the thing. We keep saying let's respect them, but they're not respecting us.
Ding 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 ding.
Right? Because kids go to school at that age, elementary, to learn about ABCs. Right? There's no sex ed there, but they're bringing that there. So that's my issue.
Is it sex education or relationship? They're not teaching them sex.
My kids don't need to know about my two dads. My kids don't need to know nothing.
Because that's in society. So it's about inclusion and representation. So I mean, you may not agree with it, but I understand your standpoint and I get it. I completely understand. But they are not knowing what dad is doing sexually. But they do know that they may have a bond that they are together in a
They don't
loving
need to know that.
relationship.
They don't need to know
So
that. My kids don't need to know that.
I
No.
get what you're saying, but they are understanding relationships just like they're understanding mom and dad. Mom and dad have a relationship.
But you see how understanding you're on their side. But when I say, you know what, that has no place in the schools and things like that, now there's pushback.
I'm
You see
just
what I'm
saying
saying?
they're making it
Because
fair to not just teach one side. That's all I was saying.
well, how about make it fair and don't teach it at all?
Sure.
Let the parents do that. That's what I'm
Sure.
saying, right? But they're encroaching on children. They're infringing on my rights, right? Because they're forcing parents' hands, right? That's an encroachment on rights. But
Where
see,
are they
nobody wants to
teaching them?
talk about that. I'm sorry?
What are they teaching them?
Colorado, New York, Pennsylvania, Texas, San
It's
Francisco,
in
and
Texas.
another.
They are required to have those books.
Texas,
The young,
like you can watch on YouTube, 6'8" dudes in fairy godmother dresses. It's insane. I'm so happy I'm not back in the U.S. I'm so glad I live in a place where I'm quiet. Let me be quiet.
Yeah, be careful before you get canceled. I've been canceled like 20 times already, so you gotta be careful.
I get canceled every 25 minutes.
Aaron, I'm canceling you, bro. I'm tired of it.
Why would you get canceled for that? They cancel y'all for that?
Look, they cancel me every
But here in
week.
China, no, China, they don't recognize any of that. So no, here no.
Yeah, they don't.
You
play
can
in
say
China.
whatever. They don't recognize it.
They cancel me on the panel every weekend. Every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I get canceled.
Yo,
Right,
that's
so
so true.
let me ask you guys
But
this question.
You didn't answer my question though. What are they teaching them?
Oh, go ahead.
Is it me or S dot? I'm sorry.
No, he said what? I don't know. Is that may know. What are they teaching them? Is
I told you my two dads. They have these books out.
Just
My two dads is
relationships.
one of them.
Have you read
Different
the book?
relationships. Different types of relationships.
Has
Wow.
anybody read the school curriculum? It is provided beforehand. The public has a right to decide upon whether a subject matter is in or not. They pick everybody on the school board. I mean, I'm just saying, it just seems like a lot of people don't care until it starts happening, which is probably one of the bigger problems. There's always a deeper issue.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. But parents, for example, in Texas, parents had demanded that they get out of their school, and then the administration says either this is what's going to be done, you can remove your kids, but this is what it's going to be, right? Because they demanded it, and still nothing happened. And some people put
they demanded in like the middle of the year. Like this wasn't like before, and they'd already been teaching it, like developmental relationship. I mean, they'd already been doing it for years. And then somebody in a political pond decided to make it part of the scope that they wanted you to focus in on.
I do got a question. And it's typically funny. Well, let me ask the question first. Like, if you don't have kids in that school system, should you be able to influence the kids that's in that school system?
Well, that's a good question. I would say this. Because Lance, I think Lance is gay, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And if that's the case, and Lance said, I don't want only one side to be told. There are gay people here, and our side need to be told as well to be fair. I actually agree with that. So, in the same sense, S. Dot's right. Even though we may not like it, they exist on the planet, and they also have an equal right to be heard and represented. It's not.
We're not pushing our side in the school system either.
But we are pushing our side in the school system. And let me be clear.
Have sexual education to middle school. They're doing this in elementary. That's the issue.
I understand that, but at the same time, because I'm very objective, heterosexual people, we push our agenda forward all the time, and you have to understand.
We got somebody coming in.
Kids are kissing in the school system.
No.
I understand that, but it's represented, whether it's indirectly or directly. It happens, and it's getting pushed.
Bro. See, no, that's the difference between if one is indirect and one is direct.
So you're just saying you don't like a direct way, you prefer an indirect way.
Yeah, if it was two kids doing something, we can't control that. But for us to directly say we're going to do it, that's the difference. One is we going out our way to do it, and the other one is just what the kids are doing, based off your example. I don't know. I'm just saying based off what you're saying.
So let's say let's take that thought process. So are you saying if I was a gay man in a relationship with another gay guy and we adopted a kid and sent him to the school, then we can have an opinion?
I feel like it's just I feel like you might now you have some skin in the game. I do think that now since you have a skin in the game, we can ask some different questions. But if you don't got any skin in the game, but you're trying to influence other people's children, I think we got to ask why.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine with that. If the argument is they're not necessarily represented, their family's not in that school system, they shouldn't be influencing. But I'm just saying I get other people's perspective. When they're saying like, hey, you guys had 100 years to push your agenda and da. We want to be represented. I actually understand that. Now, is it a clear way for that to happen at this time? I wouldn't say yes, but they're doing what they understand, and so I can't really knock them for that. Honestly, the unbiasedness in me, I just can't do it. I got to be fair on all sides.
I feel like okay, so I get both sides, and like what a lot of people don't know about me is I'm very traditional. I didn't even have my ears pierced until I was like 26. So like I'm like super traditional person, and I'm kind of conservative. I'm kind of communistic in thought. I feel like if we all follow the general rules, and everybody should get along. Me personally, I think if people who have a narrative that they want to continue to set for their children, if they want to absolutely guarantee that happens, if they don't want to secure that foundation in their children's core, and they just want to stop every outside, then you will do what every other privileged person has done for over hundreds of years in time and put your kid in a specialized school where that is frowned upon, period. It's completely acceptable. I don't think I think society should have less of a say in how parents choose to parent their children. There are parents out here that aren't parenting at all, and at least somebody's trying. I'll be misguided as I think it might be, but also I don't think sex education should be really taught. Like I feel like that's a personal journey that you have in counsel with family, and I also think that that's where mental health plays in. I feel like that money that we're putting towards sex ed, we can just put them to a therapist that can actually just take the time to have a personal connection with them and actually talk to them about what they need.
What? Me and Lance agree? Oh man, we agreeing on something, man. We going on a good.
We agree on a lot of stuff. But you start saying girls should just be like lawyers of accounting firms. I mean, I'm just like, wait.
That's cool, bro. But no, that's what I'm a strong advocate that put your kid in the private school. Control, because once you start paying for school out your dollars, man, you can really kind of control the narratives at those schools. So I do agree with that. That my daughter, when she get of age, she will be in private school, and I'm gonna go to a couple to make sure.
But the loudest,
I'm not opposed. I'm not a very I'm not a very even though I'm a very compassionate person as a parent. Me having godchildren, I don't see myself when I get my own child being very super compassionate. Like I see military school as not a bad idea. Like I would love for my kid to go to an Air Force Academy, girl or guy. I feel like that would just be great for their core person, a part of their character that I can't really enforce in them. So I mean, and some people would think that would be crazy in me, and I'm just military's got structure. Churches have structure. I get why people want to believe in God. Relationships have structure. I get why people want to be in relationships, even though they might suck at times. It's somebody.
So do y'all think we should have multiple school systems since the world is more diverse nowadays?
Let me answer to that. That's already happening right now to speak in this country, in this society. Because living in New York City, you have the Board of Education, which I understand that. But I'm seeing that the Jewish community have their own school for their own people. They have their own elementary school, their own middle school, their own high school. Literally, at least, if I could count how many high schools I've seen so far in the New York City borough, maybe about 5 or 10 high schools or so in the Jewish community. This is why I always say we need our own institution. I've always been saying that for a while now. in any pocket I've been on, because like we need our own hospital, our own school, our own grocery, our own bank. When we don't have our own, that not only can regulate or protect us, so who can we go to? Because just like the topic we had a while back about the healthcare system, it was heavily documented because watching William Martin Unfiltered for a good 2.5 years, almost 3 years, this man brought over almost 100 different black medical doctors on his program from multiple hospitals to speak on what they have seen, what they have observed, and he put a spotlight on it. He even brought all these people from
Can I
big
ask you a
organizations,
question?
but the thing is, just like education, that was also brought up too as well, because we had a charter school in New York City and we had a public school. Charter school do better than the public school, but somehow, for some reason, the government trying to block more creation of charter school. Why? I don't know. The public
It
school
just,
education that have been going down here for the past 3 or 4 decades.
but can I ask you a question? If we're still divided on what we believe, even if it was a black school and half of the black people believe this and half of the black people feel that, it'd be just like public school, right? Because we're divided. Most of these Jewish communities, they got one platform that they, not all, but majority follow. Do you not agree with that, Canadian born Nigerian?
I believe that what you're saying because I used to work for the Board of Education there. I had to go to over 300 public schools in New York City, whereby I'm delivering computer and entering the classroom, setting the computer for the class. What I've seen, what I've observed, I've seen that clear day, which is very bothersome. So I'm not gonna just beat around the bush, especially from a person who went to school not only in the U.S. and in Africa. I see a big difference. I went to private school in my country and public school. They just start different when it comes to public education and private education. I fully understand that. Private school here in the city, it's not affordable for people who cannot afford it, which is very understandable. And the public school system, well, they'll keep on watering down this. Imagine, elementary school back in the 80s, we were taught the civic lessons. Now, I ask my son and my daughter who go to public school, have they teach anything about the American government, about the civil election whatsoever? They don't learn nothing about that. But it's weird that I learned back in the 80s. At that time, that's why I noticed every year they're taking stuff out of the educational system in public school. They're watering it down. They're comical mathematics. It's a piece of crap. That's not helping them. But a lot of times the parents don't come to PT and avoid their concern. So unless you're a working class family who are able to afford to take your kid out of public school and put your child in private school, you get a different curriculum. The private school curriculum is not the same as the public school curriculum. I tell you that right now, it's not. Point blank. One of my colleagues that work in the IT told me to say he showed me he had to work 2 to 3 jobs to put his own child into the private school. You know, he have multiple baby mom. One want his own daughter to go to the private school. I can understand why that. But it's kind of like, what can you do? What can you do?
So let me ask you this. So why do you think it's like that? Like, why do you think that the private schools, do you think it's because the teachers are being paid more? Do you think, because I've seen it in the schools that my children attend, right? That the teachers are saying, hey, listen, basically they're telling the parents, if your kid can't keep up with my speed, then that's on your kid. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Right. And so, and do you think if they paid them more money, say for instance, a teacher made, just for shits and giggles, a teacher made $105,000 a year. Do you think the kids would be better off in the education?
No, I think it's because private school is vetting. They're choosing the teachers compared to public school. They just trying to get whoever they can get. They ain't even got enough teachers already.
Right.
So I think it's just, if I can choose the best option compared to I get the person who graduated last in the class, I think that's the difference of the desire to teach. And income is a factor too.
Iman is correct. Iman correct on that. Let me tell you why I say that. It's about, if I'm correct, there's about at least 15 to 20 private schools in New York City. And I did my research back in the past, not too long ago. And I know that the curriculum of the private school is no different from the education level of the school in Africa and the Caribbean, almost close to the British standards. But I find it bothersome because I was like, wait a minute, how is this so? Because yeah, private school, they like to vet their teacher. They like to know your background, like to know what you have done so far. I want to see what kind of level you have. public schools sometimes they don't really care. The public school system is almost like a dumping center. If I want to be frank with you, it all depends on your neighborhood. Let's say on New York City, for example. If you live in a very good neighborhood within Brooklyn, New York, or any five borough, and within that school district, more than likely you will have a better school. Where somehow the curriculum might be a little bit better to a certain degree. Now you live in the hood. What I've seen in school before, whereby they haven't updated their textbook in the last 5 or 10 years or so, because all the public schools are not the same. That's the biggest problem. This is something that's been going on for so long that even the black community, some who have noticed it, pull their kid out and put their kid to charter school. If not, if they got the money, put their kid to private school. Or I go even further. If you're international parents, like your parents from Africa or Caribbean, what they do? They take you out and send you to their country for a better education. That happened to me. I got yanked out of, I got yanked out of elementary school and sent back to my country to get a better education. A lot of parents are catching on what the heck is going on with the educational system. Which I'm not gonna make this one up. It's crazy, but what can you do?
Yeah,
When you
even
don't
charter
partake,
schools
when you don't
are
partake in
different.
your school PTA meeting and voice your issue, and let's say out of how many students in your child's school? I don't know, 2,000. Out of 2,000 kids that go to that school, only 17 parents showed up to the PTA meeting.
Yeah.
Hey, that's deep right there, Doc. That's deep.
What you gonna do?
That's
My
deep.
wife, my wife is a stay-at-home mom. You know how many times she told me when she got announced to be the secretary, and she watched as many parents don't even show up for the PTA
Hold on
meeting.
now. But I'm gonna play devil's advocate on that.
Go
Some
ahead.
parents is so much in a financial bind and living paycheck to paycheck that they're not allowed to be at PTA meetings. They're not allowed to go and sit down with the teachers. Watch this. I know, Emmanuel, I see you shaking your head. But what I'm saying, I'm talking about like take a single mom that's got 3 kids and she's working a 12-hour shift, and the parent teacher conference is at say 4 o'clock. The mom don't get off till 6. How is it possible? Unless she's emailing the teacher during the week, unless they build a relationship where they can FaceTime each other, something like that, maybe, but not just going to the school sitting down. Not if you're a single mom.
No, the reason I disagree with that because it's not a parent teaching conference every day. We're talking about once a quarter. We're talking about like once, like maybe once or twice a year. So we telling you, I don't care how much you working. You tell them you can take 1 hour off of work to make sure your kids are taken care of. But I got to go anyways. But I did want to address. Can you put Aaron coming up really quickly?
Yeah.
Aaron,
Which one?
he was talking about the private school. All right, so the one homeschool. All right, so the one thing I'm gonna tell you, I think this is the worst thing that you could do to a child. Because when you do a homeschool, especially if you do it for like all through elementary, high school, it make your kids antisocial, and they typically don't adapt to the world correctly.
That's misleading. That's misleading. First of all, homeschooling is extremely effective in kids. If you want to do other things to get your kids socially inclined, you can do things outside of just homeschooling. Now, if you're saying leaving your kids just in the house homeschooling and they never get outside, you never put them around other kids, you never get them engaged, that's different. But what you said is extremely misleading and not proven by any facts at all.
Yeah,
But
that's Munchausen.
at all. So let's be
That's
I
Munchausen.
want to hold on, y'all. I want to say what up to conversation with King. He came into the comments. Appreciate you, bro, for coming in, man. Even though wherever you bring him, bro, we appreciate you for showing up in the comments, bro. Appreciate it. And we've been on for 4 hours though, but I appreciate you, bro. Much love to you.
Hit the like
Yeah,
button.
Matter of fact, if you want to cam up, he can cam up. But go ahead though.
I just had to get Aaron back here because he was all in the chats, man. You gotta come over here. I love you, brother. I love you,
I love
man.
you too, bro.
But let me add to this one because what Black Men Unfiltered said is totally kind of correct because I remember there was a case that one of my reported that happened in Baltimore. A mom who said she never had time to come to the PTA meeting. But someone to school, high school, was failing his classes from 9th, 10, 11, 12, right? He get to the 12th grade. The guy could not even graduate. But you know why? His GPA average was 1.75. Man was epically failing. This happened with the Baltimore school system that was going on for years. There have been reports about that. And I see this excuse. I understand what you're saying. Some people, financial issue, cannot allow them to go to the PTA minute. They don't work 2 jobs. They don't got time. I get that, which is sad but messed up. Though, because you know why? The way this system in the country works, it take advantage of those type of parents who don't have the time to take the time out of their busy days to go to the PTA meeting, see what's going on with their kids, what their performance is. Those women have not even seen a report card of her own son in 3 years and find out her son not going to graduate from high school. Teacher had to trying to reach out to her. They send letters, they make phone calls. She never responds. I see and I hear and I've known of this type of thing that been going on for a while. The first thing that comes to my mind, like, where are the community leaders at? In the 80s, there used to be a lot of programs that help these type of parents who do work long hours. They don't have the time to catch up and do what the heck is going on. They have advocates for people for stuff like that. But nowadays we don't have them no more.
Right.
Everybody too busy. Yeah, you're too busy for what? To be a parent? To know what your child is doing? To know if they're doing better in school or not? Like, are you kidding me? My wife made the choice to be a stay-at-home mom. I don't mind if she want to work. I say you have your choice. I make sure I put myself through the ringer to make sure I provide for my family, no matter what it is, regardless. But I understand what was going on in today's society, especially in this country.
Exactly.
I have complained about my son's homework, where I have to watch him every other day with the Common Core man. I'm like, what kind of garbage they're teaching you in school? You know, they had it back in the 80s.
Right. They're only teaching now. They're only teaching for the end of the year. They're not teaching for anything else. They're only teaching for what they're going to get their bonuses on or what they're going to get paid for. This and now I went up to the school. The teachers are what, 21, 23, 22. You really don't have those old elderly teachers like you had back in the day that will whip you back in shape, made you learn, put you in a position to learn. But guys, I want to say this as we wrap this show up, man, because this has been some great content tonight. I appreciate you guys, man, for coming in and saying your piece. Aaron, thank you for coming in, bro. Tommy B, and man, Black David, always, man, my brother. I also want to say, man, too, because a lot of things have happened over the last 2 days. I also want to say, man, to the Lapeef Network, man, we fought for you guys. We sent in our tweets. People didn't send in emails. Even if you guys never get a chance to see this, man, we want you guys to know that we love you, man. We're so happy and glad and honeymoon happy and peacock proud that you guys are back on, man, and you guys have been reinstated.
And that's a great thing, but it's
Yeah,
still a
yeah.
problem.
I seen King. I seen King Talk was on tonight. Looking forward to the Thursday show. I see you guys had a show yesterday as well. Right afterwards on another channel. And so, guys, let's keep supporting one another. Right now, I may not be where they are right now, but they once were. They once was where I am today. And so we got to keep building and keep supporting each other. Tommy B, thank you for coming by, man. I know you out working hard, bro. Aaron, thank you, man.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Oh,
Appreciate
no
it.
problem, man. Y'all are my extended family, man. And Black David, you know I love you, man. If I'm ever in New York or I'm ever in your state, I know I got a place to lay on the floor somewhere. I got somewhere to sleep.
Hey,
I'm gonna put you up in the hotel. Don't even trip. You come to Frisco. I got you.
I'll say this though, better hurry up soon before I move to Georgia, which I'm sad to say I might have to.
You moving to Georgia?
Yeah, because real estate in this city is just ridiculous.
Hey, you sound like San Francisco.
I live in a two-bedroom. I live in a two-bedroom apartment, and I found a four-bedroom, two-bathroom in Georgia about the same price I'm paying for a two-bedroom over here in one bathroom. I'm
Wow.
like, you know what? Deuces, Manhattan's almost a ghost town now.
Wow.
I don't know. The city life is different, bro. You think you
No,
go to the country, it's different, bro.
they did report about this year and last about how many people are leaving New York City, especially Manhattan, going to the south or other areas. They're like people had enough.
Right.
For a two-bedroom apartment, I'm paying what I mean 1,002, 1,003 around that area. But we go to Manhattan, it's like 2003, 2005, 3,000, 4,000. I'm like, what? For what again?
Yeah, what are you
For
getting?
2 bedroom?
But again, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Right now, the people that are watching, I'm gonna give you an opportunity. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see if you want to support this content, man. Please support it, man. If you want to send me $1, you can go right now to Black Man Unfiltered and send me $1. If you want to send $1, you want to send 50 cents, you want to send $5, you want to send $10, whatever you send will be appreciated. Also, if after the 15, if y'all can cash app, if y'all want to send a cash app, that's great. If you don't have no cash to send, man, go ahead and mash that button for me. Hit that subscribe button right now. I'm gonna sit here and watch it for 30 seconds just to see if I get 3 subscriptions out of this 15 that's on here right now. So if y'all can go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me, I'll give y'all 30 seconds to go ahead and support me, man, because we really appreciate this content. If you just got on and you just start watching this content, make sure you go back and watch it, because tonight it was an argument, it was a dog fight, but at the end of the day,
That's an understatement.
you're right. At the end of the day, we learned something. We learned something, man. We talk production. Thank you for being in the oh man, Aaron. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Aaron, thank you for supporting the player from I just got your cash out, bro. Just me. Thank you for coming in, K Soul. The Jedi Mike. Man, who else was on this thing tonight? Man, it was so many people came through tonight. Sierra. Thank you, S. Dot. Thank you, Kaylin, for coming in and speaking on your behalf. Brianna, oh my God, Brianna, thank you for coming in and saying what you had to say and standing 10 toes down. And Aaron coming in, bringing some balance, man. So everybody that was on the platform tonight, I really appreciate you. And also, like Wealth Talk Production is saying right now, hit that damn like button. So I'm going to go ahead and play the outro again. Black David, I'll see you on Friday for talking with cooking with King.
I'll be off on that day, so I'll get enough sleep.
Oh yeah, Aaron, if you can stop by on
See,
Friday.
this my work day.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pull up, bro.
Yeah, it'll be at 8:00 Central Standard Time for you guys to come by and chill with the fellas. We're gonna be talking about something, man. Hey, K Sosa, who's mowing the grass in your background, Black David?
No one more, no grass. I mean, I ain't jungle. My wife was vacuuming. You know how my wife is. If I say something wrong, she interjects. No, I'm not sick. Remember that part. I got chewed out for that one.
Man, and so, but again, I'm gonna play the outro. This will give people an opportunity to cash app. They want to cash app or hit that subscribe button. And again, Aaron, thank you. Tommy B, thank you. Canadian born Nigerian Black David, thank you, bro. And we'll see you guys on next Tuesday. And all the fellas will see you guys Friday at 8:00 Central Standard Time. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, that's my wife.
I just want to hear what she wanted to say before I got out.
Yeah, she was looking like I know. I was like, no, I'll promote you next.
Right.
She's an artist. She's artistic. She make a lot of great creation. You think I'm lying? I'll just give you a glimpse right now.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Put it in the show, yeah.
You see right there? She make a lot of dolls.
Oh, okay. She's okay.
All handmade.
She did those?
All handmade. I'm telling you that right now. All handmade on her own.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you keep supporting her, man.
Oh, I'm a cheerleader. I'm a bigger cheerleader. I ain't go front.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I keep telling my wife, you that damn good, but sometimes she don't like all that little spotlight on her. Let somebody come out beside me saying it.
Right. Well, again, man, I just want to, man, again, I can't say it enough how much I appreciate you guys, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the outro, give people enough time to go on to submit. If you're gonna submit to the page, please submit. And hit that like button as well. Also, if you want to send that cash app, you see the cash app at the bottom right there. $ Black Men Unfiltered to support the content as well as we continue to grow and get bigger and bigger every day, every week, man. But anyway, see you guys next Tuesday. All the fellas will be on this Friday. We'll see what we're gonna cook up this Friday. All right. Until then,
all right.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.